Ladies, gentlemen, and androids. PodzQuad Network presents to you the one and only PodzQuad. This is the internet's hottest Thursday night variety opinions and late night talk show. Prepare your ear holes and eye sockets for the phenomenal cast of all cast in viewership history. We have comedy, the ghetto media news, Illuminati 101, eat this, don't eat that, new energy spiritual center insights, business stuff, try to not laugh, ask an expert, questions from the crowd, spooky investigations, the Bible thumper, wrestling, food reviews, and what would you do situations. Stay tuned for the end because we play games that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Support us by liking, commenting, and subscribing to our channels or social media at PodzQuad. Tonight's episode features the prolific, magical, groundbreaking, angel sword swinging Poegosi, aka Sinister Poe of Drunk Wizard Gaming, the Alchemist, Frontline Warrior, Fountain of Creation, Dini Michi aka Houdini Black of iHeartRadio's Vigilantes Radio, the leader of the Third Light Warrior mission, recording artist, actor, and author, the multifaceted Pastor K-Ice, the Human Library, Master Chef, the Devil's Advocate of the cast, and educator, SK the Wise, better known as SK Mac, rock star musician, master of kicks and chops, and co-host of What's Up Bro podcast. The knowledgeable, complex, and compassionate, it's Sam Crow.
What is up, guys? Welcome to another awesome episode of PodzQuad HQ. This is episode 121. I finally got it correct. I guess because we missed like 2 weeks. I got behind in my notes, but we did like 2 episodes of 119. But I'll correct that. Don't worry about it. We had fun. It was Sam Crow and myself, just like it is tonight, and we had a phenomenal conversation. One that's not regularly had on the show. You know, we get bits and pieces of that, but this time I got to fully hear like the opinion of SoundCrow on certain important issues. As was my opinion and experience certain things. So it was a very cool show. We had fun. You kicked my butt in the game. It's not happening tonight because guess what, SoundCrow? Guess what?
Okay, hit me with it.
Okay, tonight's game is Guess the 90s Movie.
Ooh.
By cast.
Ooh, okay. I'm pretty good with that too, so we'll see.
Okay. Yeah, we shall see, Sam Crow. We shall see.
But if it makes you feel better, okay, whatever you got to do to,
I got to pump myself up, man.
I know. I'll try to hold back a little bit. I don't want to,
No. I don't want a participation award.
I don't want to embarrass you every week either. So
Hey. If you get the best of me, you get the best of me. I'm cool with that.
Okay. All right. I'm trying to embody
back around. Oh man. Yeah.
Well, I'm trying to be humble, but I'm trying to embody SK too, because someone's got to be cocky and arrogant here. So
Yeah. You're pulling it off, but there's
Well, thank
no
you.
one like SK.
Yeah, that's true. I can only do so much. I'm not as handsome either, so yeah.
All right. So exciting show we have. It is week 18 of from entrepreneurs and thought leaders. So let's get into that real quick. By the way, if you're watching live, we appreciate that. Make sure you like, subscribe, review, share with a friend, and talk about this episode. Jump in the comments. We love comments, and we normally mention everything. So speak your mind.
Please.
Yep. So week 18. I was watching this YouTuber, and he was telling me that you have to do like call to actions or CTAs. We don't tell people they won't do it. So please like, subscribe, review, comment, share with a friend.
Yeah.
And hit that bell if you're on YouTube.
Yep.
Do it right now.
Don't right while you're thinking it.
Yeah. Right while I'm saying it, because you will forget. Other things pop up like notifications. You got to check it, and then you forget.
That's how we say it. We say if you want to know when the newest content comes out, then you will be notified instantaneously. So
indeed.
Why wait?
Why wait? It's a good one. All right, so here it is.
Oh, let's see. These have been really good.
All right. What up, Poegosi's in the house?
I'm back, baby. Yeah, we're back. What's up, guys? How you doing tonight?
Yeah, good.
Good, man. Good. Welcome aboard.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna keep it in character tonight. I already kind of pissed off the bone community with some trolling, but I want to get them out here to. It went viral because this one girl, she shared it all over, and I want to tell them, hey, if you want to confront Poegosi, come on here. Plus, it's a bone affiliated podcast. But I say, I'm just joking, but let's talk about it.
Let's talk about it.
Yeah. I just said that I wanted Bone to have a Ouija board song on the new album, but you know how people, you just say that, that's kind of boom. Everybody's like, they all just jump on it to throw their comments. But like, I'm only joking, that's the whole thing.
Yeah.
So let's back up. Let's back up. This is news to me.
Yeah.
I've been absent from social media.
This happened yesterday. That's why.
This happened yesterday.
I had no idea that it was going to get shared and go viral. I had no idea that was just going to get my regular views. And I'm like, holy crap, they shared this all.
See?
Yeah, so you were just jokingly saying, why doesn't Bone have a new Ouija song on the new album?
Yeah, why isn't the new album going to have a Ouija song? I want some Ouija. And then that just threw them into a frenzy. But somehow you got to just put out some controversial. It's not even that controversial because I put a happy face after it. And it's like just joking. I'm only
Doesn't matter.
But people just think like this guy's evil. Is he with the devil? But I'm not. That's the funniest part about it. I'm totally against the devil. Dini knows more than anybody.
Right. But wait a minute, Poe. Wait a minute, Poegosi.
Okay, go ahead.
Is this the same Bone community that was complaining about Crazy Bone's new project being too gospel?
It's that community and also the one that was hating on Busy. Yes, it's the same.
Ooh. You see what I mean?
Right. So they're gonna automatically react to something like this.
But what I'm saying is, why be hypocritical? Like, you criticize Crazy Bone for having a clean album. I heard people say, "Oh man, where's the guns and the murder?"
Right, everybody wants the thug shit, right?
Yeah, but let you mention a Ouija song. Oh no, they love that 3-6 Mafia song with Bone.
Right? Why do they like that evil stuff where they're talking about 666 with like where 3-6 is doing that? Right?
You got to make it make sense, Poe.
Yeah,
I'm saying, they shouldn't pick on you. They should look at themselves in the mirror. The same people who are bumping the new Crazy Bone and DJ Paul.
Yep.
Like, come on, it's not that serious.
Yeah.
So I imagine Bone is older. I imagine their fans are older too.
You think so?
Yeah.
Why is it news? Hey, but appreciate the love from my man Poe. Yeah.
No, but the thing is though, is that I just knew I'd get a reaction, but I think it'd get that kind of reaction. I was trying to get a reaction,
crazy.
but I think
it's like fireworks. Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, and I kept it very light. I just said, I'm really happy Bone has a new album, but I would really like a new Ouija song. That's all I put with a happy face. I'm like, wow. Is all you gotta do to ruffle some feathers? It's like,
see, here's the thing. This is funny too.
For Trump, that would really piss them off.
Well, no, and here's the thing. I did share before we started, Poe. I told him, we were talking about your plan. I gave Dini the tea about what you're planning to do.
Yeah, tell him. Yeah, that I'm already kind of doing it, going into that narrative.
Well,
trying to build a story online. But
it's funny though, because when you said that, and all Dini said was, as long as you don't go all Kanye. Well, now you're causing controversy with the whole. You're causing the media frenzy.
Kanye though, because I'm not like calling rich, powerful groups out. And
that's
like,
true.
No. Let me clarify. What I meant by
go ahead,
don't be a Kanye is don't be a racist.
Canceled.
Yeah, no. I mean, state what you believe. Just no hate speech, please.
Yeah.
And but I know you're not someone who's like that. So
no, we don't hate.
I'm just saying anything else goes, but just no hate speech.
No, I think the Ouija thing's perfect. I think that's the perfect for you.
Perfect because that's not hate speech. I think that
that's the perfect controversy right there.
Right, the Democrats should love that. I mean, they worship the devil, so it's like they should be the biggest fans of that post.
Right, I heard some of them are into voodoo.
Yeah, see, right up the alleyway. So
there's something about the blood. So I don't know.
Are we live
you can't
already?
fault nobody.
We are live already.
Oh, great! This is even. Hey, you know what? It's already out there. They already know. So what's up, guys? We're back.
Sorry, that's all right.
Did I interrupt any topics? Damn it!
No.
Well, honestly, Poe, this is actually the backstage. But since
but you can clip this. You can make clips.
Yeah. I was like, well, let's just roll because we're having a great conversation already. And Sam Crow's like, yeah, man, whatever.
Just do it, yeah.
And I was like, oh, but StreamYard's going to play our intro. So I said, well, we'll just wing it. And so this is really the backstage. I did intros or whatever, but
yeah,
we're live, and hey, man, this is good conversation.
No, it's good. I think it's better when you don't see people that are live because they'll go let loose more when they're live. Like, oh, I gotta walk on eggshells. No,
you don't want it scripted, yeah.
Yeah, but last time I think I got a little bit too unhinged, and I don't want to get that unhinged.
Nope.
No, dear Dini's, you're fine. You said that's perfect. You're good.
Really? Yeah. I think I got a little too unhinged.
Nah, listen. If we're gonna get canceled for any reason, I mean, I want to be unique and I want to be genuine. So why the heck not?
I know, but
and if we're gonna get canceled, we all need to stand in unison and be like, hey, this is how we feel. We're gonna double down.
Power. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
I know, but I don't want to speak for anyone else because some of my views are kind of out there.
No, we're all the same.
Sometimes you need backup, and sometimes we may feel a certain type of way.
We're all the perfect combination of wackadoodles. It works out good. So
Now watch the FBI say, "Uh-oh, they're coming together. They're coming together."
Band of brothers stuff.
Yes. They're not divided anymore.
They're not divided. Oh no, we gotta think of something. Cue the Trump clip now.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're fired. No.
Oh, that's cute.
We're back.
Joe Biden falling down.
It's becoming like the three amigos again. It's always been three. First it was me, Dini, and Michael. Then it was like me, Dini, and Pastor K Ice. Now it's us.
Yeah.
It's always a triforce of wisdom.
It's Illuminati. This
right, or the Holy Trinity. However you want to
yeah.
Or Zelda.
I'd rather like say it's the Holy Trinity.
Yeah, Triforce. Zelda.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. All the above. There's something about three.
There is
something about three, the Holy Trinity. Yeah.
Whatever works. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man, we're back. This is crazy. I came in all crazy. I won't like
timing was perfect because you just popped in. That's the way it should go. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm staying in character tonight. Like it's like
man.
No, so this news
character
is gonna be kind of spooky and weird, but it's gonna not be as unhinged. But he will be a little crazy. So if some stuff doesn't make sense, that's what's going on.
That's fine.
You're the heel.
Yeah,
this is gonna be the heel. Yeah.
No, the heel does have soul. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, what's crazy? I was even thinking of being a podcaster, a wrestling podcaster that's a heel, and two guys already did it. I was like, damn it, I should have done it when I was thinking.
Oh, really? Oh man.
Yeah.
That's becoming a popular trend, yeah.
It just sucks now. Like now, I just got to collab with them or something because it's not the first.
There's something you can. The hard part is that it's such a large demographic. I notice a lot of these
people doing stuff. Yeah, someone's going to do for you eventually.
And that's the thing about ideas. I think we talked about that last week.
Yep.
How ideas can just fly by you, because you don't act on them.
You got to jump on it and be the first. Yeah. Now I can't claim on the first. Like, oh, you're trying to be like that guy.
They're flying past you, but it's also coming in contact with someone else.
Yep.
And sometimes they act on it. Sometimes it comes back to you like a boomerang.
Yeah.
It gives you a second chance. And
I was
sometimes
going to be more crazier on Hinge, but the whole thing, I don't want to get so on Hinge where I get my channel banned, because I could let loose where it's going to be crazy entertaining like Howard Stern, but then it could also just be like, now you're demonetized and you're deleted. So that's the only thing. It seems like only Rumble and Kick let you really.
Well, that's the unfortunate thing. I was thinking this too, because we've seen struggles with a lot of these streaming services where
joking, they don't care. They're like, oh
yeah, well, no, it's all, and again, it's not to badmouth them. It's just it's unfortunate that they're stifling the creativity for a lot of creators that want to, they have great ideas.
Well, because what's happening is YouTube's becoming like corporate media. It's becoming kind of like old school mainstream TV, but it's not quite like cable TV. Cable TV, you could still get nuts because there's some crazy content if you ever saw cable TV, but like regular broadcast TV and regular radio has always been kind of tame.
Yeah,
that's why Howard Stern had so many problems.
Exactly.
Because he was just so psychotic. He did not filter for nothing. He just said whatever he thought, and he got in so many problems back then. It's crazy. He never got canceled though.
No, he didn't. But the thing too is it's all these like YouTube, for instance, partnering with Google. It's all these mergers. It's all these collabs that
and it's the advertisers that don't want like crazy content.
And that's what's
we don't want it to be too crazy. Keep it PG, keep it PG-13. Right. That's the problem.
Because that was the thing we got when we said that, like, YouTube does this, but now that they're part of Google, Google has their own, you can't do this. So like the rules have gotten a little more strict.
That's when it got kind of stupid. YouTube used to be so much fun back in the day.
Yep.
Then it's just like all this corporate crap. It's like
took it down.
Everyone's just trying to be a news reporter. No one's a character anymore.
No.
It's like, or
you can't do it.
Or it's like everyone's just trying to emulate Joe Rogan.
It doesn't work.
And all the characters are getting sued.
Yeah.
Characters are getting sued. Yeah. I need to copyright it. I need to copyright my name before
not like that for like having some type of opinion or some type of offense.
Right. You're stipend by what you can say.
You get their channel banned. They get demonetized all the time. For
they said something too controversial. Yeah.
No. If you have an opinion that goes against whatever Google or YouTube stand for.
Right. If it violates like their standards, if
you go against advertisers.
Right. That kind of thing. Or even if you advertise certain things that go, they'll just slap you with all this stuff. So it's a shame.
That goes for the advertisers too.
So that's why I've always like kind of toned down my content, but then I think I'm getting bored. I need to either go on Hinge or go into a character. I don't want to be like a regular dude.
No.
Right.
Yeah. You got to stand out and be unique so that draws attention.
Right. I want to be like something really weird. See, like right now, I really like shook up those communities. I'm like, whoa, I wasn't expecting it to go that crazy.
See,
I kept it very tame. I was like, man, because I could have really said something crazy. I just would never say nothing to disrespect Bone, but I could do stuff to ruffle the fans' feathers. That's all.
But it's impressive how something again, you're going in something so small, nothing that's too controversial, but it still sparks all this fire.
It really got a lot of comments. A lot of people started arguing.
Yeah.
I was like, wow. I could say Bone should have a Mickey Mouse song. That would really get him going.
Well,
did you engage with any of them?
Not yet, because I'm going to engage on video, and then I'm going to get them to come here.
That's better. There you go.
You guys, I was like, you guys have a lot to say in the comments, but who has the balls to get on? Debate, and then like we could do a whole episode. So that's why I'm trying to build narratives and storylines like wrestling. So like I thought, I build my character, I stay in character, I build a storyline, then we get him here. That's when this show just starts getting huge because like they're gonna wanna come let me have it, and I love that. Like, hey, let's do this. Or they might agree.
It's going to be entertaining, but I like your attack of it where, come on and do it with me here. Don't just hide behind the comments like most people do.
Right. Let's get on the mic and have a real talk about it.
And say what you want to say, like the Charlie Kirk type. Say what you want to say and have an engagement, and let's, because I think that's the thing. I know we talked about it on our show a while back too, like the cyberbully thing where people get on these comments and they say things and they don't address it face to face. They're just hiding behind the computer. They're hiding behind the keyboard. And I'm like, look,
picture,
exactly. And I'm like, look, we love to embrace all opinions. If you have something to say, come say it, but don't hide behind the technology just because.
Don't be a keyboard warrior.
Right. Come on the show. and like say what you think, because that's what we want.
Yeah.
We want conversations with the people, with the audience.
Makes it real. Yeah. Yep.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah. And then while they're here, they could tell me what they think about the new single and the new Bone album. We could start getting engagement with like people, and then we get people in the chat, but also on here. So I was thinking, I was thinking the other day, I need to do something crazy and entertaining and not just be this regular guy or just be the drunk wizard and then the regular guy. No, Poegosi has to be the character also. He can't just be like
you got to commit. You got to commit fully to really launching that. If you're going to do it, you got to just do it right. You know, no halfsies.
Right. He's a dark, mysterious, weird person that no one really knows. And that's what's so fun about it. They're like, who's this weird?
And it draws people in clearly. So, you know.
Yeah. And they see my picture there with like the dark moon and the dark shadow around me. They're like, who the hell is this? You know,
well, and I said, even before you popped on, because I said, I relate. And even like with Big Hush, you know, we got our monikers. I was given mine. I didn't choose mine. It was just, you know, it was a kind of a joke that started out where I'm Sam Crow, because, you know, Big Hoss would call me that. And then people started they associate me. That's my persona. And I became this sort of this mythological character where, you know, people that know me off camera, I'm, you know, my real persona. But I sort of was able to, because of others, I was influenced to create this personality, which now, you know, people say to me, "Oh, you're so you kind of know me by the moniker. You don't know me by my given name." But you know,
I think it's because you're like kind of like John Wick, like like a character.
Could be. You know, But I mean, I embrace it because I'm like, I don't want to be one of those. You know, I don't want to be self-proclaimed.
Like, hey, it's just some guy talking here.
Yeah, and I gave myself the nickname. You know, someone else they chose the personality for me. They created the character.
Right. That makes it even more special. It's like
exactly. So that's great. That's and I commit to it. Like, you know, same thing for you. Commit to the character. If I'm that character, that's who I am now. So
that's so true. My friend gave me the name Poegosi. He says because you love Edgar Allan Poe and you be like Bela Lugosi. You love all those old fairy movies. So that's where the whole character. And I just never did nothing with it. I was like, well, that's my music name. But I thought, no, that's going to be like just my whole character online. Build narratives, build storylines. And then get people to come to this podcast, promote the music through that, just do everything. Make it a whole, because that's what wrestling does. They do this whole storyline. It goes from TV to social media to like all kinds of stuff, and then to the real. So like thinking, we got to do that with this show. Like make it like wrestling, or at least I should. And we all can in our own way. I think we all have our own separate personas. So that's
uniquely blended. That gives it that. That sort of, you know, that big charisma of, you know, we all diversify, but we still fit, like, you know, that puzzle still fits together.
And that's what I'm saying. We're so different. So we do have different personas and characters. So that's what's so cool. None of us are we're not just a bunch of goth dudes. Like if it was just me with a bunch of goth people, it'd be like, it's a bunch of spooky guys. They're all like just the echo chamber. They're all going to agree.
But it all works. There's no we don't clash or any kind. Like there's no like, oh, this doesn't work because somebody doesn't fit the mold per se. There's, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
Which happens a lot in these shows. You see a lot of these shows.
You see all these shows. It's always just guys that agree with each other.
Like, or there's guys that, you know, they constantly fight or they argue. They don't get along, and the idea is supposed to have the conflicting, you know. But it's too overkill. It's too much. It doesn't, like in the sports world. All these sports commentators, there's too much friction back and forth. You know, it gets kind of redundant with, oh, okay, well, here's this clash of the Titans, but yet, you know, it's a little ridiculous. You want to have some symmetry to it. So, you know, and again,
just have a bunch of fights and stuff or arguments.
Yeah, like I said, like we have, like, you know, I like to poke fun at SK. He'll poke fun at me. You know, it's all in jest. It's not to be
you guys have this little
friendly
rivalry.
feud.
It's like a rivalry,
It's fun. It's like fun though.
But it adds a new element. It doesn't. It's not like we're packing on the air. You know,
I just like sit back and let you guys go at it because you're so entertaining. I'm like, I don't even need to say
and we don't script it. It's all natural. We just somebody says something and
it's not scripted.
Yeah,
it's like better than WWE.
Yeah, really. Yeah, we make our own. I'm like, and people sometimes will go like, "Is that really? Did you guys work on that before that?" Nope. I said it. Just one of us says something, and
it's just so totally natural. That's what's so cool about it.
Yeah. It's like tit for tat. I heard once that, you know, from the beginning of history, you always have to have like a Batman and a Joker.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yin and the yang. All that.
Every protagonist needs the antagonist. You have to have that you know, balance. Because one without the other doesn't. Batman had no Joker, and vice versa. There'd be no, storyline for the test of time. Yep. So you got to have that. That's the thing. Like, and even if you use that, that's a perfect example. That's a unique symmetry of these characters. Mortal enemies since the beginning of the story, which most people probably know, but it has changed. But the uniqueness is. And I think about specifically, I love the Dark Knight series. So with, hey, that's okay. You had the nice contrast. Yeah. But you had like the nice contrast, you had when, Joker says to Batman, you complete me because I need this to finish my journey. I have nothing without you. So
what would I do without you?
Exactly. There's no story. There's no story. Yep.
Exactly.
Yep.
That whole like scene was so powerful in that movie. It was like
wonderful. It's probably I will say this, and it might be controversial, but in my opinion, I mean, there's been a lot of greats that have done it, but I think Heath Ledger was one of my favorite roles in that cast for that because, just the whole adaptation. I like the darker version, but he said, I never read the comics. I knew nothing about the character before I did it. I sort of just adapted it myself. But it's phenomenally done. And that's the thing too, certain actors that mesh in certain scenes, same thing with blending, it just makes it work. It's just, that back and forth dialogue really, separates the greats from the I don't want to say amateur, but like the average actors. You have such two or three or four couple people that they really make the scene because they can go at it because they're so good. But yet they know how to deliver it. Like, I could say like, Morgan Freeman's the greats, the Denzel, they just have such great dialogues where, and I can name a whole bunch of movies for that, but you see the power behind it. And it's this nice contrasting there. So same thing.
I feel like Heath Ledger had the best comic book Joker. He was closest to the comic.
Mm-hmm.
Jack Nicholson was like a mix of the comic with the TV show because they had to please both crowds back then.
Yeah, he wasn't. I like Jack Nicholson. That was one of my least favorite person. I just can't. I couldn't see it. I mean,
no, he was really like the TV show Joker, though. That's the problem.
Yeah,
and they had.
I mean, the Caesar Romero was the original, but they kind of sort of.
Crowd. And then the new Joker is just like a weird, like alternate storyline.
It was it didn't make any sense. It was just like, okay.
It's just weird. It was weird.
Yeah.
It was like, kind of.
But see, there you go again. It's like swing and a miss because it had potential there. It could have gone one way, but they're trying to do too much and trying to make it,
too crazy, too weird.
Yeah, not organic in any way. It just, and I think it could have done better, but it's just, it's again, that's the writing and that's how it's scripted behind too.
The second Joker sucked.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
On Tubi TV, so I could laugh at it.
Yeah, the first one I liked was good, but
and I don't think I will.
No, you can skip that one.
Yeah, I think I know.
Yeah.
Oh man, we're back. Well, at least the four of us are back. This is awesome.
Yeah.
Not all of us, but like most of us.
What up, K.I.? How's it going, man?
Yeah.
You're muted.
Oh yeah, there
you go.
They done stole my Leo, man.
Oh no! Someone stole Leo.
What?
After a year and a half.
Why?
What the heck?
I don't know. I think he does that. He'll go missing for maybe a day or two.
Yeah.
But he's gone.
Well, now we got to form a search party.
Yeah, gotta put up the posters and stuff.
I think somebody they let him in the house. That's the only way he's staying away. That he's in someone's house.
Probably you got a warm bed and everything. Yeah. Oh boy.
Yeah, but
or it's mating season and he's trying.
Yeah, he's probably just looking for female cats.
Well,
he's been gone too long.
If the alley cats taught us anything,
sometimes it takes that long.
He's still looking for his wife.
I have an alley cat that hangs around until he gets it, and sometimes
just open the window, listen for that serenading. You should be able to tell pretty quick.
Yeah.
You know, they little sister, little Gray. Leo hit it, Greedy hit it, and she just had her kids the other day.
They must be from Alabama, so yeah.
Tons of kittens.
Yeah.
Oh man.
So I don't know.
So
I don't
we're
know where
really
she put
live
the
right now.
babies
This is
at.
awesome.
I don't know where she put these babies at, man. I don't know if they're alive or what.
What?
Hard to say.
Sometimes they do eat them.
Yeah,
Oh, it's like
Cause
They
she's so
do.
little. She's not even 7 months yet, and she already
Oh, boy.
delivering babies.
Well, they start young. Yeah, they're not like humans in that regard. They
Right.
do.
Cat
Yeah.
years have different years, I suppose.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what's happened to that baby, man. I don't know. Man, I guess we just gotta wait till another month to see if they pop out.
Well, here's the good news: is that worst case scenario, you're down one cat, but you could end up with several if they all come back together. So you might have a
You
whole
like a ton of Leos. Like a
Yeah. Oh no, man, you gotta get rid of those kittens. They're gonna be kind of.
Come
Yeah.
on, man. That's weird.
Yeah.
I'm like,
they're gonna be feral inside cats.
hey, so when that cat was like probably like a month old, they was already jumping on her. I done caught greedy on her. I'm like, get off her, man.
They do. They do. Yeah.
Wow,
They. Yeah. It's
A
just
month
that
old.
quick.
Yes.
I said, boy, I'm glad I'm not a cat because I'd be in trouble. But yeah, I mean, geez.
Cat life.
Oh yeah, cat life definitely.
Yeah. I mean,
Hey, but if reincarnation was real, I think I want to come back as a cat.
Yeah, I'd be a cat.
I mean, I guess I'd have to, I guess so.
That would be awesome, bro.
Like, you want to be an indoor cat though, or you have all those?
Yeah, no,
indoor cat.
Indoor cat. They have the life, the better food, the better bed. Yeah, no.
Yeah, I'm already that kind of cat in human life, but in the cat life would be even better.
I ain't much of a street fighter, so outdoor cat is not in my vocabulary. So no.
Hey,
only in the dojo, right? Only the dojo.
Yeah, indoors though, indoors.
It's like dojo fighting, yes.
all of them got patches in their necks. Leo is starting to get big patches too, so.
Oh, okay.
They be fighting out here, so if somebody's taking better care of him, I don't care. They could have him. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah, you want the best for him. So yeah, that's true. That makes sense.
Yeah. Out here, he's so pretty, but losing his fur, making him look. It's like. Yeah,
that's tough.
They fight.
They do, yeah. And I had cats like that. Our cat almost died. It was like it's a treacherous world out there. Yeah,
bro. I'm seeing big holes and greedy.
Yeah.
Neck. I'm like, ugh, like what the?
Well, that's how we have our indoor. She was an indoor outdoor cat. We used to let her out during the day. She'd come home at night. Well, the one night she came home had this gaping wound down the neck, like blood down to. Must have gotten a street fight.
Yeah.
Hey, we're not going out again.
Yeah, the cat fights are crazy at night. You hear them knocking stuff over, hitting the walls of my room. You hear them like meowing all crazy.
Yeah.
Stuff getting knocked over. They're running into my walls. Like, man, I'm trying to sleep tonight. Y'all really gonna do
y'all ever seen this cat that wears a camera around his neck and he be chasing the other cats in the neighborhood?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Hey, he came across one cat though. That cat gave it to him. That cat was like, still in his face. It was just like, he ain't do nothing. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah.
There's some cats that are really aggressive that you don't really want to play with.
No, you should hear. Like, I remember I used to do papers early in the morning. I remember one morning I was in this neighborhood and I heard must have been like 8 cats or 10 cats. Like there was this yelling. It's almost like a Royal Rumble, and I'm like, "What the heck is that sound?" Because like I can hear the fur flying. I'm like, I'm not going over there because I don't know what they're doing. If they're, it's like, what is that? I ran away. I'm like, I'm not going over there. That's too scary.
They were
when you hear them running into the house and stuff getting knocked over, you're like, I don't want to know. Let them just.
It was like a symphony. I'm like, how many cats are? And it was like a small neighborhood, so it was echoing. I'm like, how many cats are in this neighborhood?
Yeah, I used to have 2 boy cats, and at night they'll get into rumbles. All I hear is
rumbles every night.
Like, man, what's going on?
WWE.
It's like, can't you just be like Footloose? Can't you just dance it out like normal people do? I mean, come on. You have to bring the claws out. Come on.
They have to lay the smack down.
And then the next day they're laid up together. I'm like, yo, y'all brothers for real.
Like, what the hell?
They be going at it, boy.
Yeah.
Like, I hope y'all just sparring and not really fighting.
Yeah, when the claws come out though.
For the outside world or something.
Hey, so before she had the babies, right? Like a day before. So Tiny's beating her up. Like I'm like, is he playing with her or is he serious? He's like, he's jumping on her. She's like, but the thing is, he was biting her on her coochie, right? And it was icky because like it was like open. It looked like the babies was gonna pop out or something. It was looking red. It was like, ugh, but I don't know why he would bite it. Like, it's like weird, man. Like,
men do crazy things, they say. So I don't know. I guess cats are no different. So
yeah,
I personally, if I was a cat, I wouldn't be biting her there. But that's just my opinion. So you know,
I don't know.
Man, you know, cats do crazy things. They'll just
exactly. There's no rhyme or reason, logic to it.
No reason, you know, they'll bite you for no reason.
Oh, the worst thing was our cats when we had them. They were just breaking in. They were peeing everywhere. Well, I had the one. He always liked to lay on my shoulder. He's peeing down my back. I'm like, come on, man.
Whoa,
like, come on. Like, it's just warm. Get off. Like, give me a. I gotta go take a shower. This is nasty. Come on now.
Right.
Oh,
I remember training kittens.
Training them?
It's hard. Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah.
Like, taking a outside kitten and training them to be an inside kitten.
That's hard. Yeah.
Yeah.
That is hard.
Hey, they got some cats that be using the toilet.
Those are fun. You ever watch those videos? Those are fun. Yeah.
One of my cats used to use it in the toilet. One used to use it in the sink and sleep in the sink. It's weird.
Okay, well, whatever floats your boat, I guess. Yeah,
and one of them stood on his hind legs.
To pee?
To walk.
Oh, all right. Well, that works too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cats are
like, dude, you want to be a human so bad.
I'll give you that.
Him turning the doorknob with his paw.
Yeah.
I'm like, yo,
they're smarter. They're smarter than you give them credit. Yeah. I mean, I tell you what, I've seen cats do funny things. So it's yeah. Everybody should have at least one cat. You know. Yeah.
I don't have those cats anymore.
Yeah, hard. I mean, you know, yeah.
Amy got rid of them.
Oh, boy. Yeah. That's all we'll say on that.
Yeah. Give me a moment.
Yeah. Hang on. I have tissues. Wait, no.
Yes. But so yeah, this week's quote is, if we are going to be part of the solution, we must engage the problems. By Mahora Carter. We was kind of talking along these lines last week, Sam Crow and I.
Yeah.
What do you think about this, Sam Crow?
Yeah, no, I think this is, and it's I was thinking this, like we were just saying too, like with Poegosi, with this controversy, you know, wanting people to engage, you know, getting to the root of understanding people's opinions, you know, sharing opinions, doing it in a healthy environment, not being, Dini said, you know, keyboard warriors, not trying to hide behind, you know, semantics and all this technology. You know, I think most people look at it and they say, you know, we want to give a contrast of opinions, but I think people focus too much on my opinion's correct and this is how we. This makes more problems doing that. And I think there's a healthy way to engage in doing that. And again, everybody's entitled to share how they feel, you know, and I think not all the time, but in certain contexts, you know, solutions can be found through like a lot of like these think tanks and a lot of these group efforts, you know, people collectively trying to, maybe even classes, you know, I've been a part of groups where, you know, you have a study group or people you work with, you're trying to solve a problem, but you have to work together. And, you know, egos have to be aside. You know, you guys say we got to collectively solve the puzzle. It's almost like, what are they called? The escape rooms. You know, a lot of people do these. You get in this situation where you can get out, but you have to work together. The problems can be solved if you engage them, but you got to work together. So I like the concept too. You know, come on, if you want to share something. We've done that before. We always put it out because we never know when we do shows, like if we're going to stir controversy, but you know, we always say to people listening, like, you know, if you want to come on and if you have a different opinion, you know, you're welcome to voice it out here. You know, we don't discriminate. We don't discourage. You know, we like to hear all kinds. So, you know, and again, we know too, we're not always right. Not everybody's right all the time. So a good balance of that difference is also key. But if you're going to chip in, and we talked about this a while back, you know, some things where I don't think it was last week. I think it was a week before, a couple weeks ago. And certain things like, just as an example, not to get too involved, but like the status of like the country and how things go. We talked about having your voice to vote and stuff. if you don't cast that vote, let your voice be heard, you're not going to be part of the solution, but you're also not engaging in the problem because you're not putting your voice to it. So, be proactive. Don't be afraid to share. Don't be afraid to be censored. We talked about that too. And, just be open to everybody to understand that there is a difference of opinions in that. Not every person has to be right and not every person has to be wrong.
That's right. That's right. All right. What about you, Poe?
What is the question? I can't read it from here.
It says, if we are going to be part of the solution, we must engage the problems.
Yeah, you definitely gotta understand what the real problem is, and then formulate a solution.
Yep.
Because if people just fight, say I'm Democrat, I'm Republican, or I'm Christian, or I'm Satanist, and you're just gonna fight about whatever that is, right? We're just gonna fight. That's what people get separated, like religion or politics or even race or all these dumb things that not dumb things, but just things that kind of separate us, right? Because I see people say, if you even like Trump, you're my enemy automatically, or if you like Kamala, you're an idiot, and all these things, right? But why? You don't even know that person.
Right.
How do you know that person is going to be the smartest person in the world? So we kind of judge off the bat. Oh, this person's this. It's not I get judged a lot because I say weird, creepy things online, but I'm always joking. But that's only to see. It was always a social experiment because I know that people react emotionally and psychologically to stuff. And I know that I can say something and get a reaction every time. It's just
it's easy.
It's so easy because they're already pre-programmed to think a certain way. And I could say something, I'm going to piss them off, or I'm going to ruffle feathers and get views. But that's not really a solution. The solution is if there is a problem in the world, how could we come together to defeat that problem or at least mitigate it, whatever it is? Maybe bring a solution for the new generation of kids, at least, because I feel I'm kind of older now. But I think that, you have to identify the problem and then formulate a solution. And we can't do it if we're fighting over dumb things. And that's usually what happens.
Yeah, we get nowhere. Yeah.
I tell people, if you really want a solution, you got to start working on solutions, real solutions. And not just say crazy things. But that's what happens. Because I said something crazy online. I did my part today, That's me right now. But
it worked too well, but yeah.
Anyways, that's about it. But thank you.
Yeah.
All right. What about you, K-Ice?
Shoot. Get engaged, sometimes it depends on the problem,
right?
It could be deep, right? Like, let's say Tupac, he saw a problem with the whole gang thing, so he wanted to fix it, help fix it, so he became kind of part of it. To engage in it. It was a little dangerous though. Kind of costing his life too.
Right.
But he wanted to help that bad. So
for real.
So on that same note, that's what I've been thinking a lot about lately. Legacy. And would there ever come the day where I feel so strongly about something, how tall will I stand, or how far would I go to really engage a problem?
Right.
Because a solution must be had. At what expense am I willing to go? And to me, that's the only way. I was expressing to Sam Crow last week. Sometimes you have to tear up something or tear down something just to get your point across, because peace doesn't always move the mountain,
right?
Or it doesn't always get the attention that's needed. You can go back as far as you want in history. There's always some type of uprising when a certain group of people say, I'm sick and tired of this.
Same thing.
Sometimes it's one person.
Even Jesus flipped the tables.
And we see throughout history the type of persecution or even death that these people meet. Public humiliation, being stripped of everything that your family, your wealth, your security, everything that to be a part of life. And I'm thinking these days, how tall am I willing to stand if I really, really strongly feel opinionated about something?
Right.
And to me, because that's the only way, that's the only solution for me.
Yeah.
You got to be on the front line. You can't be safely posting from Facebook about how strong you feel about something. And then do nothing about that something.
Yeah.
Right. Like I said, people say like I posted today or I put a meme. I did my job, right? You know?
Yeah. I posted my one meme for the day. This is how I feel. I'm standing with the rest of you.
Right.
But let's say like a lot of people complain about the political system, but are they trying to learn how to be a congressman or congresswoman or governor? Are they trying to get educated to get in those positions of power to bring the change? Or it's like, let me push this meme and say how pissed I am, right? But if you really want to change, you got to take that action. Like with anything.
I'm watching all these things unfold in Europe.
Yeah.
The people are really out there.
Yep.
Whether they right or wrong.
Right.
They're getting pepper spray, tear gas, beat, you know.
Yeah. Well, you know, and it's interesting, and you mentioned that because there's a lot of different ways to look at this, but the one story I always think about, and I was younger at the time, but I still remember, and I can't remember the girl's name, but there was an incident. It was a school shooting the one time, and I can't remember. I wish I could remember her name. I have to look this up. That's going to bother me. But the shooter's going through and terrorizing this school, you know. And he comes into this one room, and this little girl is hiding under the desk. I think she was maybe 7 or 8 years old, you know. And I never forget, you know, here's a gunman. And he's pointing a gun at her. It's a submachine gun, you know, and he knows he's going to kill her, right? And he asked her one question, because it's a Christian school kind of a thing. He said to her, "I'm going to ask you point blank, do you believe in the Lord? You know, do you believe in Jesus as your savior there?" You know, because he said, if you are willing to denounce him here, I'll let you live. While he's got the gun pointed at her head. Okay. Now this is a little girl, 7 years old. She knows what's going to happen. And even with the gun in her face, she says, "I'm not doing it. I still love Jesus, and I won't turn away." And, you know, he blew her away, unfortunately. But I think about that because I'm like, you know, talk about how far are you willing to go? You know, and this girl's 7 years old, staring death in the face. You know, this barrel of the gun is right in your face, which, you know, even though he promised, he said, if you renounce that, I'll just let you live. He could still shoot her anyway. There's obviously a guarantee of it's going to happen. But, you know, I thought to myself, for a little girl like that to have, and this is like 25, 30 years, you know, this is a long time ago, but to have that tenacity to realize this is your last moment here, and to try to be forced to say, you're not going to stand with Jesus. And she said, no, she goes, I will not. And no matter what you do to me, I'm not going to turn away. And, you know, obviously I know for that face, she's in a better place now, but it's just that instant moment of how many of us are willing to stare that pressure in the face. Will we rise, like near Dini saying, you know, will I rise to the occasion? What is it going to take? How far am I going to go? And when we're put to that task, do we bend or do we buckle? So that was always something I always thought about, especially in the tough moments. I'm like, if I could have that kind of determination, so many great things could happen. But it's just, you know, a lot of times it's not the society and things are built that way anymore, unfortunately.
Yeah, boy. That's that's one thing, probably like the one and only thing that really, really matters. That really, really matters to fight for. You know what I'm saying? Like, if somebody say deny Christ, nope. You gotta kill me. Forget it. Like,
but especially like at 7 years old, like barely the age of innocence and understanding what that means. And obviously, you know, he's toying with her too. So it's like, you know what's going to happen, and she knows, you know what? Even in this darkest moment, I'm not turning my back because, you know, you'll be in a better place. So, but you know, it's
strong little girl.
Yeah. I mean, hopefully we think about the Apostle Peter in this moment, you know.
Yeah.
Whenever it's our turn, if it ever comes to that, you know, Peter was a prime example. I know when you first hear the story, you tell yourself during Easter service, I would never do that to Jesus. But have we truly been in that moment, you know, like this 7-year-old girl?
Yep. Yeah. That's a good question. That's the huge question, really. You know, when push comes to shove at the end of the day, You know, that's, and I think at all of us at some point, you know, even in Peter's moments, you know, denying Jesus, and he knew it was human nature, and Jesus said, "You're going to do it because I know it's your human nature to do." Even though Peter swore, he said, "I won't. I would never turn my back." You know, never. It's the human. It's probably the same thing Judas always said. I was faithful to Jesus up until, you know, 30 pieces of silver later.
Yeah, but Jesus knew he was going to be betrayed, and he knew about the other thing too. Jesus knows what's going to happen. It's letting them know this is going to happen. I'm not
right, and he never said, you know, he never hated them. He still loved them. He's like, it's your human nature. That's what's going to happen. You know, that's just human nature. So,
hey, Peter even started cussing.
What? He said bad words. How can bad words be in the Bible? That's not good.
But he did that so people would say, "No, you know, you're not hanging with Jesus," because
he tried to
Oh, so he's trying to be all gangster.
Yep.
Oh, mother after this.
He's trying to make himself look like he's not a part of.
I don't know that guy. Yeah, no, I'm not with him. I'm not in his posse. No way.
Weed, saying the F word.
Yeah.
Hey,
I'm with the cool posse. I'm not with his posse.
I got my sword on me. What you talking about?
Who is Jesus cat? He ain't my homeboy. No, I'm with someone else.
Dang, bro, that's crazy.
Yeah.
And the thing is, though, I think the main point of that is also, even though Peter denied Jesus, it could be equivalent to what Judas did. There was still an opportunity for repentance.
Yeah. Absolutely.
It wasn't the final say so. I mean, it wasn't the final say so for Judas, but the grief took him out.
Right. He let it consume him, and the guilt and the grief. Yeah, that was.
There was no other choice.
Right. He felt it was the ultimate betrayal. So that was punishment fits the crime kind of a thing. So, you know, which I don't think we know how forgiveness for Jesus had. I don't think he forgave him before it even happened. So, but you know, it's the human nature of, you know, even Peter wept after he denied Jesus, and even talk about the story.
Same thing, right?
Yeah, and think about even like the story when Peter was walking on water. He said, "Let me come to you," and Jesus said, "You know, come out on the water." And then when Peter walked out, he's like, "I don't know if this is real." He starts to sink, and Jesus said to him, "Why are you doubting me?" You know, even Thomas said, "I won't believe it till I put my hand in his side." You know, and he said, "Here's my side. Stop doubting." But in the end, you're not perfect. Human nature. It's
right.
There's a way to come back. There's a reason why I'm here to forgive too. You can come back from that. If there was no hope, I wouldn't be here to save mankind, essentially. So, but I think that's the problem we as human beings is, especially nowadays, we take so much pressure, and, you know, the pressure of society, pressures of, you know, whatever, like personally, like I'm so overly critical of myself. It can be such a hindrance because you can't be perfect, but you're striving for perfection. And then, you know, all these things just kind of fall apart, and you just, you know, it's this endless cycle of, you know, I got to be this, I got to be that, and I'm not being perfect, and I'm doing, you know, it's the lies that are filtering through our minds, though, and society. You know, you should be here, you should be doing this, and you're a better person, and you're this, and you're that. It's all of these pressures that, you know, they kind of get to you. So it's that curse of living a human life. The world is not perfect. We live in a sinful world, obviously. So, you know, and I think that's the moments where
welcome to hood heaven.
You're right. Yep. We got to humble ourselves, and humbling ourselves is a very hard thing to do because everybody's got a little bit of pride in them. So, you know,
the egos, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
It's crazy because like other, like even like not Christian religions, but false religions, they talk about the ego death, that you can't really be spiritual till you get rid of your ego. But that's like, you know, weird, like, you know, stuff like. But I think the ego does kind of mess things up sometimes.
Yeah.
For people.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it can help you be successful in this world, but then it's not going to give you spirituality or happiness. Like for a while, you'd be like, I'm making hella money, I'm popular, people like me. But then after you get it, you're just like, man, you know, you might get bored of that. You know, that's why people start drugs. They start doing crazy things because they're like, I'm bored, because they don't have like, some kind of spirituality in their life. Once you have that inner peace or Jesus in your life, then you start feeling happy even without that. But then if you get it, that's just like a bonus. Like if you get more money or whatever, you know.
Exactly. Yeah. But the real reason, that's like, you know, we talked about, I think Kay made that. So we're talking about this a while back, but in Hollywood, like, you know, making a deal with the devil to be famous and popular, you know, and you can have all the money in the world, but what do these famous people say? You know, I got 10 cars and 6 houses, and I got money. I'm
bowling,
but I'm not happy though. I don't have any inner peace.
They have depression.
Yep.
Hey,
they be taking drugs and drinking every day, or like just all kinds of stuff. Like they just.
Liquorice just did a interview with Will Smith. Great interview. Great interview.
Yep.
Will Smith says he wished everybody could experience what he's experienced. Like when you reach the end of money,
right?
When you can buy anything, and it don't much excite you no more. It's like
they get bored. Yeah.
Just and where do you go from there? Like, the only thing left is just you and God now. It's like you don't have to come to that.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
You can just be spiritual now. You don't have to get a ton of money, and to know that, you just can know it.
Exactly. Yep. Yeah.
I always think it's like being happy with what you have. Like if you have something, man, you can enjoy it with your family or friends. Like it's about creating those good times.
Well, and the Bible says too, be content with all things. So make sure
you can go to the movies with your family or out to dinner.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be about having millions and having the biggest palace to go to dinner or whatever. It's just if you're together having fun. That's
exactly. Point. But see, society says, and that's what we were saying earlier too. Like society dictates you by what you do, how much money you make, what's your social status.
They look at all those things, right? And that's why they judge you instead
that's the ego part. That's not the inner person. That's what's your social status. That's the ego factor. Yeah. Yep.
They judge you by that instead of the person of your soul.
They don't get to know you. Yep. Exactly.
Exactly. It's just what is this guy? Yeah. Then oh, he has tons of views. He makes hella money. I want to be his friend, but that's fake.
Yep.
No. It's
it's not real.
Call fake love. It talks about that.
Yep.
Yeah. That song he talks about it for real. Busy always says some real
shit. That Will Smith, that was a great interview. I caught part of that. It's fantastic. And he was so real with that, open and honest about not many people, they need to hear that, but they don't do that. So
I need to check it out. I
haven't. It's my first time hearing about it.
It's really it was really good.
Videos, I didn't click it, but I need to click on it now because I didn't know we said that stuff.
It's really good. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, because Will Smith has been through a lot of stuff, spiritually too. I know he's gone through all these things, in his life.
Right. Yep.
Wait, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, it's that's true. Yeah.
All right. Before we play our games, we do have try not to laugh clip.
Oh boy.
So we were just live the whole time, so we just kind of did a freestyle today.
Yeah, we did, man.
I like it. That was
the best things happen when you freestyle, though. What?
I got a good video.
I can't rap. I'm white. Come on now. I'm not afraid to admit it.
You can flow.
I can try, but I'm a white guy. I'm not that fly for a white guy either. So it's true what they say.
Oh man.
Okay, this is a song that everyone should know.
I want to hear it. Yeah.
I took a dump at work. I pooped on the company dime. I took a dump at work. I do it all the time.
I do.
The boss man takes my freedom man creativity. The least he can do is when I poo. Pay me. I took a dump at work. I pooped on the company dime.
I have no idea.
Not only would I go to the bathroom on company,
you have not lived. I have done that. You have not lived to try that.
Not only have I done that, but I would take shots of vodka on company time and then come back drunk back to the office.
Okay,
well, I didn't care, dude. I did not care. I wasn't getting paid enough back then, so I was like,
yeah.
And I know they don't got no cameras in the toilet unless they're perverts, and if they do, then I could sue them. So they
exactly.
They knew I was taking a shot in the toilet. I was like, "Whoa, you recorded me naked?" I was like, $1 million. So you're booed, buddy.
Yeah. I don't know why. There's just something so liberating when you're getting paid to take a dump. I don't know what it is, but it's I don't know. It feels like my time is not really wasted then. 20
minutes of heaven.
Yeah. Well, it depends on what you had to eat the night before.
As long as you want sometimes.
And I'm taking a couple shots of vodka in the stall. Oh, gosh.
Listen, I've had moments. I spent at least 10 minutes in there just because it depends on what I had to eat the night before. So I might need a little extra time. But other than that.
10, 15 minutes of heaven. It's just so
you just get comfy.
I've had towel, putting soap on your hands and washing them.
Yeah, maybe
having towels. That's another 5 minutes.
I nodded off for a couple minutes too. I can't help that. You get comfy there, and some things happen.
Make sure you're looking good.
Yeah, it happens. So
you gotta do it all.
The ideal thing is this. I would love one day to have this. If you had a job where not only do you get paid to take a dump, but the toilets are actually so fancy they have the bidet, the water cleaner. That would be.
Oh, yeah.
I'd be going to the bathroom every day for sure if I had a job with that kind of comfort level for sure. Yeah.
I have a friend who has one of those toilets.
They are fantastic. They're so refreshing. Yeah, I mean it's incredible.
So it just washes you automatically after you go.
You can, or some of them have pressure you give yourself. You don't want to, I've tested the theory about how much I can take, and there's a limit where you don't want to have it cranked too high because it's almost like taking a car wash kind of spray to you. It hurts.
Oh, I would think so. Yeah.
Yeah. So you gotta find your. It's almost like those Tempur-Pedic mattresses. You gotta find the right temperature. You gotta find the right level. Yeah. But it's incredible. Yeah. Oh.
Yeah. I don't know if I can get jiggy with it. Yeah.
Listen, you haven't lived if you haven't tried at least once. I mean,
I was tried it once, but on the low setting.
So they keep saying that I'm missing out on it, but
it's great. It's
I'm
the
coolest.
Okay, well, again, just don't knock it. Yeah, leave an open mind at least.
Yeah.
Like don't knock it till you try it.
Exactly. I mean, I'm not saying drink out of it. You don't want to do that, but
Yeah, you definitely don't want to drink out of the toilet.
No.
What they call it again? A bidet?
A bidet, yeah, the bidet, the French.
Oh god!
It is refreshing though. It's almost like it's like a shower for your bottom. It's fantastic,
I kind of like that. That sounds good. A shower for
it's
your
cold,
bottom.
But it's like a soothing.
That should be like the advertising line. It's like a shower for your bottom. That's like
it is. No, I'm saying the G-rated version. There's another term I could use, but I want to keep it G-rated. So
Well, you should be like the spokesperson and make like the commercial. It's like a shower for your.
Try it today. The official PodzQuad bidet. It's a shower for your ass. I mean, but it's very soothing. It really. I mean, I'm telling you, haven't lived. As long as you don't have it like on.
Right.
There's cycles though. There's like a jet stream, or there's like the sprinkler. Like you don't want the sprinkler setting. You want it to be, it's got to be slower. You want to stream, not that hurts. I tried that once. It's too much. So that's like taking paint off the wall. That's too hard. It almost threw me off the seat because it hurt so much.
That's not good. That's not good.
So you got to go slow. You got to slow it down.
Slow.
What I recommend, if you're asking me, is if I could be the self-proclaimed expert here. Listen, when you start, turn it on slow. Get the feel of it, see how much pressure you can take, and then when you find that right setting, you let go of the knob and just let the magic happen. That's it.
Oh yeah, the magic. I love that.
It is. I'm telling you what, I was skeptical till I first tried it, but I never look at toilet paper the same way again.
So how did you get it though? Did you just install that in your house, or you had that?
When we went shopping, and they actually were on clearance. I think it was Target. No, we're like, I don't know if this is gonna work, and she was more handy than I am, so she put them in. And I'm like, I don't, because the directions where you got to disconnect there's a hose you got to connect to the floor where the water comes for the toilet, and but I got them in, and I'm like, I don't know, should I try it? I think I was the first one to try it. I'm like, I don't know. I sat down and I'm like, how good could this be? I think it was like $30, and some of them are more expensive, but I'm like, how good could this be? But I'm like, and again, I turned it on too fast. I had to slow it down. I nearly jumped off the seat because I jacked it up to like an 11 real fast, and I jumped off.
Oh heck no! Why would you start at 11? That's nice.
I didn't know how fast. I never tried one before, so I'm like,
that was a wild boy.
I didn't know. Well, you know what? And I'm like, I grabbed it. I was so eager. I turned it too fast. I didn't know how quickly it went. So then once I got adjusted, I'm like, all right, let's start with a 1 and then a 2, and then okay, I can handle a little bit more. And then, not to get personal, but for me, I like to slide forward and I rock a little bit to make sure it goes all the way up where the good Lord split me, so I get everywhere. You want to be sure you're clean. I say this for educational purposes.
Okay,
that's
so
all.
You said not to get too personal, but then proceed to get too personal.
Well, I didn't say. I'm just saying you want to be sure you're clean, though. That's the whole point.
Better than toilet paper. This is like
keep going.
Well, think of it this way. Here's the thing. Think of it this way. Now, again. Since for educational purposes, when we wipe, there's a generic area that you wipe, but you don't ever think about going up your back a little bit. And we all have accidents sometimes. So you want to get the full curvature so that you're clean, all the way around. If you're going to do it.
This is like a straight up shower.
Pretty much. Yeah. But only for your bottom. But I mean, it's refreshing. The water's clean.
Dude, the only reason I go in the shower is for my bottom, so I don't even have to take a shower.
You wouldn't have to do it. No. The thing
now I have like the toilet shower, and I don't.
Yeah.
Take a shower.
The only thing I will tell you this too is it scares people is it's going to be cold water, but it's a soothing cold. It's not like freezing.
It's soothing.
It is. Oh, it's especially like I've had spicy food and I need relief there. It's like a moist towelette for your bottom. It's fantastic.
Save money on the baby wipe, huh?
I'm just exactly, or the dude wipes. I've used those too. Those are relaxing too.
Dude
But it's the same. So if you've used dude wipes, you guys are halfway
like
there.
A baby wipe. But for
exactly,
I'm thinking of getting this in my house. Like
smell kind of manly, you know.
Yeah, but it's
the toilet company owes you money now.
Yeah, do it. Yeah, you think about how much toilet paper because here's the thing. Now you do have to dry.
So much money on toilet paper.
Right. Well, think of it this way. Now you do have to dry when you're done. You do have to dry yourself, but it's not as much as when you're wiping actively. So you're just sort of dabbing to dry. It's almost like a toweling off. So you don't use as many sheets. Like we went from using I think we averaged
wasting as much product.
This
is amazing.
I think we were using about 6 rolls about a month between the couple of us. We knocked that down.
6 rolls if you're lucky.
Well, we did. Well, we were still using 6 rolls a month. We got that down to I think 2 after the bidets were installed. So that shows we're saving 4 rolls of toilet paper a month.
Wow!
Yep.
Wow!
Seriously, though, you're saving money. Yeah.
Yep. Okay. So they paid for themselves, and you know, I'm always skeptical. I'm like, these are on clearance. I'm like, you know, how good could they be? They're phenomenal. They were. I mean,
good. Clearance just means like the old models going out, the new ones coming in. But that's when you jump on stuff like TV.
They were, and I said to her, I said,
I'm going to get the first Switch for like $200.
Right.
Screw the Switch.
Well, there was like
I'm getting the first Switch for $200 and buying up all the games.
There you go.
I'm such a cheap ass. I won't pay for like new stuff, but like once it goes down to like 200, I'm like, okay, I'll.
Then you buy it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's how it was with
your Switch games later. Down.
Yeah. But I said, like, the bidet, it made sense because there's 2 toilets in the house and there were 2 of them left. I said, just get both of them. We're basically buying 2 for the price of 1. So then again, 4 rolls a month. I mean, that's a lot of toilet paper if you do the math. I mean, for those of you want to keep score, I mean, it's a lot.
It's a lot.
Toilet paper is not cheap.
You said it was 6 before.
We average about 6 rolls within a month between just 2 of us. So down to like 2 roll. I mean, that's a huge and
that's like saving money and saving.
It was.
It's like
it's fantastic. So yes, that's this is not a paid sponsorship, but if you haven't tried a bidet, your world will change. I promise you'll find a little bit of happiness in your life. Yep.
I'm thinking of getting one, bro. Like I wanted one now.
They can. Yeah, you can.
It used to be only in rich houses.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
but now anybody can get one. I think
they can. Yeah. But you haven't lived, so Merry Christmas.
Many years ago, it used to only be in bougie companies also.
Pretty much.
Yeah. It was more upscale, but I think now anyone could just get one. If it's on clearance, come on. It's like.
And I look at it this way. They do the same thing. It's washing your rear end anyway, so how fancy do you really want? As long as it works.
Right, it doesn't have to look all like super high tech as long as it does.
Yeah, I just don't want to hit me with poop juice.
No. The water's it's a separate hose line. It doesn't even come from the toilet bowl. It's a separate
Oh, it's its own system.
That was one of the things it says in the instructions. There's 2 separate lines, so it does not connect to the actual bowl water. It's the water from like inside the tank. So yeah, no, it's good. You're fine. Yep.
We're perfect, man. We're good.
So Merry Christmas to all, and if everybody gets them in your stocking.
Happy Easter, everybody.
Yep. Enjoy a bidet today.
That was good marketing.
Thank you. Yeah, I hope it works. We'll market that.
All right, our next clip. I don't know how we got there, but we got there somehow.
That was a good conversation. I thought it was fun.
We got to lighten the tension a little bit.
Yeah, take away your stress, man. Yeah, just have a little fun, you know.
Oh boy, this could be good. I can see
this. It's crazy, whatever this is.
This angle already. Yeah.
Hey, I'm just eat some bean, you know. Bean good for your heart. And making you fat. Bean good for your heart and dying minutes or feed it.
I'm really mean it.
Bean, the toot fruit. So no more being lick it or flick it. You just want to be and stick it in your body. You can even put your bean on the wing.
It tastes really good.
So if you're a human being, you need to eat the bean for your well-being.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, I actually saw this girl on Facebook.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I don't know who that is, but this girl, I've seen her before.
Oh yeah.
She's crazy. She's hella funny though, because she's giving health tips but making it funny. Like
I
she's talking about stuff that's actually good
don't
for
know
you.
about putting the bean on the ween, but I mean, you know,
I think
You
she was
never
talking
had
about something
beans on your
else.
wing?
I don't try to. I don't know if that sounds like a good
I think
idea,
maybe
but
she was talking about something else.
Yeah.
that's what I'm
Or
saying. Yeah. If
like
we're
chili.
talking
For us.
food,
It
yeah,
wasn't for
but
us guys. I think it was for
Yeah,
like,
chili.
fun time.
yeah, chili, yeah. But if you're talking something else, no, I prefer not to have, you
Chili
know,
dogs,
just,
yeah, chili cheese dogs.
Why would you be thinking about something else?
it's
She
just
made it.
you can see the double entendre there. You know what she's getting
That's
at.
what she's trying to
Not
imply.
me.
You can
Not
tell what
me,
she's trying to imply.
Look,
She
when she
does.
says you can flick your bean and all that, like, come on, like, you know.
Yeah, she flicking a bean.
Yeah, I'm sure she was. Yeah, we just got there too late.
Oh,
Yeah.
because you know what it is, like she does
She
talk
saw
about
the
it because
bean. She flicked
the other
it.
thing was she's talking about cashews. She says, I know you didn't bust a nut for a while, but now you can bust a nut without being naughty. And she busts out some cashews out of her pants. I was like, what the hell? Yeah, that girl's crazy. It's so I gotta get that clip and send it to you. We're doing that one next week.
Yeah.
Now the fruit part though, the tutu, it is actually healthy. Beans are good for you in that case. So I agree with that. That's for sure.
Yeah, because the gas they give you is actually good gas, I heard.
It gets out, yeah, it helps relieve
it's
the
not like the gas you get from crappy food like McDonald's.
No.
It's like actually a healthy gas.
Right.
Like,
Yep. So
if you get
that's
gas
true.
from beans, that's fine. Yeah.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Just make sure you don't go on a date right before you have a bunch of beans, though. 'Cause that's
I got a good video, man.
Oh, okay, see, KI's already got the other videos from her.
No. I got a good video that I posted the other day, and I was like, damn, I'm gonna send it. I was trying to go grab it right quick, but I don't know how to get out of this and go grab it right quick.
Oh, get the link. Can't you just send it from your from another thing to his messenger?
I'm
like a computer or like
I'm
phone?
frozen or something. I can't get out of nothing. Like,
oh, you're just like in the show. It's like you have to stay in the show.
You're stuck, yeah.
Welcome to the PodzQuad for the forever.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. The last clip before we play our game.
I gotta take a piss. Yeah. It's like oh yeah, I know, right? We're not holding back tonight.
I got a bottle here.
After
I'm
that
good.
toilet thing, I think we can feel comfortable with.
All right, the last clip.
Oh boy.
This one's called One Drink.
Oh boy.
Let's go.
Starts with one drink, a glass of wine, and then I take a shot with a friend of mine. Tequila combined with some salt and lime, and I chase with more wine. Now I'm drunk, and I need something to eat. Irish goodbye, stumble into the street. There's a Popeyes 2 minutes away, but I want Chick-fil-A. The nugget meal, get into an Uber and go. At the drive-thru, I'm at the window. I reach for my food, I'm pretty fucked up. I grab it all wrong, and I want it. Feel everything I buy, and even though I tried, it all fell apart. It wasn't meant to be, I'll eventually get another.
Yeah. Too hard and drink too much. And in the air, get my chin. Yeah.
Oh man, that's a good Linkin Park remix.
Now I like the spicy deluxe meal myself, but chicken is good. Chicken is chicken.
I would be mad if I didn't get my chicken. I'll tell you what.
Wow, that is classic stuff.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Who does not have a late night run meal when you had those bended hangovers there? When like I need fast food stat chicken to be precise.
damn, man, that was a good video, man. The guy talks about how when Adam and Eve got kicked out the garden,
yeah,
and there was already people outside the gates waiting, and that's why Cain was like, "Oh, I'm gonna get killed." God said, "I ain't gonna let them kill you. Who you talking about? Who you ain't gonna let?"
Well, here's a good one. Here's a good one. Since you mentioned that,
other people.
Here, I got a question. Here's a good one for you. Then why did Eve choose an apple?
Well, it doesn't say it was an apple.
Well, most depictions show it as an apple, but why was that? Do anybody know?
A fruit.
I don't know.
Because she didn't care for Adam's banana. Dun dun dun. Okay, I'm done. That's my joke for the night.
That's a good. If you're a comedian, a good little Christian, clean little Christian joke.
I got a few. I should start writing these down. Yeah.
Hey man, I want to go get this video now. Damn,
See, they don't teach you that in Sunday school. So
how do I get out?
Hopefully they don't.
Hold on, I'm coming right back.
not that I remember, but okay, you got it. Okay, there we go. Not that I remember, and I pretty much remember most of it. That's not the way I heard it. So,
Yo, you doing that smoky thing? Yeah. You got me one? Oh man. Lovely. Waiting 2K Ice comes back. Pose on a bathroom break.
He actually meant literally. I thought he was joking.
Oh no.
I'm like, this is why you keep a bottle nearby, man. Gee whiz. Well, that's only for emergencies, though.
It's only for emergencies. We're back. How come there's only 3 of us now?
Okay, he's got to find that video. He's determined to, yeah.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Like he's like, I don't care if I have to get out of everything. We're gonna get this bloody.
He figured it out.
Sam Crow said you should have a bottle handy.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, this is the thing though. I wanted to get real sinister on you guys, but then we got into the Jesus stuff, so I couldn't go so sinister because I can't do that when there's like Jesus stuff. But it's okay. Like I still think we had a fun show. The toilet thing made up for it. That's just like totally better than what I was gonna do. So.
Okay, well, just so you know, that I'll set the stage now. Next time, there's no bathroom break, so if you don't have a bottle in front of you, you can't take a potty break. It's not in the budget. So if you don't go before the show or no bottle, you got to hold it till the end, my friend.
Or just pee your pants.
Just pee your pants. Wear a diaper. It all just depends. So
I could just have like a bucket. Bucket's better than a bottle. Who could piss?
Well, I mean, sure.
You gotta have something big enough to.
What?
A bottle? How the hell you gonna get it in there, dude? That doesn't
you
work.
gotta have pretty good aim. That's
That was just a movie.
Hey.
That's not big enough. But yeah.
Dini,
so you guys want me to piss while I'm live so you could hear it?
But again,
yeah. Would you put the mic down there? There you go.
I just sent it to your IG.
Yeah, we could just do that. Like those taking a piss.
You talk about wanting to go viral really fast. I think that'll go viral.
Like taking a piss. Like he doesn't even go to the bathroom. He just goes in a bucket and like we get
yeah.
regular.
We freaking get it on audio. That would be insane.
So you know what we do is we have another drink challenge of some kind. Then we all have to do it on the air with mics down there, just so that you hear like a universal going to the bathroom.
Mics that picks up everything, like even a pin. Like,
wait a minute, what are you guys talking about?
We're making plans.
Oh, we missed the conversation. Wait,
we got the next challenge lined up. We're good.
We having a race?
Yeah, we could.
Are we racing on it?
We could. I mean.
It went into some psychotic stuff.
Dini, I sent it to your IG.
Okay. So yeah, growing up, like in the country, when I used to go down to my cousin's house, they have like troughs in the bathroom.
Yep.
Yeah. That's where I know about races from.
Yep.
What's that?
Whoever was the first to finish pissing.
Oh yeah.
You never did that? Man, I did that. I used to do it all the time. Some of the restaurants still have those.
No, dude, if you ever go to like big arenas, the big arenas have them.
Yeah,
like,
the big arenas have them.
Cow Palace. That's where I first saw them. But you always gotta wonder, like now these days, I'm just like, this is the guy next to me and 2 guys, and I'm just like scared. So
well, you know what's funny though?
Work for a stall, dude, because they be trying.
Yeah, man, you gotta watch them, man.
You do.
Look here, bro. Don't look at me.
Well, you know, it's funny. I had a friend of mine. He goes, I used to be a bouncer at a nightclub, right? And he goes, this is an old school nightclub where you have the trough in the bathroom where the guys go, you know. And he goes, this guy is such a regular. He goes in to take a pee and he brings his beer in. He puts the beer in the ice with the trough while he takes a pee, and then he just takes it back out when he's done.
Oh, man.
I'm like,
it's in the trough. It's in the trough, so there's like splash and everything.
Because there's ice. He's like, I'm going to keep my beer cold while I take it.
That would go viral, but that's so nasty. That would go viral.
And I guess he's like a regular, so he does it all the time. They're like, oh, here he comes again. He's going to probably go in the bathroom. There's a beer bottle in the trough.
Oh, my God.
All right, I have the clip.
Yes.
Crazy,
that's the perfect segue.
All right.
It's what we're doing.
Flip it up.
Tonight. It's like...
K.I.'s never lived, so...
Yeah, well, you gotta try the bidet. You gotta pee in a trough. You gotta do all that stuff, man. Come on,
I peed
get with the times, brother. Come
on. At least I did 1 out of 2.
All right, well, that's not bad.
Trough, dude, but now I'm very skeptical.
We'll all do it together. We'll do it as a family group thing. We'll do it together. Make you feel uncomfortable. Yeah.
I lived in a
Well,
bubble.
because I'm comfortable with you guys because I know no one's gonna look, but there's other people out there that want to look. That's weird. That's
How do you know that? I mean,
because I caught people looking before, and it was weird.
Yeah, you gotta watch their eyes. Like,
especially as an older
you could
guy.
be walking in the store. You know how sometimes you can see women, they look down.
Yeah,
my eyes are up here. Yeah,
dudes do that too.
No, but the problem is, it's like an older dude that's like 60. I'm like, what the hell, dude? That's
why would you? I don't watch. I try to avoid at all costs. Yikes!
Crazy world. All right, guys. Here's the clip.
Yes,
the clip. Let me restart this joker.
That God created man in the Garden of Eden. It says the gods created man and put him into the garden. And when they left the garden, they left and found people out there. It says so in the Bible. All around the garden were people. And when Adam and Eve were told, had two sons, Cain and Abel, when Cain kills his brother Abel, God says you have to leave out of this protected area. Cain says to God in the scriptures, do not send me out there because anyone finding me out there is going to kill me. God says, no, I'm not going to let them kill you. I'll put a mark on you. Now God believes there's somebody out there. The point is that there must have been people out already there, but not as highly developed, not highly evolved. It would be reasonable if you took a caveman or a Neanderthal race of people and took two out and then through some sort of a high technology genetically change them and evolve them quickly and then send you back out into a Neanderthal civilization. Now you're going to be totally different, and they're going to remember that you left and now you come back different. It all smacks of something else that's in the Bible that we haven't been told.
Ooh, I was thinking about this the other day. Actually.
Okay.
It's about to get deep. I'm telling you, it's so much. See,
right? There was already people out there, but you know what's crazy? Well, let me just say this real quick. When Cain said, God, please don't send me out there because they're gonna kill me. He said, don't worry, because anyone killing Cain will be cursed 7 times.
Mm-hmm.
So like really the first curses were cast by God. God used to put curses and leprosy on people. There's even a scripture in Proverbs called the curse of God. So the devil didn't invent curses. God actually was the first record in the Bible was the first curses. So like, plus like for Cain,
well, he created everything.
Well, imagine no one could touch Cain. If you're going to get cursed 7 times, you think anybody going to mess with him? Ain't nobody going to go against that. But anyways, I was just thinking about that the other day, but it kind of went with this.
It's a lot of truths that us humans not ready for. So it's like,
we
just getting the basics. We just getting the basics because we can't much get the basics right. So all the deep stuff, it's like
we can't know everything. Yeah,
if you can't get the basics, how you
we're not meant to know everything. That's why I said we'd be like God. We can't know everything. So
but the deep stuff is not.
All right.
It's starting to come out. You know what I'm saying? And
it is.
And that's what I'm talking about like even about hood heaven. You know what I'm saying? Now when hood heaven gets explained more, it's gonna make sense. It's gonna be like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's gonna help people stop, especially Christians, stop being so judgmental towards each other.
Right.
Because you don't realize, wait a minute, I'm not so.
Mm-hmm. That's true. Yeah.
Watch it.
Yeah, and what do you mean by hood heaven is the outer gates?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
We in it now.
Yep.
We're in hood heaven right now. Damn, I didn't know that. Holy smoke!
Yeah. So really, it's not going to hood heaven. It's really escaping hood heaven.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mentally, spiritually, and mentally first, so you could escape it in the afterlife.
Well, here's the other thing too. Think of it this way: once we die and go to the heaven that's there now, the Bible says once the earth is gone here, there'll be new heaven and new earth. So that's not even the final heaven when we pass on from here. There's going to be a final heaven that comes. Yep.
Right, because the 1,000-year reign,
come back on earth, right?
Yep.
Yeah. The 1,000-year reign is just that's another test. We're gonna live for 1,000 years.
Oh yeah, because the devil's gonna be in the abyss, and then
he's allowed to be set free for 1,000 years to roam free.
Right now, you should try not to live a sinful life, so you're ready. Because if right now you're living super sinful, the devil's gonna be able to throw any little thing at the end. Like here's a popsicle. You'll lick it. You know what I'm saying? But like if you're like already like ready, you'll be ready for that test, and that's the whole thing about what's going on now.
Yeah.
Where people don't get it. They're just like, oh, you could do whatever you want because Christ died for us, right? A lot of people say that. Just sin all you want, but like that's not really what it is.
That's not how that works. Yeah, no.
It's not really the end. You should try to train yourself not to sin and to be a good person because then
so, let me say this real quick.
Okay, here, Dini's wisdom. Yes, I love this.
Nah, man, nah. But people forget that, you know, when Jesus forgave the woman who was with the man that wasn't her husband,
the adulterous woman, right? Yep.
He was he was like, I forgive you.
Right.
But he also said, sin no more.
Go and sin no more.
Exactly. You cannot practice sin.
No.
Yeah. I know that we're forgiven,
like if you mess up once in a while, you can
we're supposed to try our best to be as holy as possible.
Live as Christ lived, right? Try to be as
I don't care. I know this is bad, and you keep doing it, and then you're intentionally doing it. That's when you're kind of messing up.
That's
but if
not
you mess
right.
Up, like once in a while, once in a blue moon, you made a mistake. That's
we're going to human, but not constantly living in sin.
You're like, I'm gonna do what I want, and I don't care what Jesus said. Then you're kind of messing up.
You can't put Jesus on the shelf and do what you want. No, that doesn't work that way.
And I'm not saying like you got to cut everything cold turkey.
No,
but there has to be a process of change happening because repentance is change. It's
change.
not saying, well, I've been forgiven for this so many times, so I can keep doing it. That's just being greedy with how love is supposed to work.
Exactly.
Taking advantage of love at this point.
Yeah. It's like, you know, if you're sticking a fork in the light socket, shocking yourself, going, "Oh, I really shouldn't do that because that hurts." Well, why do you keep sticking the fork?
It's exactly like that. It's like
your fork. Stop sticking the fork in the light socket. Then make the change.
Do that to a human. Why would you do that to a spirit who created you?
Even really,
loves you.
Yep. Yeah. Exactly. Yep.
We do it too.
And
we do.
Yeah.
It's human nature, though. It's human. That's the downfall of sin of human
nature.
nature.
Not what we do sometimes.
I've been working on this over the last 2 years compared.
They say hurt people hurt people.
Yep. Well, remember too what Jesus said when he died on the cross. He said, "Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do."
Yeah.
They don't realize the sin that they're living in. They don't see with clear eyes. So,
some people are truly sheep. You know,
they are.
They have to be led and. Something is leading them.
Right. And sometimes they don't want to be. Some sheep are left to wander the desert alone. They don't want to be led. They just want to live how they want to live.
Yep. So some people are instinctively, because of their family before them, trapped in this sheep cycle.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like generational, like what they came from. And
hey, y'all seen the Damian Wayans and Shay Shay interview?
I've been seeing the headlines.
Yeah, I saw that too.
I haven't checked it out.
I didn't see the headlines even. Whoa, that's crazy.
That was good.
Yeah,
man.
Yeah,
good family, strong family.
Yeah,
they Jehovah's Witnesses too. Damian was talking about it on that.
Yeah, they are.
He's like a proud Jehovah's Witness and stuff. He was talking about the kingdom, and it was a good interview, man.
Yeah, there you go.
Good brothers, man.
Who's Damian Wayans? That's not Marlon.
Damon Wayans. You know, like Marlon Wayans, like the Wayans brother.
Wayans. But it's not
Major Payne.
Major Payne.
But it's not the what's his name? Marlon.
No.
Yeah, no, it's the other day. Yeah.
Oh, just same name. Oh, okay.
My Wife and Kids, Major Payne.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
White Chicks.
White chick. No, not White Chicks.
No, not White
Chicks.
Chicks.
Wasn't one of them was in that one.
Yeah, that's the Wayans brothers.
The one Wayans brother. Only one was in that one. No, they're both. I think they're both in that.
Yeah. I think it's Marlon and the other one. Yeah.
The other brother. Yeah.
I want to say The Last Athlete or something like that.
There's one. Yeah.
The one that he don't get. He's not that funny.
Blank Man. Oh man, Damian Wayans is funny in Living Color.
No, I'm talking.
Major Payne's a classic though. I love that's a great.
Dude, that's probably the best movie ever.
That's funny. The DJ when he was on Living Color.
Yeah,
no, not the DJ. That's Sean.
Yeah, no.
No. Damian Wayne's the bald head one.
No, Damian Wayne. All of them funny except Sean.
Yeah.
That's funny that he said that everyone's funny except Sean.
Well,
I've seen
one that's like more serious. He's
he's
not serious. He's just like
he's like the cool one.
He's the pretty boy with the cool
because he's not like the goofy looking one. He's
but
he's like more. He takes himself more serious, and the other guys look kind of goofy, so they're automatically.
Yes, but they needed that too. They needed that.
What was that show? Oh, the Wayans Brothers. I used to watch.
Yeah,
I think that was Disney, right? Yeah, that was a good one.
Yeah, they need that balance. Because
they are good.
He brought the ladies man to the Marlon ain't no ladies man.
Nah.
So
he got no game. No, he ain't no. Yeah, nah.
So they needed that.
Right.
They needed Sean. The sister is funny, and they say they walked out of Living Color because they wanted to get rid of Keenan, the big brother. They like
yeah.
You kick one. Yep. You try one. You try all of us.
They're all gone. You can't have one of us. Yeah.
They said, nah, we don't want.
It's like this is a family thing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. I'm like, yeah.
What would anybody want with a blind dog?
Man, that show was so funny, bro. Like, God,
that was real comedy, bro.
That was the
like,
funniest show ever.
Crazy.
You don't get that no more. Yeah, not that. Yeah, for sure.
It was so good. Like, they don't have good comedy anymore. And the same thing, it was also like clean comedy, so kids could like it. It's not like
right.
Like it was. Let me tell you why it ain't gonna never be as, because that was the beginning. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Everybody was starving, hungry, trying to make it.
They were making good content. I mean, good like shows. Yeah. It's
right now.
Yeah.
People not starving that much. Even the celebrity kids, they only gonna do stuff because they want to do it. They don't have to.
Oh yeah.
Right. It's not like they're trying to come up. Yeah. They're like already have everything. Like, why even do a show?
Yeah.
So the hunger not there to get creative like that, and you know what I'm saying? Even with the music,
it's like, all changed now. It's different. It's
look all the celebrity kids listen to their music. It's not that tight.
It just as an example, if you want to go that,
Or look at their acting.
look, LeBron James' son. They said
I was gonna say that LeBron Jr.
He plays better video games.
He's not a ball player. He only got there because his dad's got the name. That's why he's in the league. Even though he swears that's not the case. Come on, man.
Yeah,
it's the clout. Yeah,
he's not into it like that.
No, you ain't no real ball player. Okay, that ain't happening. So,
I mean, but think about it. We've reached like Will Smith said. Will Smith couldn't say that 20 years ago.
No,
how it feels to reach the end of money.
No,
it's know what I'm saying? Yeah,
that was like an in-house kept secret.
So did he say like he felt like he reached the end of money like right now or like in his life, right? That's what he was saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, like right now he done got everything. He don't experience
right because he had the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air plus so many movies plus rap. He did everything, right? TV, music, movies, everything. Like he's basically a multi-talented star. Like you know, even probably from Fresh Prince, he was already rich. That's what's crazy. Yeah, and he was really young back then. And then he did all the movies and then all the rap. So I think right now he's like bored. He's like, wow, what is there?
Well, that's you plateau. Like what more is there to accomplish? Like you've done all that, and
he don't
you don't need to prove nothing else. You did it all.
He does,
He don't much have Kanye money, and he says he reached the. You know what I'm saying? So it don't take that much to feel like that. You can get. I'm gonna say.
Yeah, and it doesn't. It's just. Wow.
Well, it's true what they say though. Money cannot buy you happiness, no matter how much you have. It doesn't.
Not true happiness, nah. You can buy you little happy times. You go on vacation, little woohoo. But
yes, but it's like it's a very short. It's not lifelong happiness.
You can't buy joy. Can't buy joy. That's only Christ could give that.
That's priceless. There's no price tag on that. So
I like that, priceless.
Yeah. Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
For real. And that's what we need. And as humans, we need joy. Because without joy,
there's no living. Yeah, there's no living.
Every day I feel happy and people get mad at me. They're like, you're too positive. You're always happy. I'm like, why do I gotta be negative? Do I need to give a fuck about the news or negative shit? I don't.
I tell people I'd rather be laughing than crying. So
the world about posting something negative. It's not gonna
help. I tell people like, listen,
Trump or something stupid like that. So I just tell people I post funny stuff, crazy stuff. I act crazy and I'm funny. I'm weird.
I say I rather listen. I'd I'd rather be laughing than crying. There's enough misery, so I try to bring laughter. You know, I don't need to bring people down, make them feel sad. So
I ain't gonna lie to you.
That's what I say. I always tell people like that's why I don't be like I be happy every day because that's really how I feel.
It's so heavy right now. It's so heavy right now. I don't much post like how I used to.
Right.
It's too much for people.
Right. Yep.
But like 2 years ago, it wasn't because people wasn't really believing. You know what I'm saying? But now it's like you feel it in 2025. You feel that change. You feel something like different.
Oh yeah. Well, I think I said this too. I think the signs are really there that we don't know how much time is left because the end's coming.
Yeah.
So I think they say the winds of time have changed now because it's not like, you know, this has been prophesied, but 20 years ago. Now the reality is the signs are there that the time, the hourglass, the sand is running out. So could be any day now. We don't know. Talking about Easter, the resurrection, but could be any day. And, you know, Jesus said to him, man does not know the day or the hour. So
exactly. That's why I don't believe when people post fake stuff about April 8th.
They don't. Yeah.
That's tell people. That's why I tell people when people post stuff, oh, it's gonna. And then some guy was telling me April 4th this year. I'm like, nah, dude, it's just
it's not. Yeah, no,
bro. I'm like, don't worry about it, because no one knows but the Father. If you're not the Father, you can't predict.
The same thing. Like, look at Y2K. Like, all this stuff's supposed to. What happened?
2000, the year 1999. It's always this hype, right? Yeah.
And then there was that guy that supposedly this religious whatever scholar. He's like, oh yeah, the Mayan, because the Mayan calendar ended like it was October 30th of 2012 or something.
Or December.
And he goes, yeah, that's going to be the end. I said, listen, I have a question. I said, could it also be that maybe the Mayans got tired of making calendars like 300 years of their time?
Like they just stopped making
because we're like, we're not going to be here. We're going to be dead. So our ancestors can take over at that point. So it could just be like, yeah, they just decided, well, 300 years in advance of a calendar, that's enough. So, you know,
the only thing I warn us about is like, you know, don't listen to all the dates and stuff, all that. But at the same time, we can't be like the people in the world like, y'all say Jesus coming, he ain't never coming because they said they were saying that in the Bible. Y'all been saying that for but don't give up on that and say
he said,
you know what I'm saying, don't give up on that. But don't.
He said he is. He just never said when. So
don't get caught up with the.
Well, think about Noah too. What did God say? Noah, the flood's going to come. He didn't say 150 years. He built the ark.
Mm-hmm.
Right. It took a
and
long
time. People said, oh, you're crazy. It hasn't rained. And what happened once the ark was built? Then the rain came. So God says it will happen. So
yeah, but just don't like get caught up with the I heard the April 4th thing 2025 too. I heard it.
Yeah, some guy was posting it. He told me he heard about that 2 years ago. He says like, be careful with April 4th. I heard this 2 years ago. I'm like,
don't get me wrong.
Don't fall for it.
I might go find that video just to post it just to
yeah.
I was trying to look up information.
Start another controversy.
I just like this.
I know there's one guy I know. He worries about everything. He's like, oh yeah, bro. He's like, watch out for April 4th. I heard about this 2 years ago. I'm like, oh,
right.
That's the thing, did, buddy. I'm sure you did.
See, if I post it, that don't mean I'm like, oh yeah, no, it's just.
It doesn't mean like, this is what I believe.
Yeah, I be doing a lot of stuff. I be doing a lot of stuff on purpose.
Right.
You know.
Well, and you look at it too.
What they're gonna say? It's like, what are they gonna say?
Well, see, the only thing we have is you look at Scripture says like we had the blood moons. These are signs of what's coming. Like all these events, Israel becomes a nation. You know, these are things that are. But you know, we haven't seen the final. There's still some things that have to happen first.
Right.
You know, now people are saying, "Oh, the Antichrist is Obama was the Antichrist." No, there's no, you know, like
yeah, that's funny.
That's stretching it. You know,
Obama,
like
right, they want to say like whoever they don't like is the Antichrist.
Yeah, right.
I don't like this guy. He's definitely the Antichrist.
Hey, there's a guy right now say Trump is the Antichrist. I mean,
yeah, I heard that. Yeah,
yeah, they're gonna say that.
He makes videos. He makes it's an old white man, and he like. Trump is the Antichrist. He's pressing on it.
It's always the old white dudes. What's up with that? Jeez. Yeah.
I'm like, nah, he's not the Antichrist, man.
I don't think so.
But he got to keep his content going.
Well, that's what keeps. It's catfishing, yeah.
Because they know it's going to get abused. Yeah.
It's too late.
Yeah.
Obama's the Antichrist. Yeah.
It's already he already done said it, so now he got to keep his channel going. So he got to keep it up with the content. You know
No, of course you got to keep up with the times. So you got to stay relevant. So
and right now, a lot of end times channels right now they know they confused. They know that. I thought
they're running out of material.
yeah, they got to recycle, rinse, repeat, and reuse, and all. Yeah,
but they got to keep it going. They want them views. They want they got to make their
yeah. So there's that.
They confused.
Yeah. All right, guys, it is game time tonight. We're playing Guess the 90s Movie by the Cast.
I got this.
By the Cast. I'll be right.
All right.
All right. The order is Sam Crow, Poegosi, K-Ice, followed by Dini.
Okay.
All right.
It's gonna be good. Oh boy.
All right, it is on you first.
Perfect.
Sam Crow.
See how this rolls. Okay.
Just stop spinning.
Well, I thought that was only on my end. I was like, oh, it's buffering.
Buffer.
No, everyone's in.
Everybody's on the internet tonight.
Think you know 90s
All right,
movies?
there we go.
With 90 questions, guess the movie by its cast. Let's see how many you get right. All right, let's kick things off. Here's your very first movie cast. Ready to guess?
Shawshank Redemption.
The Shawshank Redemption.
Dang.
Amazing start.
Poegosi.
Dang. I can't.
Fantastic, you knew it. Fight Club.
We don't talk about Fight Club.
It's gonna be harder. Not thought.
Hey, oh, come on.
Oh, man, that's hard, man.
I got it. Life's like a box of chocolates.
Oh.
Dude, what's that movie? I know what it's called.
Come on, man.
Oh, I can't think of it.
Pulp Fiction.
Yeah, Pulp Fiction. Oh man. Sam Crow.
Oh, The Matrix.
Excellent. The Matrix is right. Let's keep going.
I love those films.
Poegosi.
7. You know
Oh.
if you like this video.
Hey, Ice. Oh, come on.
I can't do it like this. Like I can't.
Hello, Clarice.
Well done.
It's good to see you again.
You're doing great.
It's a good movie.
Harder than I thought.
It's hard like that.
You nailed it. Saving Private
Saving
Ryan.
Private Ryan. Let's see.
Sam Crow.
I ain't gonna lie to you now. I don't see no black movies.
It's not taken. I can't think of it. Schindler's List. Darn it. Yeah.
Right. It's no black movie.
Poegosi.
Oh, I know this one.
I do too.
What's that?
Green Mile.
Green Mile.
Ooh, that was
Yep.
good.
Oh, you're supposed to name it by the cast.
Yeah.
Hey, I.
Oh, come on.
Money thing. That money.
Titanic.
Titanic.
Definitely was money. That
You're thinking of Wolf of Wall Street. Yeah.
The Godfather.
Yeah, it's gonna be something gangster.
It's a good. Yeah.
Herb, you got it.
Oh no,
Goodfellas. It's close. Yeah, it's close.
Sam Crow.
Oh, what's that movie? The Assassin. Oh shoot.
Got it.
Can't think.
You're crushing it. It's Leon.
The Professional. I couldn't think of it. Yeah.
That was good.
I was just.
Poegosi.
Oh, come on.
I'm gonna go with The Mask, baby.
No.
Great stuff. It's the Truman Show.
Truman Show. Yeah.
Bloody hell, that's where I'm at right now, mother effers.
Hey, I.
Shoot, man. Too hard.
You're unstoppable. American Beauty is the one.
Okay.
Who the hell watched that? No one saw that.
It's been a while.
I have no idea.
Oh, this is a good one.
You've got this. It's
American History.
Dude, that movie's crazy.
Let's see.
Sam Crow.
I was pretty intense.
Oh, jeez.
Correct.
Spacey
It's the usual.
Usual Suspects. I couldn't think of it. Yeah.
Oh, that movie's so awesome, though.
Poegosi.
Oh, come on.
Reservoir Dogs, baby.
Nice work. It's Reservoir.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
I know something. Tim Roth, baby, in the building.
K Ice.
Passion of the Christ.
Braveheart is right. You're
Good try. Braveheart's good too, man.
Pretty close.
Yeah, that was good.
Oh, the part 2 is supposed to come out.
Oh,
Yeah.
I want to see it.
Miss Doubtfire.
Nope.
Awesome. It's good.
Good Will Hunting.
Ooh, that was good.
That's a good
Come
movie.
on.
Really.
That was good.
All right, Sam Crow.
Oh, my favorite, Jurassic Park.
Oh, yeah.
I love
You
those.
got it. It's
That hot
Jurassic
blonde.
Park.
Yeah.
All right, Poegosi.
Ooh, this is a hard one. Oh, come on.
Pulp Fiction.
Nope. I see dead
Impressive.
people.
It's the Sixth Sense.
Bloody
Yep.
hell.
K Ice.
That movie scared the hell out of me.
Shit. Flintstone.
Nope.
Big
The Big
Lebowski. You're on
Lebowski.
the right
Yep.
track.
Oh, I love that movie.
You.
I have no idea.
You're doing great. It's
Fargo.
That's a good movie.
Let's see.
Sam Crow.
The Island. It's not.
That's right. It's Train.
Oh, Trains. I didn't see that one.
What
Okay.
is that? What is that? I've never seen that movie, bro.
Poegosi.
Let's go with Casino.
Perfect. It's
The
Heat.
Heat.
Bloody hell.
Good try.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. Oh, come on.
You know it.
Exactly. It's
Groundhog Day.
I
Yeah.
was gonna say Ground, but I
Yeah.
I'm gonna give it away.
Home Alone.
Okay, that's an easy one.
This
All
is
right. Yeah.
knowledge right here. It's Dini.
I love that. Yeah.
Home Alone. Keep up the great work.
Yeah.
Let's see now.
I feel
Sam
it's-
Crow.
Brad Pitt. It's not Die Hard. I don't know what it is.
Well played. It's 12 Monkeys.
Oh, I didn't see that one.
Oh,
Okay.
that movie's crazy.
Poegosi.
Oh,
You know,
You got it. It's
L.A. Confidential. Yeah.
I've never seen that. Bloody hell.
K Ice.
Smith.
Oh, come on.
Tommy Lee Jones and Will Smith.
Here come the Men in Black.
On to the next.
Shoot, man.
That's a good movie.
Yeah, Men in Black's pretty cool. That's a good one.
I have
Ooh,
no
this
idea.
is a hard one.
Nice one. It's Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels.
I never seen it.
That's a
That
round one.
movie. That movie's badass.
Sam Crow.
Bill Pullman, Jeff Goldblum, and Mary McDonald. iRobot.
Independence Day is.
Man.
Oh, so close.
I've seen all these are hard.
These are hard, dude.
Poegosi.
Casino.
You're doing
Pissing
awesome.
me
Yeah,
off.
he's got to get one of them. Yeah.
Screw with me. Yeah, I know Joe Pesci's got to be.
K Ice.
Oh, come on.
Jack, the boat.
Nope.
Great
Edward
work.
Scissorhands.
Edward Scissorhands.
Oh,
Dang.
Edward Scissorhands is awesome.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have guessed that though.
The Alien movie. I can't think of the name, but it's an Alien
The
movie.
Fifth Element.
Yeah,
Stay
Fifth
sharp.
Element.
You're
Yeah.
on a
Yeah.
roll.
Sam Crow.
Tom Cruise, John Voight. Oh, of course, my favorite, Mission Impossible. Dun, 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 dun,
Pick
dun.
it up. It's Mission.
Ooh.
The first one, actually, the very first one.
Woo, that's knowledge.
Poegosi.
Oh, another favorite. Come on, man.
I don't know any of these people.
The Mummy.
You really know this.
I have that movie.
It's The
That's,
It's
that's
go
the
back and
worst.
watch it.
K Ice.
Starts with a
Oh,
B.
no, it's the
No
space
stopping
one.
You now.
Armag-
It's Armageddon.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh, this
Yeah.
stupid movie, dude! I saw that in theater. It's
Okay,
not
I-
even about Armageddon.
That's you.
No, it's you,
it's
Dean.
me? I don't
You're
know.
a genius. It's Unforgiven.
I never seen that one.
What is that?
Me either. Sam Crow.
Oh, Valentine's Day. It's not that.
Well, it's
American Pie. Dang, I knew
You were
that.
so close. That's like it was.
Poegosi.
The Game.
The Game is the one.
Ooh.
Oh, how did I get that? I just saw Michael
Sweet.
Douglas.
Hey, Ice.
That's creepy.
Oh,
The Mask.
there
Yes!
you go. There
Yes!
you go.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, the best movie
All
ever.
right,
Yes.
all right.
1994, baby.
Oh, come on.
The
That's
Mask
my
2?
favorite. What is it?
The Mask 2?
Impressive.
Dumb and Dumber.
Answer is Dumb
yeah.
and Dumber.
Oh,
That's a good
another
one.
Those two
Come
were
on.
the 90s. That was the 90s.
Sam Crow.
Matrix.
The lawyer movie, The Associate.
You go. It's
Devil's Advocate. Dang it.
Oh, yeah.
I haven't seen that in forever.
Poegosi.
Face
Good
Off.
luck.
Face Off?
Face Off.
Face Off.
Oh, yeah. So I guess I do know a little bit about
That's
acting.
my favorite movie.
A little bit. I want to take his face off.
Hey, Ice.
I don't know.
Boom. Nailed
Scream.
it.
Oh.
What? I
I
was
think.
thinking home fries, but
Heath Ledger.
Oh, come on.
Throwback Mountain.
No.
yes.
10 Things I Hate About You.
Oh,
I love that movie.
I only
right,
saw that
this-
once in the theater.
Let's just
but
stop it real quick. The scores are Sam Crow 4, Poegosi 4, K Ice 1, Dini 1.
Damn, Poegosi got
whoa,
4.
I lost.
Yeah.
Oh.
No, we're tied, bro.
You and Sam Crow are
tried.
tied, actually.
But that's only because I am Sinister Poe and I can see the future.
All right, this was on you, Sam Crow.
Let's see. I wish I get one I know here. Speed? Speed. It's Speed.
Speed. Right on the money.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Got
First
it.
one's good.
Easy for him.
Poegosi.
Captain Jack Sparrow, the Pirates of the Caribbean. I don't know.
No.
Totally
Sleepy
right.
Hollow. That's a good one, too.
Bloody hell! There I lost. All right.
K Ice.
When dreams are made up.
Oh,
Yeah.
no. It's Jumanji.
Amazing. You got it.
Oh shit.
Jumanji.
Yeah.
Tom Cruise.
Oh, what's that movie called?
Maverick.
No. Is it Thunder?
It's Eyes Wide Shut.
Eyes Wide Shut.
Ooh,
Okay.
that's a good movie.
Kubrick. Oh yeah.
Pam Grier.
Moxie
know much
Brown.
Momentum.
Oh,
It's
Jackie Brown.
Jackie Brown. Yeah, I haven't seen that yet.
Poegosi.
Oh, come on. It's a classic.
Yes, love
You're
story.
Pretty Woman.
It's Pretty Woman.
I've never seen that. I'm sorry.
You haven't? You gotta watch that, dude.
I
Come on.
know.
Hey,
I
Oh man.
This is a hard one.
Say The Rock.
Solid answer. It's
Oh, okay.
The Terminator.
Yeah, it has
No.
to be. What else would it
No.
be?
You
Oh
Total
no!
Recall.
Recall.
Yeah.
Oh, they're fooling us with these.
Sam Crow.
Oh shoot, what's that movie called? I can't think of it.
Outstanding. It's being John Malkovich.
John Malkovich. Duh. Yeah.
Oh.
Poegosi.
Oh come on.
Ocean's 11.
No, Interview with the Vampire.
It's Interview with
Oh,
the
bloody
Vampire.
hell!
Vampire
I would have
Chronicles.
guessed it off them.
That's a good one. I've seen that many
Oh, I
times.
love that movie. I just.
Okay, Ice.
Oh, you're gonna lose.
Great Instincts. It's Notting Hill.
Notting Hill. Yeah.
Hell, if I would know from them.
Ooh, it's a hard one.
Batman.
Couldn't be better. It's
Oh, I've never seen it.
Oh,
Okay.
the first one. Yeah. This is a good one. Sam Crow.
Ah, this pen is red. Liar, liar.
Oh man,
Yes!
that's so funny.
the answer.
There you
is
go.
Bro, I used to
Bro.
watch that back to back.
Yep.
Poegosi.
gangster movie.
You knew it.
Scent of a Woman.
I never would have got that. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Okay, Ice.
Dang, like a good movie too. Oh no.
I know.
That's Donnie Brasco. Keep it up.
Donnie, yeah.
What? That was Donnie Brasco.
Yeah.
That's a good movie. I don't know what he goes to.
I don't know.
It's a tough one too.
Spot on. It's their
Something About Mary. Yep.
onto the next.
It's just hard when you see them in their tux compared to their character.
Damn Crow.
It's Mission Impossible again? No.
Yeah.
Magnolia.
Magnolia. I didn't see that one. I didn't watch that one.
Me either.
Poegosi.
The
Oh, come on.
2.
No. It's Ace Ventura, Pet Detective. Alrighty then.
Did I tell you?
Okay, Ice.
Oh, come on.
Nah.
Well done. It's good.
Yeah.
You're doing great.
You know, they should have did the characters how they look. at the
Right.
time.
This is so hard.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Yeah, it's so freaking hard, bro.
You
Like,
nailed it, Starship Troopers.
True, yeah.
Dang, see if they would have had the pictures back in the day.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Them and their talks is just not.
The Fugitive.
Oh, that's knowledge right there.
I like this one.
It is.
That's
The
Let's
so,
Fugitive.
They even had the
has
Home
knowledge
Alone
of
kid.
actors. You know what I'm saying?
I have that
Yeah.
movie. It's a good movie, yeah.
He was
Poegosi.
big.
I'm just gonna go with Gross Point Blank, but it's not.
Right on. It's Con Air.
Mhm.
I just,
Okay,
it's not
I
John Cusack, but
Shoot.
Sharp thinking. As
Oh,
good
as good as it gets, yeah.
this is Jack Nicholson. Live.
I have no idea.
Superb. You got it.
Apollo 13. That's right.
Man, this is just too hard when you see them just in their talks.
Sam Crow. Yeah. I
This would be
agree.
Blade. I
That's
love
gotta be
those
Blade.
films.
Come on, it's Wesley Snipes.
Yeah.
Blade.
Yeah.
Right out loud. What else would it be?
right.
I'm just
Poegosi.
kidding. This has got to be Pirates of the Caribbean.
No.
Great stuff. It's Fear and Loathing.
Bloody hell, dude! How am I supposed to know? You think of Johnny Depp, you don't think about that.
Yeah.
movie?
Hey, Ice. Oh, you got to get this one.
Come on,
Jackie
man.
Chan. Oh, come on, man.
You know what?
Come on, man.
Rush Hour.
Rush Hour.
Shower.
Come on, man.
You got that. You had that. You have that. You have that.
God, I just got the name.
Bad Boys.
Yeah.
There
Yeah.
you go.
This is it. That's got to be the one.
That's bad. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You've
Yeah.
got this. It's
There's no
that.
way that ain't it. That.
Some black movies now.
Yeah.
How we get to the
Sam
film?
Crow.
Like,
Oh, jeez.
Correct. It's
Gotcha.
Contact.
I didn't. Yeah, I haven't seen that one.
That's the end of the black movies. Okay.
Yeah.
No more.
this has got to be you know,
Nice work.
Mrs. Doubtfire.
bloody hell, this is
Oh,
Peter
man.
Pan.
Come on, man. What's up with that Menace to Society?
Okay, Ice.
Boys in the Hood. And
Yeah, I know. Wizard Thug.
Hey, Ice, what do you got?
I don't know.
Dances with Wolves is right.
Dances with
I
Wolves.
was gonna say
That's a good one, too.
Robin Hood.
I have no idea.
What is
Oh,
Awesome. It's the Blair Witch Project.
Which Project? Yeah.
No wonder.
Who the hell knows any of those actors?
Right. Exactly. Sam Crow.
Nobody knows.
A Few Good Men.
Yeah.
Ooh.
You've got
Oh, this
You
is
can't
knowledge.
handle the
He
truth.
knows his actors, man. He knows his actors. He knows his
Poegosi.
This is Show Me the Money. Jerry Maguire.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Show me the money.
Yeah.
Okay, Ice.
Boogie Nights.
Boogie Nights. Yep.
Oh, I never would have got that. I don't know what the hell that is.
Yeah, I never seen it. Get to the dropper. Terminator.
No.
Yeah.
No,
Cam-
it's not.
Jamie Lee Curtis?
You're doing
Nope.
great.
True Lies.
Yeah, True Lies.
What?
Oh,
They think it
no.
Linda Hamilton. Yeah.
Who even saw
Sam
True
Crow.
Lies?
Oh, Who Framed Roger Rabbit? It's not.
That's right. It's Hook.
Hook. I haven't
Oh,
seen
that's
that
the movie I
forever.
wanted.
I haven't seen that forever.
Poegosi.
Good luck.
Silence of the
Perfect.
Meet Joe Black.
I never seen that. Bloody hell.
Hey, Ice.
That's what I get for not watching none of these.
It's a bunny.
Oh boy.
Exactly. It's
Enemy of the State. Oh.
Oh, that's a good movie. Feeling.
Yeah.
It is. Oh, Tom Hanks and Denzel. What was that movie called? Oh, I can't think of it.
Philadelphia.
Yeah,
Philadelphia.
What is that? I've never seen that. That's not what
it's a good movie. Sam Crow.
I gotta check it out then.
Oh, behave.
Well
Austin Powers?
played, it's
Yep.
Austin Powers.
Oh,
Ooh,
behave.
that's knowledge. Knowledge right there. Like,
Here we are, the final movie cast. Make it count and end
I know
on
this one.
The Island.
Nope. What's Eating Gilbert Grape?
Eating Gilbert Grape. Great job finishing.
I've
strong.
never seen that. Damn it. That's a
Oh, you gotta
bonus for
watch.
you.
It's a good movie, man.
That just means you just one on top of one. Like, you know, like that's the bonus
How many
point for you.
90s movies?
Yeah, we know that.
Let us know
Sam
and don't
Crow has
forget to
one
like.
time.
That's it.
Before we do though, I just want to say because Dini made a comment before the show even started.
Top movies.
I'm sorry. What were you gonna school me in there, Mr. Houdini Black?
Oh, I wasn't here for that action.
You know, he was calling me out there. Yeah.
Nothing at all, sir.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, because I didn't get here until I came in with my craziness out of nowhere, not knowing we're live.
No, he said I wasn't going to take the trophy tonight. He said I got you schooled with the cast of the '90s. Okay.
Hey, you notice?
Yo, that was harder than I thought. So
okay.
Yeah, this was kind of tough, bro, because they were not in their costumes. They're like in their top.
Wasn't hard for me though, so I don't know.
So me and Poegosi are in agreement. If they would have showed the characters as they were, in the movies,
we agree on that.
That's
point.
true.
Yeah,
that I'll give you that.
You seen Home Alone? The kid was already grown.
Right, exactly.
That's right. What the hell, dude?
But I just want to point out. This is why you kids at home should always read the credits on the end of a movie. So just in case.
I tried to, man.
And look up all the information of the actors and stalk them, and then go.
Listen, if the Marvel movies taught us anything, you got to stay through the credits. So,
with the premieres and all kinds of stuff, just get crazy with it.
but just remember, like the Marvel movies, there's always an end credit scene, so you got to watch the credits through until you never know.
Hey, out of all the movies in the world, there's still only a few hit movies and hit superstar actors and actresses.
Yeah,
that's true.
Just like the music industry.
But before we do, it has to official. So what was the official score, just for our knowledge?
Oh yeah,
the official score. Look at Sam Crow. Is Sam Crow with 10, Poegosi with 5, K Ice with 1, and Dini with 2.
Dang.
Wow, yeah, I know,
he
man. Me and you suck.
It's not even like oh, you can't even say it was close. It was just.
Oh, it was close. Yeah.
It wasn't even close. Not even close. Wow.
Dini told me, he said, "Don't take it easy on me. I don't want to pull you any punch." Okay.
Oh, that's why he was so like, yeah, I'm gonna go hardcore tonight. Let's not even pull back. The gloves are off.
Yep. I said, okay. I offered to pull back. He said, no, don't do that. Okay.
The gloves are off.
A lot of people. Yeah. This was a good show. I think we had a good episode. I think this is a real comeback episode after the hiatus. We all came back, or most of us came back.
Yep.
So like most of the cast came back, so we're back, guys. Thank you.
Except for SK. Yep.
Yeah. But most of us came back, so that was good.
Yeah.
I feel like we took a break for a while. We got to regenerate our
recharge the batteries. Yep.
And meditate,
Yep.
And I got to reach my Zen again. A lot of people might not agree with Zen, but because
it works.
Christian, but I like the inner peace of it. I don't even know what Zen is, but I like getting into inner peace, and then I pray to Christ after I get to that state of mind. So I don't know if that's
it's what you make of it. Yeah.
Pastors that say that meditation and then praying to Jesus is good. So I don't know. Like this, some people tell me that they do that. I was like, I was doing that for a while. I don't know if that was correct or not, but hey,
no, the Bible says about meditating. Meditate on His word. Meditate on Him. So
he would go away from the apostles in the morning and go to meditate first and pray by himself. So you do need like alone time.
Sure.
Either in the morning or the night where you like really get into
whatever's most quiet and calm for you. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think so. That's like the best time. But you could pray anytime. But I think that's like when you really get into deep.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So there it is, right? So I guess meditation is the Bible, actually.
All all is right in the world. I'm taking the crowns from SK. It's all good. So we're
right. As long as you took the belt from him,
Mister, I'm gonna win them all. I hope you're watching this too, there, buddy.
Oh man!
Let me update the records here.
Okay.
I just thought that everyone was afraid to come back after I got too unhinged. What episode?
No, complete.
No, I didn't get too unhinged.
No, we need a little anarchy in our lives. Come on. If anything else,
I don't think I got that unhinged this episode, but
you're fine. I think I want to see you unleash the beast. So don't be afraid, man. Look,
yeah, man, it's full range, bro. As long as you don't do the Kanye thing with the hate speech.
Yeah.
Hey, anything else? I don't care.
So
I'll defend you and whatever you say.
As long as it doesn't go Kanye level, right?
Yeah, as long as you don't go
That's the line. That's where the line in the sand is drawn. Yeah.
Oh,
no Kanye.
I know that line. You can't really go against certain people.
I got your back, bro. Don't worry about anything.
Right, you're fine. Yeah, you're covered. Right. You're good.
Is off limit. People wives are off limit, and hate speech is off limit. Other than that, I don't care what you say.
You what you want.
Oh, okay.
They say Kanye and Drake might make an album to go against Kendrick.
Oh, come on, man! I'm sick of hip hop.
This is gonna get vindictive really quick.
I'm like, come
this
on.
is gonna be kind of funny. So it's like
WWE episode.
So is Drake gonna wear like a KKK hood also? Like
probably.
Jeez, dude, this is just just say this WWE. This is insane.
It's like
this is the drama stuff. We don't. No.
Drake's Jewish, so he really can't wear that.
They too
too
I don't think it's gonna work, bro. That's not gonna work.
No, it's not. It's a bad idea, really. But
hip hop is all about self snitching and everything else that's going on with.
Yeah, there's no more real gangsters in it. No more that.
There's no more real music.
Yeah,
well, that's the thing.
There's no more real.
The platform is
everybody's too busy trying to be a gangster.
Right. Yeah, it's not about the music anymore. There's no platform for it.
It's about the character.
Yeah.
Now, I agree with characters for podcasting, but characters and music is just
no.
I feel like Drake is going to run out any minute with a chair. Oh,
yeah. These gimmicks are getting a little insane for the music world.
This is becoming WWE.
I was expecting him to hit Kendrick with a chair at Super Bowl.
See, and that begs the question: where is the line drawn? Where does it end? So, if this madness is going to happen, where does it end? Where do we draw the line? So, I mean.
All of a sudden, you see fireworks and Hotline Bling comes on, and then Drake runs out.
All that pyrotech is not for the stage anymore; it's for WWE.
Hey, they're all going down.
They are.
Yeah.
If you look at it, the time is up. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Well,
man.
It's the sad part is they're taking their own careers, but they're taking others' careers. They're taking everybody down. They're working to destroy each other. So
hey, man, if the house is built on shifty foundation,
it crumbles. It crumbles. Yep.
Yeah.
Pride goes before the fall.
Of truth.
Yep.
2025.
Yep.
Yeah, it is. There's a lot
2
of
plus 2 is 4. 4 plus 5 is 9. 9 means truth.
Yeah.
That's why everything keeps surfacing. The number 9 is the number of truth.
Right. Yeah. There you go.
There you go.
It started with Cat Williams.
Yep.
Right. Remember when he said that a lot of truth's going to come out, and people said, "No, this guy's."
It started with Trump. Trump signing the executive order to unseal the JFK
files. Yep.
And then handing the pen to RFK Jr.
Yep.
And Elon Musk.
This is the year of the truth. Diddy going to jail. I'm still waiting on them Epstein files.
That's another good one.
If you've seen certain videos, also Illuminati exposed Masons.
I mean, Illuminati been exposed.
No, but I mean, now it's like from people that.
But now with a magnifying glass, they're really taking
it apart. Yeah, they're telling the things they're not supposed to tell.
Is that some guy that I heard from another guy? But it's people that were in it saying it.
Poegosi sent me some videos that were like.
Well, this is why we know of all of us here on the island, we know who's going to disappear when the Illuminati, when the black helicopters circle your house.
All you got to do is say, "Hey, I know Dini's grandfather."
Yeah, that's protection there.
Dini's grandfather was a worshipful
Yeah, you
master.
don't want to mess around with somebody that has the
Yeah.
ring. You know
There
what I'm
you
saying?
go, ring of power. Yeah.
I once got kidnapped by Masons, you know, blindfold and everything.
Why
Put two
would? But
in.
did they know that your grandfather was?
At the
like-
time, no. But if they would have
No.
did their research, they would have never did that.
Yeah, I don't think they would have done that if they knew that your grandfather
Oh, they learn pretty quick. Yep.
in a high position there. He probably would have like been like, I gotta reprimand you now. It's like,
Like, bro, don't you know I can wipe you off the face of the earth?
I can smite you.
you know who I am in this organization.
Smite you.
For real, dude. He could have just been like, dude, you.
That's what everybody want right now. Is power.
Power, man.
Power, money and power. Yep.
Me and K Ice were having a good conversation about the power and the money. You know, the order, how things come. First, you get the money, then you get the power, then you get the respect, and then everything else just
it's coming to right into the fold. Yep.
Wasn't it like Scarface used to say though? First you get the money. Oh yeah, in this country, first you get the money, then you get the power. Then when you get the money and the power, then you get the women. But that's what he was thinking about though, more than anything. That wasn't what it was about, but that's what he was thinking of getting.
But
from
you know,
those
but
things,
hey,
you know?
believe it or not, though, money, power, respect, you can get the respect before you even get the money and the power.
Right.
I don't know, man. In this day and time, man, these kids be checking your stats. Like if you're not rich and have a kingdom, they're not listening to your advice.
Right.
But because the real power that we supposed to really want is the power of Christ.
That's right.
So,
right, spiritual power, not just material.
Well,
power.
But you know what we wrestle against? It's not flesh and blood.
Not flesh and blood. Yep.
This is influence.
Yep. And mankind's inherently evil, so that's evil is human nature.
Right.
So
they already have like evil like natures, but then you have these influences you don't know about that they use.
Yep.
Sometimes you don't know. It could be innocent things like Dungeons and Dragons. Like I said,
and the devil is going to tell you so many lies until those lies.
Oh yeah, he'll tell you beautiful lies like this is not so bad, this is good.
Yeah.
And after a while, those lies become your truth.
Good for you. It's not.
Yep.
You're right. It's like all this. It's like all these forbidden fruits, like the Garden of Eden.
That's why Jesus said, "We know not what we do."
Yep.
Yeah.
Because it's these things whispering in our ears all the time.
Right. Because there's all these forbidden fruits now in this world. But like I think like even though those videos I sent you were kind of dark and spooky, I think it's good to know the enemy's tactics. Then you
do, yeah.
Instead of being afraid, it's more like I know now what to watch out for.
You have to be prepared, right? You got to know,
I mean, that sounds easy, but
it's not.
Right? It's not easy, but I
know
think
how easy it is to slip through the cracks.
If you don't know what an enemy's plotting against you, then it's easier for you to fall.
One little seed, one little thought can make you overthink. Can make you overthink.
Yeah.
Overthinking means you run to your indulgence, the things that make you happy in the moment, or the things that make you numb in the moment.
Right.
And then those things begin to take root. So come on, man. We're fighting these battles that are sometimes endless, and the people around us don't even know we're in these battles.
Exactly. Yep.
Man, you look tired. And we don't even know why we look tired. We didn't even know we look tired.
Yeah.
Right. Someone else will tell you.
Yeah. It's our souls going through that battle.
Yeah. And it's worse than any kind of physical battle, any physical trauma or straining stress. The spiritual one is an absolute killer. It drags you down big time. Yep.
Hey, Will Smith said something. He said he studied Buddha, he studied everything. And now he comes to the conclusion his religion is love.
There you go.
I understand what he's saying,
yeah, but and what kind of knowing Will Smith mind and what we've heard, what kind of love is he talking about?
Exactly.
Yeah.
All love ain't good,
No.
Some love is disguised as lust.
Exact. Yeah. 7 deadly sins there. Yeah.
Yeah. We gotta, he could be like, oh yeah, I got love for everybody. And what kind of way, Will Smith?
So he's like agape, maybe.
What kind of people are you loving?
Like the agape
love. And in what way are you loving them? Is it agape?
Yeah.
Or is it something that's fulfilling, something physical? Touch.
Right. Well, and that's the thing. Like, look at today's cultures of the gay community, and all there's hate because you know, and again, Bible specific. And I know people like you love the sinner, you hate the sin. It's not so much it's the person, but it's the actions, the choices. You know, it's all these things. 'Cause we're not perfect, but when we're trying to be, our society says we have to coexist, as that term says. You know, we have to be tolerant of all these. You know, I think it's stretching. I think people are trying to do too much. And they're trying to justify a lot of these things, you know, all these movements, all these rights, and then of course, if it's not the gay or trans community, it's black and versus white, or it's you know, it's all these demographics that these are countless battles that are just not going to be won. Like, you know, the love factor. We should love. The Bible says we love all people. All people are created in God's image, regardless of what color we are. But people don't see that concept. They're just looking at the physical here and now, and that's what destroys everything. We can't have unity because of too much focus on these other things. Oh, well, this person's this, or there's not enough money, or oh, they want to be whatever. Too much of the physical here and now, you know?
Yeah, it doesn't even matter really at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't make your bank account grow or decrease.
No.
It really doesn't.
What does it do? Yeah. Tearing people down, and you know, yeah, what is it going to get you? Does that make you feel better about yourself? I mean,
I guess so. You know,
I think it's one of those, like the bully scenario. In the moment, it feels good, but then later on, you say, you know, it was a cheap thrill at the moment, but as I went on with that, I'm like, boy, that really wasn't. You know, you see a lot of these guys, they go back saying this was really a bad time, and I was a bully for, you know, I wasn't happy with myself. I was upset with myself. You know, it wasn't so much picking on the other person. You were lashing out because you weren't happy with yourself. So, you know, I think is huge. But again, it's the sinful world we live in. It's coming to the end, and what's wrong is right, and what's right is wrong. You know, Scripture says that too. There's going to be lines are going to be blurred. You know, we're not going to know what's too dramatic with it, but like the Matrix, you know, where's the reality versus the fantasy of it all? You know, what's real and what's not. You know, like these people saying, is there a creator, or are we just living in a dimensional universe? Is there other universes out there? Is there extraterrestrial life? You know, on and on and on. You know, all these weird theories, Area 51. So, you know, I think that's just going to be the way it's going to go. And, you know, people just have to really search for the truth. Going back to that, it's truth time. You got to really dig deep. Don't scratch the surface. Go deeper. Find the root of it. Find the truth of it. And I think that's where you can tell what's real and what's not reality.
That's right.
Hey, you know, this whole spiritual walk, it's about us changing.
Give me a sec.
And the best way to change is just focus on, when I say love. Okay, so you know, I know we like to say like God love me, God love me, God love me.
Mm-hmm.
That's good, but how about, do we love God? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what's gonna really make us change. Like, God, teach me how to love you. Teach me how to love you, because we can't even love Him without Him teaching us how to love Him. So
right.
The more He teach us how to love Him, we're gonna learn how to love ourselves.
Right.
And the more you love something, the less you hurt it.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Boom.
Yep.
See what I'm saying? And that's what's gonna make you stop doing bad things, because you're gonna be like, I don't want to hurt God. You know what I'm saying? Not, you know. So
if you truly love something,
right?
Yeah. You know.
Yeah.
And then when you start loving yourself, because God's gonna teach you how to start loving yourself more, and then you're gonna start loving people more. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
You know,
you're gonna stop hurting yourself. You're gonna start hurting others.
And then God says, look, if you want to prove to me that you love me, let me see how you love people.
Right.
So that's why I said those who don't know love, because they don't know God, because they don't know love. And
right.
Love, you know, you say you love God, but you never seen Him, but you can't much love you know, the brother that you see right next to you, whatever. So that's why I say love, man, because it's like,
right.
Because we could say all day like, I love God, but what's your proof? He told you how you treat people. So it's like, so you know what I'm saying? So that's the proof. So it don't matter what you say. It's just, you can see how how you love people. That's why Jesus said, "You'll know
in the
my
action.
disciples." Yeah, he said that's why he said, "You'll know my disciples how they love one another." That's the biggest proof. It goes back to love. You know what I'm saying? So and that's why I say best thing to do is just focus on love. When I mean that, is like focus on loving God more.
Yep.
And then everything else gonna fall in place. Not even focus on loving people, because if you try to do that first without loving God, it ain't gonna work for real.
Right. That's the well you got to draw from. The real love comes from God in order to love other people. So you got to draw from that well right away.
Yeah.
Yep.
And he says, God is like, look, man, you say you love me, just start loving your brother. I'm gonna teach you how to love yourself.
Love one another as I have loved you. Yep.
So man, it all go back to love, man.
Yep, we have to. God said, love one another as I have loved you.
And that's how we escape hood heaven, through love.
Yeah.
Because you're not getting inside that he said that's why Jesus says, if your love doesn't surpass the righteousness of the Pharisees, you're not getting in. You see what I'm saying? You're gonna be outside the gates. What do you mean by if your righteousness don't pass the Pharisees? It just mean like, you ain't loving right. You ain't doing like, not necessarily like other stuff that people try to do.
Absolutely, yeah.
Try to make it in, and it's like, but
it gets harder though as time goes on. We're finding more and more the struggle is real, and that it's not as easy as it once was. As we're coming to the end, we're coming to Revelation. The end's coming. This is where the true test of faith is, where we are strong or not. If we're not strong-willed, it separates the real true believers from the pretenders of this is the real time now. This is what was foresaw the prophets talked about this day and age. So are we ready to, like Dini said earlier, when do we stand up and when do we make this opportunity about legacy? But this is the time of the test of faith is now. How willing are we to stand and to be supportive of that, especially in the face of darkness? And the darkness is getting darker and darker every day.
Darker.
Yeah.
Hey, the end times.
Are you afraid of the devil?
Am I afraid of the devil? No, I don't fear.
That's the devil.
So what do you mean by darkness? Like the Illuminati, witchcraft? What's
bad stuff?
The world's coming to the darkness of the world. The scripture says the world is going, dark days are ahead because the world has to end because of the sinful nature. And so when
in the day of Noah, where it became so bad. But let me ask you, do you think that the darkness comes from dark people that like, I guess, are with the devil and they're influencing?
Those inherently evil, yes, they inherit the earth. Yep.
Right. The evil people
I think it's from the ones who say, you know what, I know about this Jesus guy, but I'm just not with that.
I don't follow. Yeah, I don't accept. I'm rejecting. Yeah,
you're saying.
What is the thing?
You can't really deny Christ. That's not a good thing. I mean,
no.
I'm saying,
hey, right now we do get caught up in it. It's the end times energy going on right now, and it's making everybody angry. Impatient
or crazy.
Emotions are wild.
Yeah, like either they're going crazy or angry. Like like they're just not their right mind.
Hey, but guess what? It can hit. It hits us too. But we just gotta fight it. And that's
why not be drawn into that. Right?
It's the faith, right?
Everything that's in, like, how we be like, people be like, Kanye this, Kanye that. But everything that's wrong with Kanye, we got it in us too. We got jealousy, we got anger, we got all that in us.
Right, he's just saying some real stuff. He's just letting out his truth.
Hold up. It's just that we need the Holy Ghost to help us control it. You see what I'm saying?
Yep. Exactly.
And without the Holy Ghost, we can't control it. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Yeah, you're gonna lash out like that. Exactly.
And even with the Holy Ghost, you need help. You got help me. You know what I'm saying?
We are stronger when we're unified. Those believers, we have to stick together and band together. We can't do it alone.
Definitely gotta stick together, boy.
We have to be up and into.
In the Bible, there's 2 or 3 united and believing
in my name. We have to be unified, right?
If you're alone, it's gonna be way harder.
We can't make it. Pilgrim's Progress. We can't be alone. We can't make it.
It also says in the Bible, he who isolates himself will seek his own selfish desire.
Yep.
That also
and that's his downfall. Yep.
Be like, I'm gonna go be the man. I'm gonna be rich. I'm gonna have bottles. I'm gonna have models. Whatever the hell, right? This world offers us. That's really
you forget God though. It's about me. Yeah.
Right. When you're a teenager or you're 20, that's very attractive. Like,
yeah.
I remember when I was younger, I thought that's what I wanted.
Yeah. I did that too.
That
Yeah,
I'm older, I'm just like, I see through all that illusion. I'm like,
it changes. Yep,
it's
you
cool, but I'd like to have more money, but I don't need all that extra crap. Like that.
Yeah,
it goes back to what's money and what's happiness. You realize what's really important. Not so much you need. Oh, I need to be wealthy, but it's the little things that you're happy, you're content with.
That you're living in
but it's your point too is the world. It's the devil. The devil takes this world. Like God said, this world is his. Give it to him because there's something beyond this world that I have for you. So the suffering that we suffer now is going to end.
Yeah, and the most people you see influenced by it is like just in my generation, it's the younger people. They're the most hypnotized. Like even in my time when I was a teen and I was in my 20s, it was us mostly under that spell. And like even now they say, who is really like under all this like mesmerization? It's the younger people more.
Right.
The older people are not as much, but some of them are. That's what's crazy.
Right, of course. But and the reason why the kids are even more bad today because it said that kids gonna be disobedient to parents in the last days, and it's so bad right now. And you got kids
no natural affection.
They killing their parents, bro. You never did nothing like that in the 90s.
Nope.
Kill your
hell, dude, you would get whipped. You would get whipped if you even tried to get violent.
They can't do that now. Yeah, you can't touch it.
It would have been over for us in the 80s and 90s if we tried to act up the belt.
You remember the Menendez brothers did that? They killed their parents, and everybody like, what's wrong with them?
Yep.
What? Man, you hear stories like niggas killing their mama, killing their daddy, killing their brothers, what's wrong?
And see, there's the scripture again because it says the world's going to turn inside out towards the end. Everything that was unbelievable at one time becomes reality now. The sins get worse. That's why I say darkness comes. These dark things are happening more and more and more because the time is running out.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's crazy.
So we got to drink more.
I never would have happened. We would have got whooped so bad back in the day.
We got to drink more Christ juice to fight it off.
Yep.
Definitely Christ juice. Yes.
Yep.
I like to call it Christ juice. To drink more Christ juice.
No, it makes perfect sense. Yeah, no, we got to be prepared, armored up. The Bible says armor of God, because we're in constant warfare till the end. So Jesus comes back and truly puts the world at peace there. We have a lot to persevere through. But he says that the Bible says too that perseverance will be worth it. We might suffer in this lifetime now. But at the end, we ultimately win. So,
it's
worth suffering for the time being. Yep.
Even though they'll say you're not benefiting from all the evil blessings, but then it's like that's all fake anyways. They're not going to fare well. Either it's not going to good. Like look at Dini. He had it all, and look where he is now. Like he's in his own personal battle now in jail. Like at one time he thought I'm on top of the world. I'm down with the devil. I'm with the Illuminati. I'm abusing people. Yeah, more alcohol. And then now it's like, damn, I'm in the jail cell.
You know what though?
So it's like,
it's my opinion though. I don't think Diddy ever said I'm down with the devil. I think he believed in God, Jesus, and all that. You know what I'm saying? It's just that
he didn't say it, but he is.
You got too caught up.
He was impetuous in his youth. We'll put it that way.
He's definitely part of one of the factions of the Illuminati. There's different factions, but he definitely is in. He was in one part of their factions. So he could have a cross around that, but he could still be part of that. That's what.
Well, and it's the same thing that says, when the Bible says everybody knows who Jesus is, but not everybody accepts him. And when the time comes, Jesus is going to say, go depart from me because I never knew who you were. You know me by name, but we never had the relationship.
Right.
So the pretenders, the contenders, and then the pretenders, the ones that say, oh, I know who Jesus is. Even the devil knows scripture, but he's no friend of Jesus either.
That's why it's going to be more people in hood heaven.
Yep. Yep.
Outside that gate.
Yep.
Yeah.
For sure.
So who do you think is going to hell? Because a lot of people tell me I'm going to hell because I'm spooky and I'm dark and I'm weird. What do you guys think about that? A lot of people accuse me. I get accused. A lot of people say that I'm a devil worshiper, that I'm going to hell.
I've seen that. Yeah, I've seen those comments.
I've never worshipped the devil. I've never I don't get where that comes from. It's like if you dress in black,
it's a judgment people pass. It's easy to judge others.
Memes, spooky things. Like, oh, he's definitely.
Hey, you know who's the quickest to judge people? The Christians, the type of Christians.
I don't know.
New Christians, new believers, because they haven't been in long enough to.
They haven't matured enough yet. Yeah,
and because you grow in love, and when you grow in love, you grow in understanding. You see what I'm saying?
And the problem is I see this, a lot of new Christians and believers there, they don't seek out the truth entirely. They only take what they hear face value. Right. You got to go deeper than that. Otherwise, you're not going to have the fullness of everything. You're not going to mature.
And guess what? It's going to happen. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. It's like it happened to me when I was newer. I was more, woo, boy, I was just
I didn't understand it either.
Yeah, you whip out turning over tables.
Come on,
you get caught up. I didn't understand until I had to grow in grace and learn to be tempered down. Saying, okay, yep.
Yeah, but people always accuse me of selling my soul and being part of the Illuminati, and then I'm going to hell. Like even to this day, I find it funny. I'm like, none of that. Anyone that really knows me outside of the entertainment stuff, and I always say, all you gotta do is put a spooky image.
It's pure judgment,
and I never write that I am down with the devil or none of that.
But
they'll just be like, "Yo, automatically this guy's going to hell." I'm like thinking that's crazy.
Well,
but
think of it this way too. Remember, there's a scripture that says, "Judge lest ye be judged." Also, so if a person passes judgment on you,
that's scripture in one of his songs. Yes.
Yep. Yeah. If you pass, we don't have the right to pass judgment because we are judged at one time. We don't have the right to pass judgment on someone else.
No.
So, and again, that's our human nature. People say, it's easier. We can't find the faults in ourselves, so we judge other people. It makes us look better, feel better.
Some Christians want other people to go to hell so bad. It's like, calm down. What's wrong with you?
Want them to go to hell. Like, I really wish this person would go to hell. That's what I feel like what it is with me. Everybody wants me to go to hell, like on social media. And like,
it's crazy.
I don't know why they want me to go to hell so bad. I'm not a bad person.
I hate when I see them videos. DMX went to hell.
Sometimes.
Well, and remember this too, Poe. If this helps you too. Also, Jesus said too, because if you love me, the world hates me. So because it hates me, it's going to hate you too.
I guess
we're not meant to be popular here.
Automatically. I bet you even I didn't do the spooky stuff, they still would have
they still would do it, right? It's the judge. You just have to rise above
if
it.
I started being all godly and with wings and goody two shoes, like, you're too goody two shoes now. You think you're too good now?
Yeah, there's always judgment. Judgment never goes away.
Yeah, they'd be the other way around.
They're gonna judge you for something, right? So you just have to be secure in yourself.
You think you're too holy, exactly.
Just be comfortable and confident in yourself, and that's what really matters. And between you and the Lord, the relationship there, that's
always grow, right? In your knowledge and your practice of spirituality, and
absolutely
try to get rid of sin or cut back on sin, and just be a better person every day. That's all we can really do, and pray every day, like Bones
pray every day, be in the Word, be about your Father's business, because tomorrow might never come. So be prepared today.
Right, just be like on His side.
Yeah,
because people talk about life insurance, but that's the best life insurance you can have is Jesus. Like
your body withers away, but the soul is eternal. The soul lasts forever after this. So that's more important to protect than your body. The body's dust to dust, goes back to the ground, but the soul is what lasts forever.
Either way, right? It doesn't matter what you do. It's like we gotta sooner or later go back. Yep,
exactly.
Right.
Yep.
That's right.
And we really don't got that much time either. Even if you live to 100, that's like 100 years. That's not long.
That's not even a long time. A lot of people say, "Oh, this person lived to 100. That's amazing." You see all these stories.
But not everybody. That's very few and far between. It doesn't happen every day. So
like back in the Bible times, like people lived 900 years. That was
that was the average then, right?
That was crazy. That was like a regular lifespan. And then now, you made it to 100. That's
awesome. Old people, a lot of old people not even seeing 80 these days.
No.
Yeah.
Nope.
Yeah.
Dude, they're not even seeing like even 40 or 50. A lot of people.
And then people in the hip hop industry, for some strange reason, it's like they're passing away before the age of 60.
Interesting. Yeah, why? Interesting.
It's only a few of them that pass over 60. Ice-T is 65.
Yeah, Ice-T made it. He made it. Yeah.
But
why is that? There's reasons, like all these, like the celebrities dropping it. What's happening now? Why is it happening? And it's up to God's timing, saying when your time is up, He pulls the plug. So why is it happening?
Is the lifestyle, drinking and drugs,
this just my opinion.
Well, sure, in your life. But
I think it's 60 because I believe how we just celebrated 50 years of hip hop 2023.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I think it's gonna stop at 60.
It could.
So that's why maybe everybody dying before 60. That's just my
could be.
thinking,
it could be. Anything's possible. It makes sense.
I just feel like hip hop died in 2010, but yeah, like when Drake came out, I feel that was the end of it. Like Young Money, like to me, it died a long time ago. Like, but yeah, that's
well,
a good.
I mean, no, they just
as far as
well, it's like disco. I mean, disco dies. Things eventually the lifespan kind of works out. So
because I like this whole like I could be your bedrock. What the hell is that garbage, man? That's what I'm saying. I'm glad Drake fell off because he made that garbage. That's just fucking karma for him being
right.
An Illuminati asshole. Okay,
Crank
now.
Lucas.
I think we need to get off the air.
You know Crank Lucas? Crank Lucas. Yeah. You know how he be doing the evolution of rap?
Yeah.
59. It'd be dope, you know. And you look at it like, wow, it's just it just be evoluting. You know what I'm saying? Like
I just feel like 90s was when it hit its peak, and after the 2000s was like okay, but 2010 was like where it died. And then because remember Nas made that album Hip Hop Is Dead. When did he make that album? Think about the year that came out.
I think
you already predicted that it was dead, but like he meant real hip hop was dead.
I think the beats are better now. I think today's beats are better now. You know, maybe not the rap, but whatever.
Yeah, I think it depends.
The lyrics and the rap sucks. So it's dead. You might as well just say instrumentals are hot, but that's been hot for a long time. That's been hot.
I like my elevator music. Come on now.
Tell me one rapper that's better than Tupac in 2025 that came out this year.
Better than Tupac? Well, probably. Well, I
think you can't even come up with one.
I'm not gonna. No, you really can't touch. Tupac's in a class of his own. You really can't touch that.
But so that's the whole thing. That's not like. So how am I supposed to be impressed by none of the new stuff? It's just I just feel like it's just the beats are hot though. I agree, the beats are hot, but you could put anybody saying anything on it. It could just be some.
You know, there was a wave of teenagers that came out around 2015.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? There's a wave of the teenagers, but now let's say that wave come back, right? Like the new teenagers, like wow.
The new teenagers can't say words though. They can't even talk or read or even like write. So what are they gonna say? You thought mumble rap was bad. You're just gonna get like I got another video. Not even ABC, man. I don't think they could get that far, but yeah.
Well, and then think of it this way too. I heard this. I thought this was interesting. I heard someone say this the other day. Look at just basketball, for example. Back in the 90s, back in the 90s, Jordan made the hype. Now, since LeBron in that era, I mean, no disrespect to the players, has it gotten better or has it declined since the early 90s? You know what I mean?
It was a peak. Everyone says the 90s was a peak. It was Jordan. It was Bone Thugs. It was Tupac, Biggie, DMX.
See, you see the generation changes, the times change, right?
So, like, there was nothing that good after that. Even in the 2000s, you don't really talk about a lot of stuff happened like that much. It was like, it was good. It was okay in the 2000s, but after 2010, I just feel like that's where it died. Like a lot of stuff
I think, the generations do change. Things begin to regress, and it's not like the height of the certain eras kind of does die out, but as opposed to dying entirely, I don't know if I go that far, but I would say it has declined at least since where it was back in its day. So
it's not dead. They're still selling like someone.
I mean, you got Kendrick, and Drake. Don't get it twisted now. Drake be making them hits.
He does. He has some good ones. Yeah. I mean, it's not all. It's just we got to understand. It's two-dimensional. Like you say, well, who's better than Tupac? Tupac was at that era. Who's running the show now? Like, who's the era now?
I'm just saying, like, who would you rather listen to if you were forced to? Like, someone said,
if I had to pick, well, yeah. I mean, that you go back. If there's no bridge gap, then
honestly, I don't think there's a young artist that can tickle our. It's just because that's just how it is. Like,
I feel like anyone that is good, like Tupac, like that one girl that sounded like DMX, she got buried. Yeah. They didn't let her shine. Like you never heard of her anymore, right? Like, but you hear about all these other girls like Sexy Red, all this garbage. But anybody that's actually good, they don't promote them or elevate them, and that's where I think the problem is. I'm not saying there's no one good. It's just like, kind of like anybody that's good, they're gonna get buried. They'll just be like,
it's hard though. It's like again, like the Jordan argument. It's a generational talent. You don't.
But if it's someone's garbage, let's elevate them everywhere. Like, and I'm like, man,
it's like even the comedy. We just talking about
right, yeah. Well, look at movies. Even look at the '90s films. Has movies gotten better?
The Snow White that just flopped. What the hell was that? You know,
it's a generational talent. Everybody has their. Who was the generation of our time? Who was on top? You know, you could go back. You know, Elvis was king in the day, but it changed. You know.
Yeah.
Hey, but
the arguments go on and on and on.
In the 90s, the older people was complaining about R&B hip hop because they didn't like how I was mixing.
Right.
You know,
Yep.
The old school with the new school.
It was exactly. Yep. It was a new era for them. Yep.
They wanted more like the Temptations or the Supremes, Gladys Knight.
Yeah. You know, Nat King Cole. That was the generation then, right?
Who was all those groups? I think they kind of influenced Bone, like how Bone had the 5-man harmony.
Oh yeah.
Like that was kind of cool though. How like that old school vibe got into the new school. Like I don't know. Like, it like influenced into there. And like even Bone today, Bone's style is kind of like in a lot of new hip hop artists.
Right.
Flow. So everything's influenced from the past. That's true. It's like
the 90s people sampled so much stuff from the 80s and 70s and
heck yeah, old school stuff like Wu-Tang, hella samples, dude.
A lot of it's coming back. Yeah, it's the generation thing. That's Yep. I think ultimately, to put it plainly, it's every generation deserves its respect in its own era, its own time frame. You know,
each era did its thing. They influenced the future, and they
like let's just say for argument's sake,
a lot of artists now they're influenced by Lil Wayne and T-Pain. That's why you hear the auto tune.
Like look, take it this way too. Let's
the mumble rap because that's when like run.
T-Pain,
but like he doesn't always rap like that though. Like he can rap good if he wants to, but that was during the era on the radio.
And here's a question too, like,
and they grew up on that, so like I want to sound like that. And that's what we got now.
Well, and think of it this way too. Let's ask the question. Let's say Tupac had lived. You know, he was hot in the '90s. What if he was still making it now? What 30 years after would he still be as good as he was at the height of his day?
Oh, that's why he was
probably not as good, but he'd probably still be pretty good.
Oh no, I'm not saying he would. I'm just saying, would you appreciate him more or less than you did when he was at the height of his game?
Less, bro. Less. Trust me. Hey, you see how they do DMX? If DMX would have died earlier, when he was prime, he would have got more. But that's how humans are. That's how humans are.
But I think with X, they stopped like giving him props when he went to gospel. That's when they stopped. Like,
well, that's See, that was a huge change for that. Yep.
That's when they stopped. Like, when he was gangster, they're like, hell yeah, this is the best.
Because he was accepted. That's the world's view. That's what they wanted. He was more accepted then. You know.
The thing is, he always had
he always had spiritual stuff in his music.
On it. It's just that he got more deeper into it as he got older, but.
Right,
what I'm saying is another reason why, like Tupac, the way when he died, bro, it was like how could I explain this?
It was crazy. I remember I heard about it on the radio, bro. Like that's
it's like you didn't have a lot of stuff. I mean, you didn't have a lot. He was the first one to die like that. First of all, you know what I'm saying? It was just like a movie. It was just so mysterious. It was just
right.
Whoa! It was just
I remember when I heard about that on the radio. They say Tupac Shakur just got killed. It was crazy because I was used to hear the radio in the '90s, so like I heard it. It's like what the hell?
And again, it was shocking because there goes a generational talent that just is gone now. Like he was so big and then just erased. It's over. Like just like that. Like he didn't fade away. He was erased. It was gone. Like just like that.
And then when Biggie died, it was like
that was crazy.
That's why when Tupac and Biggie died, it was like. Whoa!
It was catastrophic then. Yeah, it was such a huge shock.
Nobody was dying back then like that.
No.
And the way he died 6 months later.
That was the sign of the times. The generations were changing because now a new wave is coming in now. Like that was like the pinnacle point of a change of a time frame. Yep.
Yeah. And hey, honestly, boy, I hate to say it, but boy, it's like they had to die so the streets could calm down.
Yep.
People was actually like taking the gangster stuff it was going too high.
It was going crazy, right? Yep.
Calm down. You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
And when they died, people was like, oh shoot.
Yep.
Nah, we gotta slow down. It took that death. It took both of them to die for that, man.
Yeah. See, and it's different now. The generation now, I don't think we could see anything that shock because we're used to seeing the death feature every day. Yeah. It's nothing that's going to shock anybody now. So
back then it was crazy.
Back then it was huge. Nowadays, what will it take to shock us into reality? Don't know because we've seen a lot of stuff. So
desensitized is
Yep. Exactly. For sure.
Boy.
Yeah, Tupac was crazy though, but like I like his music, and then after he died, then Machiavelli came out.
Right.
Yo, it was even scary, dog. I'm talking about.
But when you think about Machiavelli, though, he talked about Diddy, he talked about Jay-Z. Now you're seeing a lot of stuff about Diddy and Jay-Z. It's crazy how Pac somehow knew stuff about them back then. How the hell did he know? That's just creepy, because when you're hearing it back then, you're just thinking, oh, they just got beef, so he's just talking his trash. But then now when you go back and listen to like Bomb First, and Hail Mary, those songs have a lot of meaning now. Back
Hail
then, you
Mary
just
used to scare me.
thug shit. He's going gangsta, and then now you listen to that record. It's so different. I was like, listen to
Hail Mary.
Dude, he was so ahead of his time.
Yep.
That song used to scare me when I did. I'm like,
oh, that song was so awesome, though. Yeah, it was.
No, I know, but it was like creepy. It was like, whoa, and it was like a mysterious, like, whoa,
right.
He died in 7 days, this and that, like the timing, the date. It was like, nah, this. That's why people say he faked his death, because it sounds too planned out.
Right,
for it to be reality.
It was crazy how it came out right after that. I don't know. It's still creepy to this day.
It is,
I feel like it's underrated. Like, I remember when it came out, we were just like, this is crazy, because we didn't know what to think. We were just thinking as kids. We were teenagers.
Same thing. Like, think about the Kennedy assassination. All these, all these life,
it's just crazy.
All these life-changing things that now the answers are coming all these years later. Why they were sealed up before, we don't know. There has to be a reason. So,
in those times in your youth, you're just thinking that's crazy. What the hell?
Speaking of Tupac death, they starting to pull out some new names. Like, whoa, I'm talking about even the dog man himself. Snoop. I'm like, yo, Suge Knight saying some stuff.
A lot of spirits, man. Yeah.
See, now for us too, our generation was like 9/11. That was our biggest thing. I'll never forget, because that was the most earth-shattering thing I witnessed in my time thus far. So
I remember that. I was at
there's
work.
moments, right? Those moments are critical in history of what changes, what's going to happen down the road. That's just another stepping stone. So, I think that's where, but again, like desensitized, because we know what's coming and we see all this, nothing's going to shock us anymore, because
that's crazy. And it only took like 20 years for that to happen.
Yep.
Like, we don't see so much
until it's too late sometimes, unfortunately. The truth.
Yeah, I just Pac was having his time when he was talking about Diddy though and Jay-Z on the first song, and it's like back then you were just thinking he's talking his shit, and then now you think, oh damn, he knew something.
He knew something, right? He was ahead of his time there.
All the stuff you say, I was like, it was creepy. And then now when I hear the songs that give me chills, back when you were a kid, you're like, this is badass.
You don't think about it. Yep.
He's talking about taking people out, and he's gonna shoot first. I love it. You like that guy's shit. You're like, Hail Mary, Look, we didn't know what he was really saying, but he was saying something in the song.
Hey,
look who controlled the industry: Jay-Z and P. Diddy, and that's who we was talking about.
That's who he was talking about. Like, think about why was he talking about though? It's kind of creepy.
Who's going to be targeted? Yeah, it's always the start at the top. Yeah.
DMX went at you, but you see that Tupac and Biggie was at it.
Right.
You got the spiritual one, and then you got the material one.
Right. At the height of it.
DMX and Jay-Z. There was friends, but you got
modern
the spiritual
day
one, and you got the material one. Jay-Z and the material one.
And what you got to do is, in order to shake it up, you got to take the top down in order to shake up the whole tree. So it's got to start somewhere, right? So who knows? Not to make it sound bad, but that's just the reality of the situation sometimes. That's just kind of how life kind of realters and readjusts itself. It's got to, some kind of cycle's got to start over again. So it's got to be drastic change.
It's kind of like what Kendrick and Drake. Kendrick, the spiritual one, and Drake is the material one.
You see the pattern. It's constant with it. The play. What does Shakespeare said? All the world's a stage. The players are the same. They just change over time. The play is the same. Yep.
Wow, this was
it's crazy.
Episode.
Yeah, man.
One of our best episodes. Well, we had a lot of good episodes.
Hey, I got some hip hop secrets. I made a blog book and
we got the book. He got the book, bro. Like, he's going beyond the podcast. It's the book.
I want the PDF. Let me download it. Yeah.
No, I got.
Or we get the link.
Revealing these hip hop secrets and
Yeah, I've been seeing a lot of this.
I got to make the videos and you know what I'm saying, and talk about this because it's some stuff, man.
Tupac was ahead of his time, that's for sure.
Oh, he was, yeah, he was.
I sent the video to my sister.
Bone Thugs 2, both of them were rapping about stuff that's barely happening now 20, 30 years ago. What the hell is that? That's creepy. Like,
why now, right?
Like, you know, there's got to be some there that was guiding them to spit that stuff. It didn't come out of nowhere. I don't think you just freestyle it and that stuff just comes out of the air. It's just something.
You know, and I think the overall thing is true. Like we're talking about, and I know like we do for our shows and stuff, but like this has got to be the year of truth where, you know, we don't want to start controversies either, but we want to be truthful to people. So
you don't want to be like me. I'm too crazy.
No. There's a healthy level, but I think what it is like
just do it like, you know, like 30, 20, like 10, 20%.
Yeah.
Like, that's too
but
crazy.
we want to get truth. We don't want to create this like, and that's what we do. Like Big Hustle will say the same thing. We do our show. We try to be real with people because we want truth come out. We don't want to create this fantasy for anybody. We want you to understand that this is, and as much as we don't try to touch on real topics, sometimes it just comes into it, but we want to make we want to make sure that we're genuine and honest, and that's why we share a lot of personal things. I try to connect with people like
personal.
I'm not gonna spin you a tale and sell you something I wouldn't buy. I'm telling you right from my own playbook of this is how it's been my life to help try to connect so you understand that, you know, we're average people like anybody else, that we have the same trivial things that people go through, so that we're kind of empathetic. We ride along with you. We're not better than you, and we're not. I'm gonna say, oh, the world's great. You know, you're gonna wake up a million.
Screw you or something.
Right?
Like
yeah. We want to be genuine, and if that doesn't mean we're super popular, I don't care. I'd rather speak the truth than sell lies to be rich and famous. So
yeah, you don't want to be like a fake personality.
No, not a bit.
Right. I like that, bro. That's what I'm trying to do too. And like, even though I'm crazy in the head, I'm pretty insane. I think Dini knows a little bit of my craziness. Maybe K-Ice, my girl definitely knows. Some people know, and I just think, can I really share all of it? Maybe the only way is to do it through podcasts and music and books.
But I will say, you know, just on a personal note too, I've watched a lot of your stuff too. Like I've enjoyed a lot. Like I can see where, you know, your uniqueness. I mean, it comes out, but you're also being real with people. Like, and that's what.
Yeah, and you've also talked to me on Messenger, so you know I'm a little bit nuts. So
right, but that's the flavor of what's going to draw people in, and you don't want to do the Joe Rogan. You don't want to do the same thing
I don't
people have heard.
Like a regular dude just sitting there trying to act normal. Right.
Here's the thing. Like if you think about, it's like if you buy an ad. Like if you buy an ad of, are you going to buy the ad that has the most color, the most music, or are you going to buy the boring black and white commercial that? You want something that's going to stand out, right? You want people to be drawn to you, you know. And I said too, I had people look. I'm sure people have turned us off. They don't listen to us. They don't like the. I don't begrudge people that.
Yeah.
I don't. If you don't like us to be us, then don't follow us. Don't listen to our podcast. Don't.
It's going to be something that you're not, just to get right. I see what you're saying.
If you're genuine and you want to follow,
now they're only trying to follow a format because it gets the money and views.
We're not doing that. I'm real. If you like me for what we're giving on the air, great. If you don't, you know, no hard feelings, but I'm not going to sell out just to be popular for that reason. And people do that. That's very easy. They're like, I'd rather be rich and famous, but
just follow this format. You're going to get tons of views and money, but you're never going to have a soul, or you're never going to be able to say what you really feel or think. It's just
and like you said earlier, whenever you say something, they're going to judge you no matter what you say.
No matter what you say, if you post it, if you put it somewhere, you're
constant scrutiny. Yep, all the time. So if you're real and genuine, people can't judge you because you're telling the truth, whether they like it or not. People don't want to hear the truth a lot, but at least you know you're being your authentic self, and you're not, you know, leading people down the pathway saying, you know, I'm not going to sell you the cow and not give you the milk. Like, you know, you're trying to be real with, this is just where life is at, or this is, you know, and we've gotten deep. Like, I'm not afraid to go personal on the air just because I feel like it connects to listeners. So if it's going to help somebody,
same here.
I'd rather be genuine, and I'd rather, like, people say, you know, even if one person says, boy, Sam Crow said that, and I'm like, I felt that way. Well, good. I hope it helps you. That's the whole point, you know?
Just be vulnerable and open, because sometimes we don't get to have these discussions.
Exactly.
As a man. Women have them all the time with their girls.
Women always get to have that.
Men don't. We don't share. We're not capable of sharing feelings that way. We can't do that. We don't break down like that.
You have to have tough, macho.
You got to be at the point to where you don't really care about the outside, to where you really like I had a conversation with K-Ice last week, And I basically let them inside, you know.
Yeah.
And it's like something you don't normally do. Maybe not last week, but the week before last. It's something you don't normally do when it comes to like a brotherhood or it's your friends. You know, it's like you give them the surface level,
right?
Like you know, how you doing? Like you fighting all kind of demons, but oh man, everything's lovely, everything's great,
everything's great. Let's have a drink.
Yeah,
it's you. Pop, pop, pop.
Let's roll a drink.
Men's groups,
right?
You know, so you know, hopefully as time progresses, we as men will start to understand that this lone wolf, Clint Eastwood, Macmillan, you know, type of
it doesn't work. Doesn't work.
It just doesn't work. You can't lone with this thing. You need people to lock arms and go ahead. You know, go head on.
Exactly.
When it comes to like things that we face, because you never know, somebody may be facing it. Like, hey man, in my experience, this is what happened. This is how it affected me. This is how it changed my world, and this is why the way I am. But instead, we're flying in this thing blind with no co-pilot, with no backup, with no one to coach us through, to walk us through, talk us through, talk us down, talk us up. You know.
And I said this too, like this is what I said to Dini a while ago. This is what makes like the show here unique, because here we are a group of, I mean, obviously we're all men now. Most you know, how the cast has changed, but
I'm kind of like the kid, but yes.
But the point is, we're all different personalities, but we collectively come together, and so it shows the diversity that we have. Where not just the skin color, or anything like that, the personal like our opinions, right? But we all bring something positive so that people see the differential between all of us, that we can all agree. We don't all agree on everything, but we do agree on a lot of stuff. So you can see the fourth wall broken down, where we can have fun with it, but we can be real with each other, and we're not offending one another. We're just being open and honest.
Yep.
Oh yeah, most people don't agree with me because I'm crazy, but like I like being crazy. But I went crazy because of a lot of stuff. But that's like Dini was saying, can we really go to that fifth layer of like deep, you know?
Well, it could be worse. You could be SK. Everybody doesn't like him either, so at least you're not that bad.
Oh man, yeah, that was.
Hey Sam, cool.
Man.
You ever thought about being a coach?
I have, honestly. I mean, I have talked to people, and people seem to. I think my God-given gifts is people just come to me for whatever reason. I guess I'm just approachable, so I have thought about it. Yeah, for sure.
Okay, so I've been studying the coaching business lately, right? So you know the high ticket coaching business. So you have to charge $30K minimum,
right?
Each client, and that's how they getting so rich. But you got to charge high end people like celebrities, you know,
right?
Oh yeah, people that can pay it. Exactly.
Yeah.
Not most of them that's winning. They teaching other entrepreneurs how to make more money. You know what I'm saying? But there is space, because I did ChatGPT. They say there is space for teaching celebrities and entrepreneurs soulful stuff, because they got money, but they're empty. You know what I'm saying?
On the inside.
And they can't go to just anybody because they high profiles.
Yep.
So they will pay you easily 30,000. That's nothing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because that's a drop in the bucket for them. Yeah. Yep.
Right. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So even on relationship coaching, you know, they want relationship advice, but if you serve the high end clients, you get paid. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
hell yeah.
That's what Myron Golden teaches. He's like, why serve the poor? You're supposed to serve the rich, and then when you get rich, you can help the poor. That makes sense. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Right.
They're the only ones that can afford that anyway. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, sometimes it just feels more comfortable being amongst the brokies because you're a brokey.
That's you can assimilate. Yeah, there's comfort there, right? Yeah. No,
and then you like when you go to a rich person, like, please, sir, can I have some cheese? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, right.
I was like,
can I use the bathroom?
And not
can
only
I
is it cheese, but it's that rich people nasty rotten cheese that tastes like shit.
That's
I remember
right.
one time I
I'm not saying hang with
and they
them.
gave me this rotten cheese, and I'm like, Jesus Christ, they eat. I'd rather have the regular cheese because this shit is rotten. Like,
rich people have you curtsy and
I would just like, my gosh, I'd rather, But anyways, that's enough.
No. I'm not. You hang with you know, you hang with whoever you want to hang with. I'm not saying hang with the rich people. No, you provide a service for them.
Get them as clients. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Right. That makes sense because they
help.
don't have spirituality, they don't have inner peace, they don't have Zen.
And that's and that's big right now.
And they're searching for it though. They're looking for those answers. So somebody's got to lead them.
Right. Someone's got to lead them to spirituality, to Jesus, to find the happiness, the inner peace that doesn't depend on money or outside.
Exactly.
And then once they find that, then they'll just be like just better.
So that's what I've been working on. But
that's a good project. That's
even with this game. So you as a coach, you gotta get a mentor too, so you could, you know what I'm saying. So I would join Myron Golden. I would pay him that $50,000. You know what I'm saying? They got other people like Rick Pino. Who else?
That's a good idea. Just get some rich people to pay you. That's actually the best thing because you can't get someone that doesn't have that money, but someone that has that money will definitely pay you that money.
And they need the help. They need the help.
Yeah.
Like it's like totally they have the money and they need the help. So it's like it works out perfectly. They need the help.
New Energy Spiritual Center. I want to help celebrities. I want to help celebrities, people in the entertainment business, rich people. Because
you know who needs that right now? Justin Bieber. I heard he's going through it right now.
Well,
There's a lot of people, like Justin Bieber, other people that are going through it. They need that.
Kanye too.
Well, Kanye, he's crazy. But like some of the stuff he says makes sense, but people won't like it. When he's talking against the Illuminati and all that, he's dead on. He's right about that.
Yeah, of course.
But he's kind of wrong where he says that he's God. Like that's where he's
there is a limit.
Right.
Yeah.
Where he says I'm gonna stand up for the system and the Illuminati. I agree with that. He can't say that he's God. That's where he's like, okay, that's a little bit like a Christ
right. But that's like what Kay's saying. I get that. Like he might need help. He might be in that delusional mind. He needs to understand
to realize that he is not God.
Right.
But he can connect with God. He can be in touch with God. But he's definitely not God.
But people, but they lose their way and they don't. They're leading the blind. They don't see.
Ego, it's what they call the Christ complex. It's
and check this out. Even if you know about conspiracy stuff, and that don't make you your character Christ character. You know what I'm saying?
No.
Right.
So,
he takes it too far. So yeah.
It's good that he knows about all that stuff, but. Come on now, that's
but he
not
can't say that
get
he's
you
the closest
into the
thing
gate.
to God on earth, right? Where he says,
right.
That's not.
There's that balance, right? There's that. You got to understand what you're saying, and some things make sense. Other things are a little too out the window, out too far. But at the overall, like again, the Dini's point too, like the men. I think it's crucial that we men have that support system because if the women have that, and again, it's no disrespect. I love the fact that women do, but we as men need to because we suffer
these like forums,
Too much
right.
And you know what's crazy that you said about that? Kanye was saying that everyone betrayed him. He says like. Jay-Z betrayed me. All these guys betrayed me. I'm by myself. So right now he feels alone. So he feels caged in, and that's why he's lashing out, putting all those costumes and going crazy because he doesn't have that support system. As rich as he is, he feels like everyone's against him. So you do need that brotherhood.
Yeah,
you can't just
exactly
against everybody because they don't understand me. He's got to find somebody that I guess wants to talk about that stuff with him, whether it's conspiracy or spirituality. He's got to find someone that can at least have a discussion with him.
I always say it this way, which it sounds funny, but everybody needs your own bartender. You know how the bartender says, "Hey, what can I get you?" But what can I talk to you about? What's going on in your life? You know what I mean?
Right,
like it's not the drink; it's the approach there. Yep.
Because if you go it alone, you're going to go crazy.
Oh, telling me. Yeah,
I mean, you're gonna cook up all kind of stories in your mind.
Yeah,
I like that.
You're just gonna start,
right? Because it's approachable.
Right.
The spiritual bartender.
The spiritual bartender, because it's like it's the cool way of saying, hey, guys, put the towel over my.
Yeah.
What's going on? What can I want to give you something to drink. I want to quench your physical need, but what's going on inside? What can I talk to me. What can we talk about? And it doesn't seem like, oh, well, here's some weird. I genuinely want to know, because I'm an average guy. We're all average people. Like, we can relate. And I think that's the ego part. We talked about ego earlier, where men just say, you know what? No one else can be going through what I'm going through. Why should I share with you guys? Because you're clearly better than me, or I don't want you to think less of me if I get personal with you.
That's how I feel. I feel like I'm a crazy person. So who's going to listen? I feel like people just like me online because I'm entertaining. They laugh. They think what I say is crazy, but that's my real feelings. And I'm thinking, wow, people think what I really think is just insane. So like, let's just go with it. But then I'm just thinking, yeah, maybe I need help, or I don't know what it is. But yeah, I've been like definitely like embracing Christ and spirituality more. So that's been helping.
Because there's even that line. I always think about that quote that Rob.
Crazy though. I'm still crazy, but it's not like the bad kind.
No, it's not terrible. No. But it's like that quote.
Asylum, but I'm still like not what society wants.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, and it's like I'm still not what society likes, but like I'm thinking, well, people rejected Jesus, back then.
They're gonna reject, right?
And they thought he was crazy, but like he wasn't. He just had the truth and he had the light. They just were in the darkness. So, I do got to improve on myself though every day, and I know
we all do, right? We all do.
And every day, Poegosi, you're a homo person. You need to do better.
And
why are you posting this stuff? Why are you saying this? But I'm just thinking,
we're gonna always
work on it every day. Maybe make it improve.
Right. We always have to improve every day. That's part of the growing, and that's. And the thing is this too.
All my crazy posts, you see them. That's what I know. He knows.
Well, and think about this too. There's an iconic quote. I'll never forget this. Robin Williams said this right before he unfortunately passed away. When he did, he said, when you look at me as a celebrity status, I'm the greatest comedian. I made all these films. You see me laughing on screen, making people, but you don't know the pain and suffering I hide behind the closed doors is real. He said, I'm suffering from, he had alcoholism, depression, the things that he didn't show on the screen. What he's saying is, you might see me as this big celebrity. I'm untouchable. I'm, all the films you could go back. He had a illustrious career.
Rich, yeah.
But he said that didn't make me happy. And behind closed doors, I was miserable every night. I turned to alcohol. I was depressed. I had all these, the things that people didn't know. Only my family and close friends knew, but not the general public, because I didn't show that. So, the understanding is we have to remember at the end of the day, no matter what our status is, we are still human beings. We all suffer the same like anybody else. It doesn't matter. Like we could all say, look, we all suffer. So does Snoop Dogg. Yeah, he's the greatest, all the money maker in the world. He's a real guy that has real problems, real family problems, real things.
People stuff. Yeah.
We got to break down this wall up just because the Kanyes of the world, the P. Diddy's, the Tom Cruises, the Sean Connerys, all these big Hollywood names. They're still average people just like us who started somewhere. They just got claim to fame because of their work and what they did, but it doesn't mean they're not suffering. Like these child actors, how many have gone to drugs, have gone to drinking? They say growing up in this lifestyle was, sheer hell, and then they become adults. And like Macaulay Culkin just mentioned in the Home Alone before.
I was going to say that, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like you see, like the struggle is real. They get arrested for drugs, for drinking. These are real life problems that these celebrities are going through. But those are things that we all can go through.
Hey, if I would have been,
definitely,
I would have been right there with them.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
I ain't gonna lie to you. I would have.
So would I. I mean, I struggle, especially in my early days. I mean, I wasn't super, but we all have real problems, no matter what they are. We've all been at that point where. You're just so completely, you're lost, or you don't know where you're going, especially at a young age. These young people, you don't know where you're going.
Yeah, the young age is the worst. Like for me, my teens was crazy.
Come on, man. Yep. Hey, from 20 to 30.
Yeah, or like even like 15 to 19 was pretty nuts. But yeah,
you see the demographic is the same. There's that stretch of time where it's like, man, I just don't know myself, or I just cannot figure it out, or I'm just.
And God understands that.
Yep. And I feel bad for kids today. I think it's worse now than it was.
It is.
Yeah.
So definitely is worse.
It's worse now because of the internet and social media. Because when we were younger,
ruined it.
Like the only stuff we dealt with was at high school.
Yeah.
It wasn't basically whoever you dealt with at school or church. But now you have this whole
you just said it, high school. I just saw I think I was watching Ray Daniels. He said
I'll be right back.
Social media brought high school right back again to us. You know what I'm saying? It's like you lost all contact with mostly all your friends in high school, whatever, and now it's like a big high school all over again. You know what I'm saying?
Well, think about it too. What was the big thing in the 80s and 90s? It was the tabloids, which you don't see a lot now because it's the digital age now. But the tabloids become digital, and everybody has email, everybody has social media. It's easy to get these stories out. Like TMZ, they break it just like that because it goes out digitally. It's not like it has to go to print like it did, back in the day. So, and there's something to be said. Technology is great, but in the wrong hands, and if the wrong message comes out, it has a pro and con to it. So, it's good in some cases. In other cases, it's not so much. Look at the American media. So many stories get spun that are not true. We don't know what's true and what's not true. What was that famous quote? I could sell you the Eiffel Tower, say I'm the pure owner, and if you don't know the truth, you're going to believe me. I could give you a fake deed to a house, to the Eiffel Tower, and you're going to believe it because I can sell, all this stuff, but it's not reality. So
especially now.
And that's what makes it hard for these kids. You don't know what's real and what's not. All the internet scams, all the all this stuff. You could go on and on, but I think it's harder. Like I think to myself, like if I was growing up now, I don't even know if I could make it now because of all this stuff. Because it's just so much worse. It's unbelievable.
That's what's making them. It's making them hard to believe in God too, because like so much.
Exactly.
That part.
Exactly.
That part.
Yep.
That's why I would tell them, man, hey, focus on loving God and let God change you.
Yep.
That's it.
And you have to listen. If you don't listen, you're not going to hear his voice there. You have.
Yeah.
People say, what voice? I hear voices, but what voice are you listening to? Because there's a lot of things that, get whispered in your ear, and, you got to be careful where the information is coming from. And the Bible says test the spirit. So make sure it comes from the word, not somewhere, else.
And as they get stronger in the Lord, you'll know that voice clearer and clearer.
Yeah,
but
that's the maturity. Maturing as a believer, growing, you mature and you recognize.
Yeah, and you
they say the sheep know the shepherd's voice after a while, so you recognize that. So
and sometimes you still don't know. You be like, damn, did God tell me to do this or like
where's it coming from?
There's some preachers that said some stuff, but they missed the mark. You know what I'm saying? But
hey. and there's some that say they represent God, but only in name. They don't know Him, so they're not. The false prophet, the false preacher. You can say everything in God's name. He said you can claim in my name, but doesn't mean I know you. I don't know who you are. I don't have all these things. And again, who are you listening to? The younger people. Who are you listening to? Who are you following? And it's true what they say. You are the company you keep too. So who are you hanging out with? And it's not that, and a lot of kids will say, well, you don't want me to have fun. No, I want you to have fun, but you got to remember in this day and age, especially, that there's so much out there you have to be careful of. So what kind of fun are you talking about? What are you looking for? Are you that bored that you have to hang out with the wrong crowd kind of thing? We've all been there at one point in time.
Oh yeah, I was.
I got in the wrong crowd. I thankfully I had the spiritual wisdom at a young age. I knew enough. I could feel the Holy Spirit telling me, you got to break these relationships or you're going to be in serious shit, to be quite frank. Pardon my French, but
real.
I did. And you know what? The funny thing is, years later, I still maintain some connections with some of these guys, and I look like, boy, some of these guys went to jail. They did all this stuff. That could have been me if I didn't listen to the voice of God saying that you don't have to be mean to these people, but this is not the party you should be associating with. You need to separate yourself. So, and I'm talking like I was only 13, 14 years old. I was young then. How many 14-year-olds do that today,
Right.
So,
well, that happened to me when I was 16, when one of the top guys that we were chilling with that sold weed, he went to jail for 2 years. And I was like, I don't think this is the game I want to play. Because back then you're like, I want to be a little thug. I want to be finding people. I want to be selling weed. I want to be hanging out with bosses till the boss goes to jail. And you're like, oh shit, I don't think this is the game I want to play. Or one of my other
isn't fun anymore.
From the church, he's doing 2 years in prison because he decided to be a gangster. And I'm like, oh man, the music's awesome, but I don't think the consequences that awesome. That's what I started to figure out. They were setting us up when dudes from church and from my school started going to jail, that I was like, well, okay, they just trying to get us caught up. But okay, I don't. You were.
Yep.
Hey,
yep. It's all fun and games till consequences.
Yeah, it's like
recently. I think I told y'all the story, but when I broke my shades, so I had to get a new pair. But make a long story short, friends asked me to meet up. I didn't really want to, beg me. All right, boom, met up. But God was showing me like, all right, you're gonna go, but you gotta go. You gotta go show your face and boom. And how I knew like I had to go because they were trying to even stay longer, but my shades dropped off my face and it broke. Like, dang, this never happened. How long I had these shades?
Yeah, for real.
And it fell on the floor and just clack, clack, clack. I'm like, you fell on the floor before, but it clack, clack, clack broke. And then I'm like, oh shit, maybe that's a sign. I'm like, all right.
Why now? Right? Why now?
I'm like, I'm out of here. And then I go outside. I see more of them. They're like, yeah, they're trying to hang. You know?
Yep.
I'm like, nah. So I got in my car, and as I was backing out, I almost got
Don't look back.
I almost got into an accident. I said,
yeah.
What the heck?
Whoa.
I said, boy, that's that sign. Get out of here.
Yeah. Go and don't look back. Yeah, that's
like that starts to happen. You better leave. Yeah.
Like,
get your butt out of here.
Yeah, and it's hard because we want to be so socially accepted that you hate to lose those friendships or you feel like you're given, but the consequences can be so much worse, and that's why I'm glad. I mean, I had a lot of good friends I had to turn away because I'm like, this is not going to end well for me if I don't. So
you love them from a distance.
Yep. That was it. I couldn't associate. I said, we can still be cordial, but I can't hang out. You're doing things that I can't be doing with you. So
yeah. That's where it gets crazy or dangerous.
And at 14, it was really hard because I didn't have a lot of friends. So I'm like, this is hard. But I'm like, that struggle inside me, and the Lord saying, that the Holy Spirit saying was, look, you have a choice. And your life's going to be, I would have probably had a juvenile record. I probably would be dead by now.
Dang.
Or, you go a different pathway and you give that up so that it gives you a chance to mature and grow. And again, I'm not being popular, but I'm glad I did because I'm like, I always think about what could have been if I would have went the other way. If I would have ignored that, the Lord's voice saying, this is time to break these relationships off. I really struggled because I didn't want to do it, but I'm like, I got to make a move or else, the consequences, they're going to drag me down and it's just not going to be worth it. My life could be over before it even starts if I go down the wrong path. So, that's a struggle I think a lot of kids have today because friendships mean everything, of course.
Yeah.
Especially when you're young, but
bro, having friends in the 90s was so serious. It was like there was more than your relatives. There was more. I mean, you rode for each other. Like, I mean, it was that serious. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, we really thought like, okay, if I die, you know what I'm saying, you'll look out for my kids. Something like that.
That kind of closeness, right? Yep.
Nope. It turned out to nope. It ain't like that.
Nope.
As you get older, see what I'm saying?
When you were teenagers, you thought it was that, but then
you're invincible. Then nothing can touch you. Then
different things happen.
Yeah, it just changed.
Well, even the 20s, you're invincible. You're not touchable. You rule the world at that point. The world is your oyster, as they say too. But as you get older, you realize that's not the case, and the grass isn't as green as you thought it was going to be when you were high off the hog and flying high and but again, you're young and dumb. The invincibility is there, and there's no fault to that. I mean, it's something about character building, but you have to learn though that that's not the way it's going to transition in life. Otherwise, you're going to hit the wall pretty quick. So,
but I didn't want to really tell that to my kids because it's like, damn,
why is that?
Because I don't want to like make them so paranoid about having friends at a young age. I didn't tell them, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's a double-edged sword, yeah.
Yeah, because like you don't want them to be some kind of hermit.
Right. Yeah.
Like me. That's
most of these kids they don't what's the sunlight like? I don't know.
Online for me, I had to force you get it on Discord to on a Discord call, right?
Yeah.
And then finally I did, but
Yeah, that's the hard part. You know, you don't want to traumatize them. You know, it's like you're caught in the middle. You don't know what to do because it's, you know.
And you remember we was talking to SK Mac, and that's why I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna stop talking like this. I don't want you to, you know, he's young, so I don't want him to go through think like us. We older.
Yeah.
We went through so much trauma. It's like, I don't want to put that on you right now. You know, just go through your thing. Just go through your thing. You know, but just be careful. Just be careful. What you know what?
Yeah, it's that balance of you want to give just enough of the advice, but you don't want to overkill it where you're going to stunt their growth in essence. So that's the age of wisdom of knowing how much to put on the gas and how much to pull it back and where the balance is and all that stuff. So yeah, it's a tough world. That's why again we need each other. Everybody needs somebody. We got to have that accountability all the way around. Otherwise, we're not going to make it because we all are vulnerable to fall at some point. So
that is true.
Yeah,
that's so true. Especially me, that I'm crazy and weird. But like, when I try to work on that every day. But
you're just gonna hang on that, man. Get over. You're fine.
Like Sam Crow, you didn't think I was too crazy. I told you.
No.
I told you by the end of that conversation. Now you officially know I'm nuts. Like,
listen. If I cared about you, we'd all tell you right here. If it was a problem, right, guys? Come on, Dini, right? This was a problem.
Dini has known more than anyone for many years.
This would be an intervention. We would tell you the truth. No one's saying that. Don't let your ego run away with you now. Come on, Just saying.
I think Dini was also one of the persons that never judged me. Same with AC Killer. Like I said, they saw how everyone else hated me online, but they were the two for many years. Before I met you guys, of course, but then they were just like, he's cool. Like, we're not gonna like stop talking to him because you guys say he's like weird or he's a cat or he's like psychotic, whatever it is. Oh yeah, you guys see my cat post, right? I know you guys.
Yeah, yep. That's a good one. That's a good one.
I mean, man, like from the early beginning, I always felt like the misfits had a place.
Right.
And
that's why I always fit in.
If all the misfits can gather together, like,
Hey, how about you?
I'm definitely a misfit. I'm such a misfit. Like, I feel like I don't even fit into the subcultures that I'm like supposedly look like. That's what's so funny.
Man, you fit over here, so yeah.
We fit here. This is where I fit in. You know,
fit
in over there. It's all good. We fit in here, right?
Paul, when you be saying, "Oh, I'm crazy," I don't pay you no attention. Because you're not crazy.
You're crazy. Okay.
No,
what is crazy and what's normal? That's the thing. We can't even ascertain which is which. Like, how do you,
because there's so much stuff I can't talk to my friends and family about that I think about and go through and spirit and like, either spirituality or like in my personal life. But I just feel I've told Dini some crazy stuff and he knows. And like, he gave me some advice about it, spiritual stuff that's very deep. It's kind of weird, but like, he gave me some good advice about that.
Sure.
It was like, at least sometimes it's hard to open up about really weird, deep stuff. Like sometimes.
Well, it is. Yeah, that's. And I think.
I feel like I can't tell nobody else, but I'm going to tell you. And like, it's weird, but I couldn't post about it. If I posted about it, it would.
You ain't got to post about
it. You can do it. See, the thing is too. I think the hard part for us too is when you're trying to make some kind of form of entertainment and you're in the public eye too. And again, you're going to get backlash in some regard. That's what makes it more hard because you want to clam up because even though you know in advance you're going to take flack for something, whatever that is.
Right, whatever you say, they're going to react somehow. It doesn't matter.
Right, but it's hard to face the reality when it happens. You're like, oh, like you saw, like, oh, this whole thing went off. Like that's more than I thought it was gonna. There's that level of that hit just a little harder than I thought. So
right, that's not how I planned it.
And the judgment that comes with that.
Yep.
Oh yeah,
forefront, first and foremost, absolutely. Yep.
It was some of like Bones people, the Mo Thug people were like on my side. I'm like,
right,
oh, that's good, that's great.
Some will be right. That's just how the narrative it splits
but it wasn't
down.
Even going to make it aside. It was supposed to be just a joke. No one was supposed to take it serious, but I guess.
But you see what happens. That's the demographic.
What you post online, yeah, that's why I didn't want
to. You can't say anything. Anything you say is under scrutiny all the time.
Don't let Poe fool y'all. Poe know a lot of stuff about spirituality.
Oh, I know he does.
I know a lot about spirituality. And,
he's coming out of his shell. We're breaking you out. We get it.
What's crazy is I read the Bible, though. I learn new things every day.
That's good.
Because you think like you've read it, but you never really read it. Every time you read it, you learn a new thing.
You learn something new. That's how,
You can't say, I read the Bible, I'm done. thank you, I graduated. No one
No,
really
you never. You have to constantly keep learning from the word every day.
Almost every time you read it, you catch up. You even get the first time.
People trip me. I'd be like, man, I read the Bible 3 times, and you still on. What that mean? Like, bro, new revelations coming out. It's look all these new stuff coming out now.
Yeah.
If your life hasn't changed, read it again.
Yeah, because there's no effect. It hasn't done anything for you. Yeah,
read it again.
Yeah.
That's not a book.
Yeah, there's like so many things in there that like you notice for the first time, you know, like you might have read it, but did you really read it?
Yeah, and not just your life, your whole perspective.
Exactly.
Bro, like if that hasn't changed, read it again.
Right. And see, now your curiosity is you're chasing that because you want to know, so you're pursuing that to try to understand further, trying to learn more.
Just like any relationship, like if you're dating a new girl or a new man, what are you doing? Asking questions, talking.
Right. You're trying to get to know them.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. That's the same way you have to develop the same thing with God. You have to
absolutely.
You have to talk, which is prayer, and you can pray just like talking. You can do it either in your mind or out loud. It don't matter.
Yeah.
Just make sure that the conversation is between you and God. It could be about anything. It can be about just you struggling with
genuine, right? Be genuine. Talk to him.
Yeah. Like, I don't believe there's a God. Like, reveal to me, and you begin to hear different things in songs and movies, and conversation. He's going to reveal himself to you. He's not going to just speak to you out of a burning bush. That was, I think, a one and a done thing for a particular person.
I have experience of the supernatural though that comes,
but you never know.
But you never know. That's right. Go ahead, Paul.
I did experience something when I was younger. A supernatural, like an angel, did come to me. It was like a bright light, and it came and touched me. Yeah, no, the supernatural stuff happens. I believe. Hey, but you know, but like it came out of nowhere. I was sitting in the car.
It can.
I think I was really depressed, and I was suicidal. Like back when I was like 16. Man, I'm going too deep now. Anyways,
that's
like,
all right.
This bright light, and it was in the day. That's
guardian angel. Yeah, see,
a bright light kind of it came to me and then like touched me and it went through me and then like it was like
guardian angel. That's what happened.
Yeah, I was like, what was that? You know, I've never. It only happened to me once in my life where I actually saw and felt something. That's the only time I ever saw or felt something supernatural. Like I've heard supernatural things, but I think it was more from the dark side, like where they move things or slam the door. That wasn't really positive. But that's when I felt like an angel.
But you were at your lowest point then. You were at the low point where, and that was sort of the guardian angel coming in to save you. And
it appeared and then it came to me and then passed through me and I was like, what was that?
It can do that.
Ever since that day, I was like, I don't know, like the angels are real and like God's real. But it's crazy. If you tell people these things, they'll just think you're crazy.
Well,
like,
naturally,
Right, but I was not on drugs and alcohol at all during that time.
No.
So it was so crazy. But people will say, "Oh, nah, you tripping?" I was like,
"Nah, you crazy." They're gonna say you crazy.
Yeah,
they're gonna say you crazy. Yeah,
people will say
like
crazy.
There's angels and demons. It all happens, you know.
Hey, what was that?
They'll just be like, people always say you're schizophrenic. You gotta be schizophrenic if you experience something supernatural.
You can't be right in the head. What's wrong with you?
Right.
If I had a nickel every time I heard that.
Psychiatric evaluation or something. Yeah.
Oh, I've had shock therapy. It's good, but it doesn't really settle everything. So, you know,
yeah, you crazy, bro.
Yeah, but I felt that, and I was like, "Whoa!" Like I had that one happen to me one time, and it was in the day. It was in the daytime.
Hey, trust me, I believe you because a lot of spiritual stuff be happening to me. My family don't much know about it. You know what I'm saying?
Right, but they won't really believe you, right? They'll think like
you're gonna think you're crazy, right? Yep.
Yeah. If you experience something like that, they'll just think, "Oh, you're just making it up." Like, you know, it's real. I've had other times where people were saying a prayer for me, and a thought came into my mind, and I didn't go somewhere and do something, and I felt an energy over me. Like you could call it supernatural, magic, whatever. And then later I asked someone, were you thinking about me today? And then like, yeah, I said to pray for you about specific about this. I'm like, well,
yeah, that can happen too. Yeah.
You know, and people will say you're crazy. Oh, a thought came into your head and you felt an energy like holding you back from doing something. And they'll just be like, oh,
that's why you really can't be a Jehovah's Witness. See what I'm saying? Your family, just like my family is, but you and I can't really be that because they don't believe in that.
They'll believe in those things, yeah.
They say, like, So
it's real though. The power of prayer,
witchcraft.
Real, but like
now you're opening another one there. Okay, yeah.
Burn you at the stake.
Yeah, no, I definitely felt the power of prayer over me, like in my real life. Like it's crazy. The person that was praying,
it does happen though. Yeah,
was praying specifically for this. That's exactly what happened. I was like, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
You know? And you think it's just coming out of nowhere? Oh, this
All I know, gentlemen, is that the line has been crossed in the sand.
Yeah.
And,
for
and,
sure.
and it's more evident now
than ever before
which side do you stand on.
Yep.
And we have to thank Gen Z for it, for real, because they're the ones who really like, yo, if you're gonna be about it, stand about it, you know.
Then do it,
stand for it, you know.
Yep.
They're really the generation that's about morals,
right?
And the backbone of come. We think they're all fickle, but they're really like standing up.
Yeah.
They're really standing up.
That's true.
You really have opinions, you know.
They're standing on business.
Yep. That's just, you know, that's how it is. But yeah, no, that's
bro, you're cooked. What did that mean?
You'll learn soon enough if you don't know. Yeah.
Cooked, bro.
Yeah, man. I'll tell you, my generation and then my parents' generation is even worse. Like they still like to hide stuff, like to hide behind.
Yeah. See, I don't hide stuff from my children.
No.
I mean, I shouldn't be as honest as I am with them, but I am. Because I'm like, man, I wish my dad was honest with me.
Right.
Instead of giving me the Walt Disney version of
exactly. Life. And at this time, how much time is left? Awesome. You can't waste time anymore. So
everything is not awesome.
No. That's just the truth of the reality. You know, it's not to be mean.
Scores one more time.
Not to be morbid, but you know,
Tell me about marriage. Tell me about, you know, being a man. Tell me about all these things.
Right, real stuff.
Right, and if they ask that, you don't want to stifle, because if they're genuinely curious, you should be the one to be sharing it with them. So that's just the truth of it, you know.
Tell me how to deal with heartbreak. Tell me how to move on. Tell me how
that's
to.
A real
Right, all these things that they would have to deal with alone if no one was.
You don't want them to. You don't want them to be alone.
Talk to you about that.
And the men before us never really shared those things.
Exactly.
About,
see how it comes full circle again. Yep.
Hitting rock bottom and what to do after that.
Yep.
It's more like, oh well, you got to figure that out, sport.
Well, thanks for the advice there, sir. Yeah.
I feel like my dad, since he had a hard life, he spoiled me, and he always told my mom, no matter what happens, you better spoil him. Give him the best life, because I had a hard life. But I feel like maybe he should have told me the truth about life instead of spoiling me. But like
that was the trade-off, right? Yep.
But at the same time, I'm like thinking that's not good to spoil your kids, and like the Disney version of everything. And not everything is the Disney version, or
well, you heard the saying goes: tough men create easy times, and easy times create weak men. Weak men create tough times. Tough times create strong men. And the cycle keeps going.
It goes on and on. Yeah. Yep.
I just made a blog about that
because we're not passing down the instinct. We're not passing down cat instinct.
No.
We're only passing down oh well, you're here now. Well, figure it out. Be a man, you know, figure out what that means.
See what happens. Have fun with it.
What happens, you know,
those are dangerous words.
It's really up to you, you know. You can do things like I did, or you can be different. It's your choice.
But that's the hard part. Yeah, that's the dangerous part. Like you leave it up there, they're usually going to go down the opposite path because it's just too easy to do that. You know, that's the hardship. But
and then you ask the man, where you learn that from? Well, my dad didn't really teach me. Where did he learn it? Oh, his dad didn't really teach him.
Probably didn't teach him. And
his dad didn't even spend any time with him. He just worked and made the money. The wife stayed at home and And at some point in time, we have to take control of what's happening in our generations that are following.
Yep. Yeah. For sure. Especially as parents with children, you have to, because that's the next generation. And again, duty bound, Bible says our children are put in our charge as the parents. It's our responsibility to train them up as they should go.
Yeah,
that's right.
So now's got to be the time, not later. If they're left to their own devices, it's not going to end well.
They don't know anything.
No,
It doesn't end well. If you see a lot of young people that are left turn on devices, they're just lost right now.
It's a recipe for disaster.
It's
Yep.
so crazy when I see them posting about like their life. It's nuts. It's like, wow.
Yeah. And my conclusion is everyone is lost.
Oh yeah,
everyone's lost, but like it's worse when you have no spirituality or no guidance at all.
Oh man, it is. That's
if
the
you have
worst.
no foundation of anything, then it's just like it's like total like
it's like those people who are drowning, and you know if you try to save them, they're going to pull you down too.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
It's easier to fall victim than to save them. Yeah,
people are like, so at least if you have some kind of spiritual and moral foundation, some kind of guidance from your parents, then
right,
you're not totally lost. But if you have none of that guidance, it's just crazy how these young people are like now.
And that's one thing I say. Like for me, I was blessed because my parents took great pride in making sure, like my sister, like we had the proper upbringing as much as possible. Now we got to a certain age, my parents said, "Now we gave you the direction, but." Now you have to make those choices. Now, as we became to be blossoming from teenagers to adulthood, you know, now they're telling us we gave you the tools, but now that you guys are old enough, you have to start putting this to practice for yourselves. Like, we're not going to hold your hand through the entire time. Like, you're old enough to start. We trained you from the young age. Now you got to go on your own at this point. When we turned of age 18, 21, you know, all that stuff. But again, I had the foundation and I had the training. So that helped me to transition because my parents gave me that attention. They gave me the discipline. They gave me the spiritual teaching, you know, all that stuff I had. I was very fortunate. Like most kids nowadays don't. So, you know, it's hard to assimilate, but I can understand having that, how much of a benefit as opposed to not having that. So, you know,
it definitely helps.
For sure.
Yeah, it helps.
For sure. Yep.
It helps.
Yeah.
All right, guys.
We got financial problems, relationship problems, but I think the biggest problem right now is going on is family problems. Because because
but that all stems to spiritual problems.
It all cycles back. Yep. So, but at least the step is we recognize. If we recognize the problem, at least
recognize the problem.
It's a step in the right direction to the solution that we talked about the quote earlier. You know, be a part of the solution.
Again, what do we feel like we're going to stand tall against? Like, hey, we have a huge problem in this USA with family structure. It's not only black families anymore.
No,
it's creeping to the white families. It's creeping to the Mexican families. It's
every demographic.
All the families across America. This systematic government. We're doing a panel talk on April the 23rd. Busy Bone, myself, and a female about child support.
Oh hell yeah! When is that coming on? I want to watch that.
April 23rd, and how the government made it easy for women to divorce men and marry the government. For assistance. Promoting the single family homes with no man involved, and they get all the benefits. Absolutely. Well, they weaponize them women. And then you have artists like Beyonce, all the single ladies are independent. And the women's movement at the same time, and the Black Lives Matter movement at the same time, that creates
everything
volatile, hostile situations to where, you know, like, wow, man, these people are some real evil geniuses. You know, hats off for thinking of a master plan, but my goodness,
nothing happens by accident. Yep.
And what expense? Like, you mean to tell me a woman can get a house, food, a little bit of money plus rent if she keeps the man out of her house?
Yeah.
What happens to the children with no male energy?
Exactly the question nobody asks.
Hey, I'm telling you, family stuff is serious, man.
And man, this thing has been going on so long, like the roots are so deep that women, especially black women, think it's normal.
It's a normal,
It's the way to go to be on government assistance.
Exactly.
Like it's a privilege.
I've seen a girl, she posts a girl dancing on the table, saying she 37, no kids, and tied her tubes. It's like, wow. Like, you mean you're the last of you?
That's a fair question.
You're not going to make any copies. You're not going to extend your dreams for 60 or 70 more years. Like, wow.
It's the same thing like Oprah says, you know, for women's empowerment. Now I get kind of it, but that's a very deep message to give where, you know, I mean, a lot of people. Right. And then again, we don't need the relationship. You don't need the men only for so long. It's just a matter of the necessity until they're not needed, you know, and you can have the career. You don't need a man for that. Like they're trying to almost eliminate the man entirely. Like, well, what do you need him for then?
Right.
I mean,
Facebook today they just announced situationships.
Yeah.
They're taking away it's complicated, and in place they put situationships.
Yeah.
How many of us know situationships don't lead to nothing but a train wreck?
Yeah. Yep. Yeah,
it's crazy you're talking about that. There was a page like years ago called Situationships, and they would post memes and quotes and stuff. And I thought it was a joke. Now they actually made it a real status.
See what happened?
It's all the lost people. They're all in one big party and pool together. Situationships.
Yep.
You know, they don't know what they want. They so unstable.
Yep. They'll pull anything just to make it seem logical. They'll put anything they can there just to draw the masses to the attention of it.
It's not even like complicated no more. That's crazy that they actually put that as a status.
Yeah, right. Like this.
How can you celebrate confusion? That's crazy.
I don't get it.
Like, it's like me trying to celebrate insanity, but I don't celebrate it. I tell people don't be like me or listen to what I say. Just don't be like me. But I will express my insanity.
But you embrace it, right?
Entertaining and funny, so I look at it more as I'm entertaining people. You know? I always tell people don't be like me or try to copy me. Don't do that. You don't want to be like me. But I will express certain things in an artistic way. Maybe a poem, maybe a song, maybe a video.
Nothing wrong with that.
Crazy. It might be a little out there, and I'm not right in the head. But hey, maybe when Christ comes back, He's gonna fix that. You know what I'm saying? Like in the heavenly kingdom. Yeah, like everything we have wrong with us now, He's gonna fix that.
That's right. Who is right?
Some of us
who is right in the head?
What happened to us when we were younger, or things we went through, and maybe it scarred us for life. And like you're just the way you are, but God, like He'll forgive you, as long as you doing your best to be with Him.
Right.
You know,
and
like DMX, he struggled with a lot of stuff, but he was faithful to the end, to the day he died.
Right.
And people try to judge him, but he talked about God till his last breath. So, but they didn't know that he went through stuff because what happened to him when he was young. A lot of stuff stemmed from what he went through. So,
hold on, maybe I ain't tell y'all. People think
what's
I'm crazy.
People think you're crazy?
Yeah.
Why? Like,
what is crazy though? Like, you know,
because especially when I used to post spiritual stuff and this and that, and like, now you think I'm crazy. Now you see it happening.
Because the world hates you. That's why. It's the truth that they don't want to accept.
They just don't want to hear about Jesus. Those are the people that don't want to hear about Jesus.
They don't want the truth. It's easier to believe the lie.
The same way, but it's the same if I post spooky stuff. So they don't just want nothing spiritual.
In essence,
sure. It's the red pill versus blue pill.
They're just not gonna like it. They're just not gonna like it because it takes them out of their illusion. Because the world is like an illusion of like, money, sex, alcohol, drugs, entertainment. And
comfortability.
So like the minute anything real comes up or spirituality, like, oh no, I don't know.
It's true what they say. Ignorance is bliss.
I need to be over here in my little bubble of lies and illusions.
But hey, Sam Crow, if we've learned anything from the law, it doesn't matter if you're ignorant of the law.
Nope.
It's your
That's
duty
for sure.
That's
for sure. You learn it one way or the other.
Nobody's never told me that. Hey,
right.
Yeah, but
how old are you? You've been on this planet X amount of years.
Yep.
But if you're crazy, you can always plead insanity.
Yeah, but at that point, you compromise your freedom from the real world.
Yeah.
Either way,
again, it's reality versus fantasy. There's always a choice there. Yeah.
You can't be. Now you're just going to the asylum instead of.
Hey man, I was at the gate of that, and it took my dad telling me, "Hey man, whatever you telling those psychiatrists, you better stop, man."
Yeah, because they will lock you
because they're trying to create a permanent bed for you. I was like, what?
Yeah,
I'm not coming home. He's like, no, dude, you're not coming home. Whatever you telling them, stop.
Right.
I was like,
Yeah, you basically gotta not admit it. That's what you said to say.
Yeah, I stopped telling them all my personal battles.
Yeah,
so I can get out of there. Because the way I was going, they were soaking it up. Oh yeah,
this is
a nice case. You're a good case for us. Your insurance is good too. So yeah. welcome aboard.
Exactly.
Yeah, you gotta right exactly. So you gotta not. Tell
Yeah, I've been there, man. 3 days.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they'd lock me up if they could, but I've always got away. I always tell them, you will always remember this is the day that you almost caught Captain Jack Sparrow.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That just made me look more crazy. But anyways,
they called me, and
that
I
does
learned my
explain a
lesson.
lot, actually. Yeah. Okay.
This is show business, though. So
That's your support character. You're a rapper. You're an artist. You're
right, an artist, a character.
You're a tortured soul. You have that whole. That's what you carry. That baggage.
Poet, writer. Yeah.
Yep.
Like even King's crazy, but he puts it on paper. Like all these
Exactly.
People, all these people that are nuts, they harness it through books and like.
And they get the recognition from it and the residuals from it. So, you know.
Right. As long as you don't actually go slash people, but you write about it, you can make money. That's the way you gotta do it.
Here's the thing. Like, you look at it this way, Poe. As long as your craziness, if it pays off and you become a rich millionaire, go for it. It sells itself. So, you know. Anything less would be a failure. But if you can at least make a name for that.
At least do something with it. Exactly.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
Hey, when that where the panel gonna be at?
Oh yeah, when can we watch that?
It's going to be on Vigilantes Radio.
Okay.
Regular call in.
Okay,
we will have open discussion so people can call in and ask questions and speak their piece and their experiences with any kind of government assistance or with the women just feeling like they can just be themselves without a man in the household.
This is gonna be good.
Yeah.
I'm definitely calling in. Like, I mean, I want to listen, not to talk, but to listen.
Yeah.
Right now, it's even like okay, so even so most of our kids is adults, young adults. You know what I'm saying? They're not teenagers no more.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of people dealing with disrespectful adult kids right now. You know?
Right.
So that's heavy right now.
Yep.
That's a heavy topic. Disrespectful elderly parents is a heavy topic. Abandoning elderly parents is a heavy topic.
Right.
You know, a lot of stuff going on right now.
Yeah.
Of course, child support, the women don't need a man stuff. But that family stuff, man. That's
man, I blame, you know, commercial media for all the division because they paint these pictures like, oh, you can have it all. You know, forget your husband or forget your wife, forget your children. Just think about yourself. Make yourself happy.
That's why we need
forget what happens to everybody else in the aftermath. Just think about you.
That's why we need to that question. We need to get involved with the media.
Right.
And provide that content.
That's right.
Yeah, like I always noticed that ever since like even with cartoons, like on The Simpsons, like there was this rich lady that had hella money. She was like single, no kids, and she tells Marge, "What do you have? You have a husband and kids. You don't have no life." And then Marge says, "What do you have?" And she's like, "Tons of disposable income." Like she pulled out his purse with all his money, and she had her freedom. Yeah. And I remember, I think they were programming people from way back in then. That was in the 90s. But like it like and then now it's worse, but it was already starting.
Back then,
coming in there with the TV shows, with the cartoons, Al Bundy going to the bar with the Hooters, you know, leaving his wife at home. You know what the hell? You know? It went from all these really nice things like, you know, like Full House and all these nice families to like, oh, the husband's going out there looking at other Hooters and like drinking and leaving the wife at home. It was slowly changing. And now we are where we are now. But we saw it.
90s was bad. 90s was bad.
Oh, 90s was when it started getting nuts.
No, it happened way before the 90s.
80s, right? 80s.
The hippies brought in all this.
Free love, sex. And
and then after that, it was on and popping.
Right. The free love movement, right?
It just got worse and worse and worse.
But it was still a little better in the 80s. You know, the shows,
on the TV it was
good times.
I think the 80s and the early 90s try to bring some kind of wholesome back.
But
I don't know who had the
that.
power of the networks at that time, but whatever they did, it was working. Like the Family Matters, the
Cosby Show,
Full House.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
There were more wholesome family shows with
back then. Yeah.
Kids, raise the kids
And-
right, and now Bundy comes here with Hooters. Let's go to the nudie bar and like cheat on our wife and get drunk, and then that's when like I feel like after that it just started derailing. Because I remember like all the kids at school would like joke about the Hooters and like it started to get into our minds because we started acting like Al Bundy. We're like 4 touchdowns in one game, and I'm gonna go look at Hooters after this. I'm like, what was he teaching us, bro? Like they were already putting that.
Find yourself as a kid looking at butt as it walks by. You're like,
you
can't even do anything with it. You're just a kid. What are you looking at butt for? But
I know
exactly. Right.
That's those implants that
he was trying to plant seeds for later on. That's what the whole thing was with Al Bundy. It was like, okay, plant the seeds for later on in life, though.
That's true. Yeah. Yep.
The Hooters outfits is regular clothes now.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Hooters became exactly. It's not even a costume.
Right.
Man, I see women out all the time in their drawers. I'm like, man.
They're just in their in their bikini or whatever.
That's what they
No, this ain't even a bikini. These are drawers.
No, these are Daisy Dukes. I mean, these are
man. These ain't even Daisy Dukes. This is undergarments.
Yeah. Well, that's
And they make it thinner too. They make their bras thinner. That's why you can see their nipples real easy now these days. Through their shirt. Yeah, it's and they don't like to wear bras these days now. They'll wear.
Of course not. It's very freeing otherwise. That's why they say,
It's crazy, man.
Look at the free the nipple movement. I mean, all this crazy stuff. Like, I
you got the slut walk.
Yeah.
Hey, man.
I will say this. The one thing I've learned in my time is human beings are the most interesting things. We come up with the dumbest stuff, and there's all the
Hey, but they say
we come up with some like dumb stuff sometimes.
The same thing happens when it's about to shut down, like when before they
when there's a collapse coming.
Yeah,
right.
Talking about Rome, when Rome fell into like the debauchery and degradation and like what's the other word? I forget what it's called, but like it was total corruption and like all this
orgies.
Right, all that stuff. I think it happened with
downright murder and torture for no real good reason.
Even the LGBT
look at the king
stuff.
wrong, you get tortured.
Yep.
The LGBT stuff that happened back then too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it was pretty common then. Yeah, for sure.
Oh yeah, that happened in the Greek Roman Empire. That's why they call that wrestling style Greco-Roman style.
Greco-Roman wrestling. Yep.
They were on top of the other guy. That's why wrestling exists. Everything in history. If you study history, you find out where stuff came from.
Yeah, see, that's why history is important.
And honestly, the Roman Empire never really died. I think it just transferred to
church
to America.
Yeah, we're the modern day Roman Empire. Yeah,
it just lived on through the church.
But they're beefing now. They're beefing. You see what Trump they say they want the Statue of Liberty back because they
that's not gonna happen.
Well, they can have that statue of Lucifer back.
That's crazy.
That's awesome.
But
listen, they said when they said that was only one bureaucrat, and the press secretary said, "Hey, you know what? You want the statue back? France needs to send a team over. We're not sending it. You're going to demolish it, take it back. But then you can also be thankful because if it wasn't for us, you'd be speaking German right now because we helped liberate France from the Germans there, which is the reason they gave us the statue. So before you get to be ungrateful, the really problem we have now is we got to watch with China because all these tariffs, I'm afraid they don't like us to begin with. So we're on the brink of war with China, at least in my opinion, at this point, because it's heating up more and more every day. So
they said that so I don't know if that this is really America and Rome, but
we'll tell you in a minute.
The beast is gonna turn against and devour the I forgot. Devour the hearted or something like that. So it's So it was saying like that. America and Rome gonna break up. You know what I'm saying? And which is happening now. And then then a new world power gonna come.
Yep.
But that new world power, it ain't gonna be no China, ain't gonna be no other country. It's just gonna be the new world order.
The new world order. Yep.
That's gonna be the eighth beast, the world power. That's the
right.
new one we're gonna be under. And
yeah. Oh yeah, for sure.
So that was wrong.
Is it? I think it only says 7 heads on the dragon in Revelation.
Yep.
So I think a lot of false religions that were started by the Freemasons, like the Jehovah's Witnesses, preach
the Mormon Church.
Well, yeah.
Yep. So I mean, of course they're going to teach their view of what they want as the light.
No, of course.
I heard.
But we have the power to change it and manifest it. I mean, Klaus Schwab just stepped down, and didn't I predict that? Because I spoke it into existence.
No. It's not even about. It's just the Bible. The Bible says it's going to be a 8th world power. So that's.
I don't see where it says that. How many heads are on the dragon? Isn't it 7?
7.
Yeah, 7 heads. Yep.
That's what the Bible says. But false religions that are actually controlled by the Illuminati teach, of course, what they want the world to be. Because right. Well, it's like if you know the deeper stuff.
Just think about it.
You're right, Poe. You always gotta cross reference to whatever God says in the Bible.
Right?
Because always false religions that are infiltrated by evil are gonna, of course, post their agenda.
Right. Naturally.
Be like, globalism is good. If you ever see a religion that says globalism is good and nationalism is bad, they're infiltrated by. Yeah. Like
that's evident. Yeah.
So,
just think about the time when he says there'll be a time when the mark of the beast can't buy or sell. That's that new system. Right there.
Yeah, but look,
and we're dangerously close now. Yeah.
Do you see all C&I on the dollar bill? If you really listen to Jordan Maxwell, he said that the New World Order was established in 1913 when the Federal Reserve took over. It even says it there in their language. It says annuit collectus. That means our enterprise is now complete. And it's no order seclorum under it. And it has the I. That means that their money system now, like that's what it is. You're waiting for something to come, but it's actually been that.
Right.
Yeah.
That's why in this country. That's why in this country they can like be gay or they can be like fornicators, and they couldn't do that under the church over there in Europe. So
that was we didn't trust me. We didn't reach that time where we can't. If you refuse the mark, you can't buy.
So what do people used to buy right now? Don't they use the dollar everywhere in the whole world? That's the only time you ever saw that.
You got to read Revelation. Come on.
Well, the dollar's losing its value now. It's the currency like Bitcoin and this digital currency that has
exactly.
I know the mark that is on the dollar bill. Though, what is the mark? Whose mark is on the dollar bill? Like you know whose it is.
Hey, check this out. We really have to learn how to use Bitcoin right now. Because right now we can't pay this cable bill because they said they don't take debit card no more. You got to pay in Bitcoin.
So what company do you have? Like AT&T or
I don't know. It's called Apollo TV. So I don't know how to do this.
Yeah, Apollo TV.
Because you have what the hell is Apollo TV? That's probably what.
But here's the thing. All the business
sound like a Satanist.
Yeah, that definitely sounds like demonic.
Illuminati TV.
That's why all the businesses are gonna start doing that. That's why we got.
You got
to learn Bitcoin now because.
Well, think about it too. Like when COVID broke out, and they said everything went cashless, so cash had no value because it said we don't exchange bills, coins. It's all digital. It's all cards and all this stuff because of COVID, the pandemic being there. Yep. So
that was a test.
Yep.
No, I think it was an operation. I think it was a full-blown operation.
They actually, in their own thing, said that was supposed to be the takeover, but people fought back. So that wasn't
right.
I think it was a phase 1, like
that wasn't a phase
COVID
1.0. That was actually supposed to, according to their own writings, that was the end game. But people
killed a whole bunch of people. They stopped currency. They shut the world down. They had us isolated. They had us inside.
And people,
the world stopped moving.
People listen.
And it's still getting to beat me or phase me though.
When they say put on that mask and this and that, man, you go back and watch those videos when everybody turned on each other and was calling people
that shows you how feeble and trusting people are with the government.
Yeah. Right.
Without any scientific, without any evidence, putting on these face masks is going to save your life.
Yeah.
Huh?
If you take the shot,
what?
Unvaccinated people was the scum of the earth. All the talk show hosts were saying that. On the Schwarzenegger, all of them.
Yeah, you know what I say to them? I'm still unvaccinated. And still
all the people who lost their jobs because they didn't get vaccinated.
This is all I gotta say to all of them. And, you know, and you're still gonna lose. Klaus Schwab already fell. World Economic.
Here's the thing.
So, like, you can say what you want, be negative, but freedom and power is gonna win. This is the year of victory.
But here's the thing.
I know you believe in all
God's paradise. Well, look, God's paradise is the goal.
That's great, but in the meantime, I bow to no man because I'm in the image of God, and I bow to no man.
Right, but as we get closer to Christ coming, you remember it's supposed to get worse, right?
Yeah,
not better.
It's supposed to get worse, but according to you, it's supposed to get worse last year and the year before that, and the 7 years of doom and gloom, and you know that's always. And
no timing is perfect, but
the 70s, and 60s, and 90s, always the same.
We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. We're going to Bible in off camera, but
oh my goodness,
you can't really talk to me about it because I'm a positive person and I believe what I believe.
It's not about
Jesus. It's just that Jesus ain't gonna let me be a slave. You know what I mean? And that's why I defeated all their little COVID shit. That's all they have. That was the best they could do.
All right. Do you believe
that was the best they could do? That's
Poe. Do you believe it's supposed to get worse or better before Christ comes?
I don't know how it's supposed to get, but I know that he got
Come on, Poe. Come on now.
And I know that I don't need to live in fear and believe every little false prophecy that the TikTokers.
That's why we're gonna have to study the Bible and see what you know.
Where's my popcorn here?
I read I read the Bible, and a lot of stuff that's in the Bible is not what these false prophets say. So that's all I gotta say. Jesus did not say. What did Jesus say? I go what Jesus said. What Jesus said. I don't go by what some guy on the internet said.
Don't let fear make you talk like that.
Yo, I'm gonna tell you. I go by Jesus said. I follow Jesus. I don't follow man.
Be bold, man. Be bold.
Hey, yo, I'm bold, bro. But I got love and positivity in my heart. I don't have darkness. You got a lot of darkness in you, but you always think negative. If you talk negative, that's why you negative. Everything's gonna be negative in your life. You say, "Why can't I make money?" Because you talk negativity, you speak it. You call in evil into your life every day. You just manifesting.
You letting
all right, you know what I'm saying? Like, make your choice. Make your choice. Bro, like, it don't matter to me. You can do what you want.
You scared of the end time. That's why you're talking like that.
I'm not scared of nothing. I'm not scared of you. Nobody's scared of you. Everybody, you know what I mean? Ain't nobody scared of you. Ain't nobody scared of
why would you be scared of me?
2012. Ain't nobody scared of all these false prophets. Nostradamus said this, and this guy said this. Like, oh yeah, that's great.
It's either you believe in revelation or you don't.
I believe in revelation, but I don't feel I need to live my life in fear or live in misery.
Of course, you're not supposed to live in fear. The end goal is paradise. We're supposed to be happy.
I'm happy, but I don't speak darkness in my life. I don't speak my doom into existence.
That's why Peter said we're supposed to be happy that all this is happening, because that means Christ is coming.
Yeah, I'm happy. I'm happy that the system's collapsing. The evil is going down. I'm not going down. I'm light. Darkness is going. I always think darkness is being exposed. Why I think Diddy's in jail and I ain't, because the evil and I'm not. That's why. You know, but nobody wants to hear the real truth. People just want to fill into little fantasy worlds and TikTok and YouTube and all these bullshit that they talking there. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't care what they got to say because they're not speaking no truth.
The government must collapse.
They're still speaking.
You just said it, right? The government is collapsing, right? The government's collapsing, right? That's
not just the government. I'm saying like everything that's evil. Everything that's evil. It's
right. That's a good thing. That's a good thing.
Right, evil is collapsing, but I'm not gonna collapse because I'm just like not on that frequency of like evil. I'm not on low vibration, you know. But I don't feel like I need to like say, "Hey guys, look at this negative thing that happened. Embrace this today because this is gonna, you know, what's that gonna do to help
everybody?" Nobody's saying embrace it. Like, no, just know it's happening. You know it's
that's
happening.
Great. I do look at the news and I check it. I check the real stuff that's going on, but I don't look at this guy that says, "Hey, April 8th, the eclipse is gonna kill me."
Nah, we're not
of darkness are gonna get me. Ooh.
Now, what we're talking about is, you know, we're talking about the whole New World Order thing, and if you know, you say it's not real, it's like we're talking about Mark of the Beast. You know, it's coming, man. It's like.
I think it's coming, but I think it's gonna be a war. We ain't gonna take it laying down. So like it's gonna be interesting how it's gonna play out. Because I know, bitch,
we don't have to be afraid of that.
We didn't lay down. So like let's see how it goes down. Nobody, it ain't gonna be like we're gonna be little bitches. So I'm just putting that out there right
now. We don't have to be afraid of that though. but we know.
Yeah, I'm not scared of it. I'm aware. I've been aware of this for 20 years, bro. You think I don't know about
exactly?
So, I probably know more than all of you, but I just don't feel like I need to come out here and talk about it. How's it going to help anything? Unless I'm talking how to resist it, how to like overthrow it, and how to like solutions. I'm talking.
Okay, but
I'm not going to talk like, oh, be afraid of this because they're watching you. And,
no, man. Nobody said be afraid. That's what I'm saying. Don't be afraid. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm not afraid. I haven't been afraid for years. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm like aware. I've been aware since like I think 95. Like that's just kind of weird because somebody sent me like this link and talk about all this stuff about 95. Like all the rich families and how they control the money and all this stuff. Like I know about all that. Yeah, I've known about it for years. But like, and then I learned more later. But like, I don't like make that my life. I wake up and like, man, I wonder if the whole Sinai is looking at me. It probably is, but this is what I got to say to it, and that's about it. So
I don't think none of us wake up like that.
I think some people do. Some people are paranoid. I used to be back in the day, but that's why I stopped like always listening to Alex Jones 24/7. You know, because
he
wasn't right about everything either. Neither was Jordan Maxwell. Jordan Maxwell said the world was going to end in 2007, and you know, and he's a smart guy, but like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think these guys are correct on everything they say.
You know that. We're not talking about when the world gonna end, none of that. We're talking about New World Order, Mark of the Beast that's coming.
Well, that's what he was talking about. He thought that was gonna come in 2007. I mean, like, or I guess whatever you want to call it, but that's what he was talking about.
But whenever it come, it come. See what I'm saying? But just be aware.
I just feel there's a lot of people standing up to it right now, and it's not going their way. So, but like people need to acknowledge that too. It can't just be like, oh, it's all doom and gloom. They're not Almighty God. There's only one Almighty God. The devil is below him, and it even says that God will make your enemies as a footstool. That's in the Bible. So
right, that's why we win at the end.
So I ain't even scared of none of them.
You know,
I'm not afraid of it. Like what? They're just pathetic. All they have is money and influence, but they have no spirit. These people are dead inside. They have like nothing in them. Exactly. Like if you ever even like seen someone that was in the Illuminati, they have nothing. I mean, before they got out of it and went to Christ, they had nothing. So I mean,
God wins at the end, and whoever's on God's side wins with God. So we don't need to be afraid of none of this stuff going on.
I don't. I know. I'm aware. I look at stuff and I'll be like, okay, this is going on. This is going on. Okay, I see this, but then I'm not like, okay, I'm scared today. I'm not going to enjoy today's as my life today. I just can't.
No, enjoy every day. That's what you're supposed to do. Enjoy your life, man. You know what I'm saying? But you know.
Yeah, I'm aware. I've been, like I said,
there you go. Boom. You're aware of it.
I've been aware for a long time as far as conspiracy theory or conspiracy. Now it's not even theory, because like even you have like what's his name, Tucker Carlson saying it's real.
Yeah.
That was a guy from the big news. That's what's freaking crazy. Saying it's real. That's what's so psychotic about it. It went from like Alex Jones to real like personalities now admitting it's
journalists. Yep.
I just want to say this though, because I've enjoyed that, because it's almost like you guys had this great like back and forth tennis match, and Dini and I are just sitting here like non-existent, just watching Wimbledon here, which is probably one of the greatest things I've seen. I'm just thinking like I'm just irrelevant right now because I'm just sitting here. So, but you know, you got to the heart of it, which is good. I like the you know, and I don't know, it's just enjoyable. I wish I had my popcorn right now, but.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah, I thought it was gonna get a little messy, but you know, you guys kept it.
Messy. I'm just saying.
You guys kept it brotherhood, and you know,
you didn't rip each other apart. That's good. You know,
I see some really conspiracy stuff, but I don't tell them to look at it with fear. I just say get it, the knowledge.
I know how to keep
yourself against like demonic energy. That's all it is. But
I never tell a real healthy conversation.
I never say and say, hey, get scared. This is so scary. Like I do tell them it's
I was a little wary for one part, but
that picked up really. I was gonna say that picked up pretty quick. I'm like, ooh, the gloves are gonna come off here in a second. Like, gee whiz.
No, I don't think we would take the gloves off because we're not enemies. We just have like we see the world differently, but we know the same thing. I think we just look at it differently.
That's fair. Yeah.
There you go, Poe. Yeah.
But
I
see,
I'm a rebel, so I'm going to rebel to the end. I guess.
But see there again. Look at the big picture. Is this makes it nice because again, different perspectives coming in, but we can still have a healthy outlet to express it without making it personal or getting vindictive, attacking people.
We can't do it now. Yeah, even like sometimes like you and SK Mac don't agree, but you still.
Sure. There's a respect there. Yeah, we don't. I don't. Like I said, we have the healthy It's that healthy feud that just kind of
anything like that.
Yeah, no, I don't begrudge people. We've had conversations off the air, like we've chatted on Messenger and stuff. We continue that off screen too, like, you know, but it's been, and there was even the gap when I wasn't for a while, and he's like, you got to come back because I miss having this feud. There's no one else that can feud me the way you feud me. So
who's else gonna feud with you? Like,
right. So like it just keeps that little. So yeah, you have to know where to, again, boundaries, and where you know, it gets tight, it's pushing it, but at the same time you walk away as friends. You're not knifing each other in the back.
I can tell you this one thing that I think is crazy. I'm not saying this is true or anything, but I say, if you look at the way the government's being exposed in the industry, and Diddy and everyone falling, like all these streamers that are evil now collapsing, they're losing their $1 million deals, they're going to jail. I think it's because like it's all evil's falling, and then God has to expose it before he destroys it. So like before Armageddon comes, he has to expose it. And so you can't say, why did he have to destroy it? He had to show how bad it was first. So I feel like that's one thing that's going on. But like, it sounds crazy. But if I tell anybody this, they're going to think I'm
exactly what's going on.
Yeah. But if I tell that to anybody, they're going to think you're a freaking psycho. But of
course.
Right. If I go out there and tell anyone normal that, they're going to be like, you're nuts. I'm like,
in a nutshell, I think the veil is now being lifted.
Yeah.
So saying, hey, this is how the world really is. This is how these people really are. And here's the line in the sand. Make your choice, because here's this evidence that Jesus Christ actually lived.
Exactly.
We found we found Noah's Ark. We found this. We found that, and we found this. And we
found the Ark of the Covenant.
While we won't say there is a real Jehovah God, Elohim, Yahshua, Yahuwah,
Yahweh
in heaven, but there is evidence that there is such a thing. And I think that line is drawn in the sand now, to where people either choose to be awakened or to choose to remain asleep.
Right. And that's the simple fact of it. That's not going to change anyway. It's just the way it's going to be.
And that's why evil is being exposed, because now the veil is lifted.
Yeah,
bro. And humans worship celebrities too much. It's time to. It's like, stop it. It's like, and now we're starting to see that. It was like,
it's all the figure, right? The athletes, the celebrities, the movie stars, the artists, you
make it sound easy to break those yokes, but you got to understand, like, a habit forms after 21 days of consistent.
Oh yeah. Yep.
This is years of indoctrination, years of roots, evil roots, evil geniuses planning out the Willie Lynch note, evil geniuses planning out MK Ultra. Evil geniuses planning out how to subconsciously direct how our lives work through propaganda, through television shows,
brainwashing,
because we see ourselves in certain characters and say, "Oh, well, I guess this is how my life is going to end up." And we're living these real life reality shows.
Exactly.
Not knowing we're just going to a slaughter.
Yeah. Well, it's the same thing. There was that art. They talked about the commercials, like the fast food commercials or these cooking commercial. Subliminally, they say when people watch these ads for whatever, Burger King or what, it's going to make you hungry. You don't know why you're hungry. It's because you're watching the imagery.
Now. You just mentioned Burger King, not thinking of a Whopper Jr.
Yeah. So I mean, but you see the subliminalness when you watch the ad, like even on YouTube, like you see ads all the time now for whatever. And the question I hear people say is, why are there so many ads now? Yes, obviously the creators have to make money, blah, 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 blah.
Right.
But at the same time is the messages that these ads are giving. And a lot of them are repetitive. Why are they repeating them over and over and over again? They're trying to get a message out. They're trying to subconsciously plant the seed there, no matter what it is, whether it's to buy an expensive item, go shopping for the latest whatever, take a vacation to the Grand Canyon. They're selling something, but it's that whole notion of that's the fishing of you're trying to plant it in somebody's mindset. Otherwise, like, I wasn't thinking about a vacation. I keep seeing commercials to take a cruise. Now I want to take a cruise all of a sudden. There's that. It's that brainwashing, like Poe saying, it's in the way you're trying to get people to fixate on this stuff, right?
Yeah.
So
I kept seeing the Cheetos pizza commercial, and I kept repeating. You know how when you it keeps playing over and over. Well, when I went to the store, I saw it. I almost bought it, but like, nah, that ain't working.
See,
they got
it's like that
pizza.
You know why they make the clip short and repetitive? Because that hypnotizes you.
Right.
So you're seeing it and you're hearing it and you see it. Let's say you watch it 10 times because it's kind of addictive because the commercial's funny. The guy's like, "Oh, do you think that these are as good as pizza?" And then they're like, "Yeah, no." And then but it's funny.
Yeah.
Watching it and then but it gets in your brain. And then when you go to the store, you see the pizza Cheetos and you're like, "I want those."
You want it, right? Subliminally, and that's like the experiment. I can't remember the guy's name who he trained dogs to salivate at the sound of a bell ringing. And he'd deny them the food or the treat, but every time you ring the bell, like the dogs would it was neuro-linguistic programming of the mind to get you to focus on something that wasn't there. Like the dogs were thinking, we're going to get fed, we're getting the reward, even though the food's not there. The sound of the bell makes them salivate because it associates with the bell ringing is the food is there, so they're naturally they're salivating all this stuff. But that's what's dangerous with programming the mind, and why we say be careful what you fill your mind with, because that's not all good. And what seems harmless, or what seems, talk about darkness and all this stuff and all these evil things that are planted out there, they seem harmless enough, but as you are absorbing this like a sponge, then what are you putting in your brain, and what are you dwelling on, thinking about, and all that stuff. So same idea. But
it's like they put the Cheetos in my brain, and when I went to the store, I wanted it.
Yeah,
it happened with
anything. And before you saw that, you didn't care about it. It was only after you kept seeing that commercial for it gave you the idea.
I wouldn't have noticed it unless that commercial.
Hey, can we name at least 3 billionaires that got their money like super clean?
A billionaire? I don't know. That's a tough. I mean.
What do you mean without being like stealing?
I mean, even Kanye, he didn't get his money super clean.
Really?
Well,
I didn't know that.
I'd say Bill Gates could be one.
Well, remember Kanye? Remember the Kanye from when he first started? Remember the music, the videos, That's what I mean when I say super clean. You know what I'm saying? There's music.
Making it from the profit of what it's intended, not any other way. You're getting it from like residuals and all that stuff. You're getting it the legit way of like selling the albums and stuff. You're getting money like the artist of the day did. That's how you made all that stuff.
Like a Liquorice, like
That's a tough one though. Honestly, I mean,
if I see Liquorice become a billionaire, I'd be like, ooh, I'm impressed.
See, I mean, again, it's hard to say like Jay-Z because he invested in business and stuff. Like he didn't make it just from the music at one point.
Nah, but it's sure enough that's how he got in there. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, you can't fault him for that. So, that's a hard to read.
It's not faulting. It's just I'm just saying like person that just got it there super clean, I mean, even if it's a business,
I don't think anybody got super clean. I don't think anyone gets their money 100%.
Who does?
Because I think everything's tied to some kind of corruption, even though you're not doing it. Like it's okay. Let's say you have a YouTube channel and it's super popular, right? And you're making money. You don't go to ads. Let's say they put in like a demonic movie ad, and you're a Christian. Well, now that's being advertised on your channel. It's like directly not from you, but the money technically can be dirty money, right?
Right.
What they're promoting, but everything's tied to some kind of corruption. Where you say, I'm not selling that or promoting it, but it's like promoting on your page. Even with me, my Facebook. I don't know what kind of ads they're putting on my stuff or what.
Well, that's the thing too. That could be implemented that you don't know about. So
you're like, oh, but I'm just doing it for the money, and I'm personally not doing nothing wrong. You could always, but I feel like everything somehow is like
everything is
clean.
It's hard to say what's squeaky clean. I think it's the way our society is too.
And you're selling it straight from your site, and it's all like godly stuff, and maybe it may be clean. Where I'll be.
Oh yeah. I think it's difficult because. Again, we talk about corruption and the evil in the world. I don't know if there's such a thing. What could be clean anymore? Because again, it changes hands so many times.
Super clean at all. Even if you work at a grocery store, you're technically selling people liquor, and it's not because of you, but like you have to do it. It's your job, but you don't produce the liquor, so I don't know, man. Like I think everything is like.
I mean
that's a moral compass thing.
See. There's that. Yeah, that.
Yeah, I don't think it's actually
that just depends on your conscience.
It would be different if you're producing liquor and promoting it, and you're promoting people to get drunk, and then you're profiting. That's more bad than if you're just.
I mean, there's still a level to it if you sell it, or if it's your job.
You're distributing, right? That's
you chose the job,
right? That's the whole,
And yeah, so I don't think anything's super clean then, like nothing.
And then the moral question too is like, if you are, let's say, a person that's a regular customer who is an alcoholic, are you going to morally sell them knowing that you're help feeding their binge because they're trying to get their fix with it? It's a lot of like, it's iffy there. Yeah.
But
it's not iffy. It's just more so, do you want to be responsible for helping someone sin?
Right, and that's where. But then again, making it clean.
But that's deep right there. That's
it's real
you could
deep.
take their money though. It's not really clean. I mean that's
you're not making the choice for them, but you're helping them make the choice.
You're aiding, right, and that's where it comes back to: is it clean? Because are you going to feel good about taking money, knowing you're helping to advocate in some manner that. Should you say, look, you're here, you buy, maybe somebody, or even at the bar, like someone buys enough drinks and they're already plastered. Do you keep selling them? When do you say, okay, you had your fill, the bar's closed because, you're clearly 80 proof and deep and you're not able to, you can't even keep the liquor down. Can't be able to stand up from the bar stool. Like how far do you let that roll a bit too? I think that's, in most cases they do shut it down, which is good, but I think it's just hard. I think, is there potential? There's some people that make clean money. I mean, maybe, but again, the demographic.
Chick-fil-A? I think Chick-fil-A, they sell food, so.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing about Chick-fil-A, and I give them credit because there was a push. I think it was the Chick-fil-A, but it was New York somewhere. They had a problem where Chick-fil-A is closed on Sunday to observe. They won't sell on Sundays. They won't. There was a state. I think it was New York that was going to pass a law that was going to force them to be open because I guess there's. For truckers, whatever, travelers, for whatever reason, there's some rule that says they have to provide a service, But even under that pressure, Chick-fil-A came out and said, our policy is we do not serve on Sundays. We observe, it's not the Sabbath, but obviously it's the Lord's Day. They're taking a day off, a day of rest. And they said, we will not break from that tradition. Even if, and they were being threatened to have to pay fines if they broke this law, if it passed. The owner, CEO, not deviating from our stance of we do not serve. Chick-fil-A across the country does not serve on Sunday. It's a day of rest for everybody. So
they observe the Sabbath or like
all right. So here's my gripe and complaint about that.
Okay.
Just because they're closed on one day of the week, we automatically associate them with being a Christian company. Historically, we know that Sunday is not the seventh day.
Sabbath is Saturday, yeah, technically.
So are they Christians or are they the people who worship Saturn? I think they call them Saturnists or whatever.
Oh no, they Christians. The owners that's a Christian company.
I think the problem is
well, look, okay, if they're so Christian, then why they have like almost over 30 ingredients, addictive ingredients.
I was just gonna say.
What kind of Christian does that?
But I know, but it's like it's crazy. I was just gonna say that. Like some people look at that, they say the ingredients, but it's like, boy, you can never really like.
Are they farm fresh chicken or is it stuff out of a squeeze tube?
Man.
I mean, that's
so. Is it all about the money? And if it's all about the money, we know who their God is, and we know why they're closed on Sunday and not on a Saturday, the seventh day.
Well, I think.
And hold on. If they were really observing the tradition, they will be closed from Friday evening until Sunday morning.
Oh, like represented, yeah.
Not for a phony 24 hours on a Sunday.
Yes.
I think maybe they close on Sunday because that's when people have church. I don't know.
Right,
that's
right.
Yes.
Oh man, come on, man. How many people go eat after church?
Well, quite a bit. The diners are always busy,
places.
so
Yeah.
I
That's
think
no
because the
excuse,
employees
Paul.
too. The employees.
True.
It's a Christian place,
So their employees can go to church.
Yeah, I think.
Okay, all right. So do a survey with how many active employees go to church that work Chick-fil-A on a Sunday. Come on, man. Come on, man. That's way too easy.
I'm sure it's not all of them, but
I'm sure it's like 3%.
No, I don't want to call them like. See, I'm not into like, oh, they fake Christians because they. I don't want to say that. You know,
I am.
Here we go.
The line is drawn in the sand, Pastor K. Ice. Is either you stand on it or you get out the way.
No. It's just. I mean, we just talked about that. Like,
man, Dini's hitting the hard balls here now, boy.
Nah, like we just talked about like that's like people that judge hard is mostly the like people that just got into it and believe it. So I don't want to say they fake Christians because they got 30 ingredients in their chicken and or because they close on Sundays and not Saturdays.
Here's the thing. You could put it this way. The Hebrew law, the Jewish law was obviously the Sabbath day is Saturday. Same thing with the clean and unclean. Okay. Right. And this was the traditional one before Jesus came. The law of Moses basically was there because they questioned Jesus when he came saying, you don't observe what Moses, it's nothing to do with Moses. I'm here to fulfill a prophecy because I'm supposed to be here. If you follow the law and you want to follow the law, I'm not going to say don't do that because that's the law of Moses at that time. But, it's sort of like not a pass of it, but it's kind of like, as things change, the old ways of that were sort of different where it's like, because again, most people don't even recognize Sunday as the first day of the week. They say it's, Monday is technically the first work day of the week. So by default, then that means Sunday's it's a whole thing. I think it's the semantics of, how nitpicky do you want to get with it too? Because day of rest can be a day of rest. And again, God rested on the seventh day, but did he have to rest? No, because he doesn't need to rest because he's an all-powerful being. But the lesson was that we need to take a day, we as humans who do tire and do, wear down. Because that's the other rule you could say is, well, what about people that work on Saturday?
Right.
If that's supposed to be the Sabbath, some jobs require that. So I think it's a lot of the interpretation of how you take it. I think as long as you get a day of rest in, and again, the whole idea of a day of rest is to give back to the Lord, to acknowledge him and to serve him on that day.
Yeah.
It could be Sunday, it could be Friday. Some people do Friday night. They have Friday night. Some people do Saturday. Some people, it's.
If you only got a Wednesday, God know your heart. Like, I only could do this on one. So.
Yeah, I think it's more of you're looking at the Jewish law of it's the Sabbath is a Saturday, which technically is true. But again, we're not all following the Jewish background for that too. If you want to be technical about it.
And another thing,
we're definitely not following the Kabbalah or
another thing is,
well, that's
Judaism.
Yeah.
What they call it, Gregorian calendar.
Oh,
Gregorian.
The Gregorian, yeah.
So they say that they even messed that up with the whole with the days and months. Now, Pastor Omar got deep with it, where he was saying that some months he went deep with it, man. I'm not going to.
I remember. Yeah, I know. I remember that too. Yeah.
So originally there were 9 months.
Mm-hmm.
Julius Caesar added in July, and Augustus Caesar added in August.
Yep,
August.
Honor them. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then they had to borrow days from February.
Right.
Because they both ended with 31 days.
Yep.
They just had to be even. Like Leo and Tiny.
Ego we were talking about.
Yeah. So that created 11 months. I'm not sure how we got the 12th.
That one I think was something to do with the winter solstice somewhere there, because there was like a celebration of when the dates fell or something or other.
Yeah.
So I think it carried over.
The original New Year's Day is on April 1st, which is how we got April Fool's Day.
That's how we got April Fool's. Oh man, I'm over here joking about it.
Yeah.
See, there's always an origin story.
We could actually be younger or older than we actually are. We don't, man. We don't even know.
That's why I say, man. Hey, that's why.
It's not like we have rings like a tree.
Are you sure? I haven't cut myself open, but I mean, I don't know.
I
Hey,
wouldn't. Don't try it. So,
No, no.
that's why the best thing to do is that's why the best thing to do is focus on getting the character, Christ character. Like that's that's the main thing. Like,
and not go to hell. Definitely, you know.
Well, that's the main goal. Yeah, ideally, sure.
Get a Christ heart and love God, love people. Just follow those two commandments, and everything else will fall into place.
And fall into place, boy.
Okay, I's been teaching me that.
See?
Yeah, we're making it too hard, man. It's like, that's it. Like,
and it's like the doctrine thing. We're following man. The Jewish law was meant by human. It's a way to pay tribute to God, yes, but it's created by men. It's not something that God himself said you have to do this, you know.
And guess what? In next lifetime, all that stuff gonna be erased.
Right.
He said,
"What was the only follow that anymore?" I mean,
what was the only key thing that was important? The 10 Commandments were the commandments that God laid down. That was it.
And it goes back to love, because all that is doing out of love. You know what I'm saying?
So gentlemen, I thought about that too. So once everything makes a full circle and we back perfect, wouldn't life may seem a little bit mundane or boring?
Yeah,
no, because I won't be sick anymore.
No,
I'll be prettier than I am now too. So I don't.
I think if I'm perfect and I don't have to suffer through crap, it would be way better. And I'm not trying to be negative. I'm putting that out there just to be real right now.
That's true.
I mean, as an artist, your best music is based off of pain, right?
I guess
true.
So, emotional and physical.
Your most heartfelt music comes from your gut.
Feel it down deep. Yeah, exactly.
Heartbreak
and
or
felt,
breakups,
cried over, fought over, bled over.
True that.
Yeah, for sure.
Best music.
Yeah.
But if everything is all sunshine, lullabies, and rainbows.
Oh, it's gonna be garbage. Yeah, it's not gonna be anything good.
Like those pop songs.
No, I understand this sunshine lullabies and all the goodness and sunshine goes to God because it's worship. But as a people, what happens? You know, what do we do? Are we now angels night and day? Holy, 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 holy?
No.
I don't know. You have to wait to get there. That's a question no one could really answer because no one's
right. Didn't the devil break away because of that?
It talks about the
Does it restart?
Oh, it does talk about it. That's true. It does.
Does sin restart all over again?
Now, New Jerusalem, that's a different story.
All right.
We don't know nothing. It's like
right.
Well, there was that. There was that concept that we're going to be. We don't turn like the angel because we're our own. Angels are separate beings, so we are not.
Right.
We don't change. We are just who we are. Now the reason, if you want, but I mean the reason the fall too, and in the case of the devil was, Lucifer. Angels have free will too. He chose to rebel because he wanted to be God, not to serve God.
He wanted to be worshipped. Yeah.
He wanted to be worshipped. He didn't want, and again, he had a pretty sweet gig. He was one of the most powerful angels at that time.
Yeah, beautiful.
And he was beautiful, but he wasn't satisfied. The pride got to him because
more. Yeah, that's the problem. See, like how people in the world with the ego and they want more and more. That's the devil's spirit when you see that in the world.
Yep.
People that just
and when he fell,
greediness. Yeah,
or ego, or just
convinced a third of the angels to go with him. So
all that. Yeah,
and we all got that in us. We got all that in us. We just gotta fight it with the power of the Holy Spirit.
Born with these tendencies. Yeah, like it's
that's the correlation between us and angels. We share one common trait. We all have free will. That's how all the beings that were created to have a mind of our own, to determine right or wrong, good or bad. The choices we make, we're going to be ours and ours alone there that we have to answer for. So that was because most people say, well, why did God not make us robotic where we automatically love? He could have done that, sure, but it's not genuine love if we have to force it.
Even move. Right. He's gonna make you do it, because he wanted to see if you loved him, probably.
Right. It's like with kids with your parents. You want your kids to love you, but you're not forcing them. You'll always love them like God always loves us.
Yeah,
but we can't force that love. It's not real love. Yep.
But a woman too
do whatever he wants you to do. If he wanted to, he can make me do anything. He can make me drink the mustard, like if I want it, if he wanted to. But no, but like I had a question, like a spiritual question. It might be too deep for this episode, but I was thinking about this the other day. I thought I'd ask you guys. Is like, when it talks about the Bible, about the Father, who do you think the Father is? Is it the Bible, the God of the Old Testament, or is it someone else? Like, I see some people talk about the One, and even Busy Bone used to talk about, I represent the One, and it's supposed to be like the creator of the universe. Like, someone thinks it's like someone higher than Yahweh. I don't know if that's true or not. It's probably just like something to confuse people. Or is it Yahweh from the Old Testament that's the Father? Like, who's the Father?
God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
So that's the Father.
That's the Father. God is the same yesterday, today, and tomorrow. He hasn't changed. So he's
and then Jesus is the Son, and then Holy Spirit is his power. Like,
there are three, and they're all one being split into three entities. They're three of the same being. They're
Father's like on the top, and then Son and Holy Spirit.
He's
right?
the Almighty. Even Jesus, like now, the perfect point of example is when we talk about the end is coming, right?
Right.
And I've had this discussion. I've asked people. Even Jesus said, "I don't even know. Only God the Father, who's above, He knows."
Right.
I don't know when the end's coming. Only He's. Even the Holy Spirit. We are an extension of Him, but we don't know. Like, when the end's.
Even the angels know. Yeah.
Right. No.
Man.
Yep.
So that's the Father. That's the Father. So I
the
have
Father's. Yeah.
God. I just. Yeah. I know one of my prayers been working because that's how the way I pray to that God. And pray to the Father.
God the Father. The one. Yep.
A lot of ghostly, like, supernatural stuff around me had disappeared. All the bad stuff, like over the last year, it's gone. And even my family, I don't hear the spooky noises no more. What are you doing?
Well, that's good.
I've been praying every day and, like, getting closer to God. And, like, it's working. Whatever you're doing, I'm like, good.
Oh, you know what? Too, it's just because you staying away from all that stuff that you used to be involved with, the Ouija board. So that stuff.
Watching scary movies all the time. Associating with witches, yes, all that.
Oh, that'll make a big difference. Yeah,
But it's also when you get close to God and pray for protection from those things. It all comes together.
Yeah, you getting older, you getting more mature, you getting more spiritually mature. So those things
had to happen sometime. Yeah, see.
It's like
and all those things that were kind of like around me, it was just like things lingering from years ago.
Yeah, and then a part of your soul knows that the end is coming. Like it's very, very close.
It's all these things coming together.
And so that you hear the voice of God speaking to you.
Mm-hmm. Yes, indeed.
I hear his voice. The other day, he gave me like this vision.
Now he's been calling you this whole entire time.
It's just now you're finally listening. You can hear him now.
Now, sometimes we're just too busy living life, partying, having a good time, doing YOLO.
He saved my
life. As we get older, we understand that
and we hear it more.
Things in our lives aren't changing. What is the matter?
No,
and you start to become more still and start to become more because you're tired at this point. You're dragging. So you're forced to later sometimes because life is just beating you down so bad, and you don't understand why. And then you hear God come back. Back.
But
and that truth that you heard since you were younger is starting to get louder and louder. You hear it in the song. A friend is telling you something, and you're like, "Dang, that's just what I needed to hear." You read something online, you see a post, you see a meme, you see it in a movie, your exact situation, and it's the answers. But really, that's God's voice speaking to you. You're not going to hear it from a burning bush or a thunderous cloud or something. It's going to be in your own way, but you're going to know it because you're going like, dang, that's right on time.
Yeah, Dini. Sometimes it was like certain things that you told me when I was talking to you about stuff, and you gave me advice, and then I read in the Bible like how a king prayed for protection from evil and the prayers of God and calling out to God. And so, like, I said, maybe I could do something like that. I wasn't gonna copy it, but then I said something similar. Do something like that, and it helped me. Like it
and sometimes even it takes just getting on your knees or prostrating yourself face flat to the earth.
Humbleness.
Because he is the king. You got to humble yourself.
You got to humble yourself.
You got to show
the hard part for us too.
No matter if you keep sinning, that's okay. But at least once in a while, get on your face and thank him for his patience and his mercy. Because you're trying to get it right. And you're crying about it. Even though you get it wrong, you cry about it. You feel bad about it. You beat yourself up. You got all this guilt. Man, turn that guilt over to God. Just hand it to him. Because he's already giving you that forgiveness.
Even though
you feel like you don't deserve it, he's already given that to you. And it's like a slap in his face when you don't accept it. It's like when you go to another country, follow the customs. they hand you something to eat it. Because if you don't, like, am I not good enough for you?
Right. That's That's
so
true.
no, that's what happened. I became humble and I started praying to him every day and talking to him, and I start all that evil around me, that ghostly whatever demonic energy around my house, it all went away.
Yeah.
100%.
That's what happened. Yeah.
My family was telling me, I was freaked out about that. It was always creepy, and then they said it's gone. I'm like, yeah, that's God.
Yeah.
I've been praying to God about that. I've been,
Yeah.
And
And the bad thing about that is that over time, sometimes that feels normal.
Right.
To where that environment is like you've been in it so long, it just feels like it's normal.
It's second nature. Yeah, it just happens. Yep.
Well, no, see, that's the whole thing. In the beginning, it didn't bother me, but then when my family started telling me stuff, that made me wake up. And at the same time, I thought if I really want to clean up my life, that's showing me that there's like a lingering darkness there that I need to get rid of. And the only way I can do it with God, because I'm not powerful enough. And you told me Jesus is more powerful than all that stuff. I remember that.
Yep.
You told me that. And I watched a movie about that kind of stuff, like people that suffer sleep paralysis and like hauntings and stuff, how they turned to Christ and they got rid of all that stuff. And then like I read in the Bible how kings prayed like for deliverance from evil. So like all those things came together and I put it together and it worked. And I'm like, it works. Prayer works. People think it doesn't. They'll just say you're crazy, but it works.
No, it does.
Like
it works.
Calling on Yeshua,
especially
calling on Jesus, it works.
Yeah, call on him, and then especially when you don't sin or you try not to sin and live the best life you can, and just all you can do is the best you can because you're never going to be perfect.
The key thing with prayer though is there's three things. There's three answers that prayer comes. It's either yes, no, or be patient. So that's where you have to understand.
Everything comes right away.
Yeah, you have to understand that the answers don't always come directly, but it will eventually work.
I just thank God that the protection came pretty quick.
Like
it happened pretty fast. So I was just like, I'm happy, and I just walk with him and pray to him and read the Bible and just live the best I can. That's all I can do. I can't ever be perfect in this world, like not right now, but I can do the best I can.
And let me tell you your super gun, your super knife, your super shield.
Oh, okay.
It's love. The demons,
level up.
The demons are afraid of love. That's why
they don't like positive or you feeling love or spreading love. Yeah, they hate that.
That's why when
they hate joy too.
Yep.
Yeah. They feed on fear. They feed on fear, depression, anger, all those energies. Yeah, like because I used to be like that when I was younger. I was angry, depressed, and all that stuff started. That's why those things came around me. That's always the reason.
My favorite color used to be black. It's not anymore.
I still dress in black. I love black, but like
I dress in black, but it's not my favorite color anymore.
Well, black is slimming, so I gotta but
it used to be my favorite color because it was dark.
Me too.
Because it was, it was bad. It was
dark.
No, sure.
It was whatever you decide it to be because it's black.
Yeah.
Hey, I remember the story about when those disciples of God, those guys tried to get a demon out, and the demons end up whooping them and beat them up so bad, ran out naked, and it was like, we know what it said.
Peter, we know Paul.
We know Paul.
Yeah.
But y'all, so because those guys, I feel like they wasn't full of love enough. You see what I'm saying? And Paul is. You see what I'm saying? That's why I say, no Paul. Yeah, you scared of Paul.
Right.
Paul full of love. He the one that wrote First Corinthians and all that 13. You know what I'm saying? He the one that talked about love, and so that's why I say become love. Ooh, they'd be afraid.
Yeah.
You know
they can't even exist around love or all that.
Come on, man.
Love or joy. Oh, yeah, they
true.
can't.
So I never really understood that verse. Is that's what it's saying? These guys were just hollow. They didn't really embody the teachings of Jesus. They were just using the name like people say Jesus Christ, or you scared the bejesus out of me, or something like that.
They're just saying it like a phrase. Yeah.
They were still in
because the name means brings power, but just because you use the name doesn't mean you know him. So that's what a lot of the misprophets, the false prophets say. The power comes from using the power comes in his name, but they don't have the connection. There's no personal.
Right. You have to have the love and the faith in him, and like
you need the relationship there. Yeah.
It wasn't strong enough. They probably was in their believer stage. You know what I'm saying?
Right. They probably weren't believers. That's when
right. They used the name gave some power, but there was no belief behind it. It's not going to make it that powerful when there's no faith behind it. So
yeah, man. So
faith without works is dead. So
yeah.
No faith, no action. No faith, no action. That's in James. I'll never forget. That's a good one.
Yeah. I just be like, you be praying in your home, like, man, I rebuke all the demons out of here. And then you're like, man, I hope they don't come back and like, who are you? You're not Paul or Peter.
Yeah, well, that's why I do my protection prayers and in my mind, because only God can read your mind. They can't.
Yeah.
Right. God's all powerful. Same thing with the devil. He's not all powerful. So
so only God can read your mind, and that's how you know.
Right.
And to go try to cast out demons, I think you should be led by God to do that.
You have to be led by God.
I mean, sometimes you can either feel them or smell them.
Yeah, man. You just can't be going out there just
sulfur.
I mean, sometimes you could just feel them or smell them, man.
Sulfur. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Like an awful stench.
The sulfur.
I smelled one. Like it's an awful stench.
Rotten eggs. Yep. Sulfur.
And I was like, what in the world is this smell?
But I felt their presence, but never smelled
That's the smell you get. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Like it was hideous.
Yep.
It smelled so awful. Never smelled it in my life before.
Right.
Wow.
I thought it was a dead body somewhere close.
Ew.
That's it's downright putrid. Yeah.
I would want to throw up. Yeah.
And I've never smelled a dead body, so
that's crazy.
Oh, it's pretty bad. I've been pretty close. Yeah, it's not good.
I could imagine, what a dead body, whatever a dead body would smell like. This is it. I smelled the dead dog, dead deer. This was like somewhere in between.
Full of maggots there. Yeah, it's not good.
It was awful. Like a gray. Like if you could smell the color gray, this is what it would smell like.
Yeah.
Something murky. Ugh.
Yep.
Hey, Poe, there's some. You know how you be like saying you got crazy stories, boy. If
I have a lot of crazy stories about the supernatural in the past, but I want to say more, but like to tell people that like if you have that in your life, you could get rid of it and go to Christ. But I'll tell some stories on here.
No. What I'm saying is, man, listen, I believe it because if I tell y'all some stories, y'all gonna be like, nah,
I believe it.
Now I know y'all gonna believe it, but it's too crazy for people. It's like
the general public, for sure, probably.
The general public will never believe in these things.
But this
went through.
Hey, this is how I know God is real. Right now, if God want to take any one of us right now and make us fly, He can do it.
Right.
He could do that. He could do whatever.
Can do anything He wants with us, man. Because the experience I had, I'm like, wow. Like,
yep.
Whoa.
Yeah.
I see. Jesus showed me the end time. Like, I mean, like when it ended.
Right.
I have visions like that, not about the end time, but He showed me a weird vision the other day, like God did. When I woke up, I saw it like floating in front of me. I don't know what it meant, but it was like, okay, that was kind of cool. It only was for like a split second. I was like, okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. I think I had that experience.
I don't know what that is, but that was kind of
cool. As a kid, seeing the end time, and what I saw was just glory.
So you mean like after?
I can't really describe it, but man, it was like everything was lit.
Come on,
and there was just a multitude of people.
See, he showed me that part,
and something in the middle that was just super bright.
See?
Well, everybody sees something different too.
Yeah, all I saw was glory.
Exactly.
Yeah. So you saw like after everything. Yeah.
I didn't see the glory part. All I saw was when He came, everything just stopped. I mean, the whole world.
Oh, yeah.
Whatever you was doing, you just like.
Yeah, you gonna stop. Like, nothing's gonna matter. Ain't nothing gonna matter.
That's the thing. They said we're able to see them. Like everybody in the world able to look up.
Everybody gonna. Dog, not Everything is
Every
here.
single thing on this planet.
The animals, the trees, everything's gonna know over here. Let me tell you what happened. Let me tell you what happened one night. So I was sleeping on the couch, and I heard this big thunder boom, like, boom, 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 boom. It probably was like, I don't know, 3, 4 in the morning. And bro, I was deep sleep on the couch, and I just got up. I just got up and just walked to the window and said, "He's here." And I snapped out of it, bro.
It felt like it though, like
it feels real, yeah.
Oh,
bro, it was like a vision, and like he got me up and just to walk to the window, and I was like, "He's here." He gave me a little quick vision, and it just went away. It's like, whoa, you know what I'm saying? And I think I told 1 or 2 people, but I couldn't tell no more other people. Man, it was they're not gonna believe me. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Okay, that happened to me the other day, but at night in bed. It was around 3, 4 in the morning. I heard like either like a firework or a gunshot or like a thunder, and I woke up, and I'm like, that sounds crazy.
I think that's God's voice or something, man.
Yeah, it like shook everything.
Yes,
it was so powerful and loud, and it shook it. And I woke up, and I'm like, what is that?
I'm talking about it shook it. I'm never like.
It shook my bed, it shook my room, and it's like I thought it was an earthquake, but it wasn't. And then my heart started beating, and I was like, okay, that was intense. Like that's all I know. It happened to me like a couple weeks ago. I was like, it was around 3, 4 in the morning. I felt that, and I'm like, okay.
You remember when Jesus, when they said Jesus, after he got baptized, I think after he got baptized, they said they heard a voice. It sounded like thunder. So God,
and it shook everything. It shook the earth.
So that's how I think his voice is. Like, you may not hear clear words, but it's like,
but you'll feel it.
You'll feel it. There you go.
I felt that, and it woke me up, and I was like, whoa, it was so loud, and it shook everything. I was like, wow, it was intense.
I got so many.
And I know I wasn't dreaming, because when I felt the shake, I was already half awake. I was like, whoa. I was like, that woke me up. And I was like, I wonder what it was. And I was like, Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes these things happen and you can't explain it. You're just
hey, another one. I went to heaven, and my homeboy is sitting right next to me. You know what I'm saying? Now I seen the glory there, but I didn't see nothing. I just saw a bright light and I just feel it, like I'm in it, like just whoa, like just everything just.
That's what it felt like too. Yeah, like I was just immersed in the glory.
Yeah. And you know what's crazy? I could hear my homeboy laughing at me. He laughing. He laughing. He see me going through the experience, but like first I started shaking, and then I just went, and I could hear him laughing. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You know, and it felt like it lasted a long time, but it didn't last a long time. And when I came back and I looked at him, I was like, I love you, man. It's like, and from that day on, it's like I turned into a lovebird. You know, like just love. It's like I never told nobody I loved them. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, especially Haitians.
For me to tell my homeboy I love him.
Yeah.
Especially Haitians.
Yeah, exactly. Come on, man. I love
especially Haitians.
That's how it is, yeah.
That's
never told my parents that. So that's why I know it was real. Like, what the heck just happened to me? Like,
that's real.
My life just changed from that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I had to still grow and everything, but it was like, whoa, like.
And God got your attention,
bro. I got more stories, man. It's like that's why I know he's real, man. It's like that's why.
Yeah, you go through these experiences, you know he's real. Like I had the same thing where I felt the thunder and the shaking, man. I thought I was just crazy, but I knew it was real because I was half awake when it like shaking.
He's real, man.
It didn't feel like nothing scary. It felt like something powerful, but it definitely felt like a godly thing. And I was like, whoa. He's either telling me you better like change your life or wake up, or like you better start. Yeah. I don't know what the message was, but it was definitely something, you know. So,
he's real, man. He's real.
Yeah, oh yeah, he is.
All I gotta say, if it's in the middle of the night and you're woken up, just start praying.
Yeah.
If you learn anything from Jesus with this Easter season, is that prayer.
Yep, for sure.
Because the thundering sound came from the sky. It was like I thought it was fireworks or gunshots, but it's more like a thunder.
And I still don't know if it's a thunder, but it sounded like a thunder.
Didn't it? It sounded like a thunder. It sounded like
it wasn't raining. It wasn't raining.
Yeah, it wasn't raining.
No.
It just like a, I mean, like, whoo.
Wow.
Never heard nothing that loud, bro. Like, golly, I mean, shake.
Yeah, it shook my room too. That's what's crazy. It happened.
Boy, God is real. God is real.
He is real.
Yeah.
Like you'll feel it. Yeah, I don't know. Like I felt
I'm
that.
gonna tell
I thought
you
I
one more
couldn't talk
story.
about it until you said that. Like then I was like, okay, I guess I could talk about it now. Like
I'm gonna tell you one more story. But I got a lot. Okay, so anyway, this was in church. You know, Holy Ghost power going on in the church. You know, and I was on the floor. You know what I'm saying? And then I started shaking. And bro, I was on the floor, flat on the floor, and I jumped up. I jumped up on my feet, and like a warrior. Like I didn't like get myself up, and I'm talking about from being flat on the floor, and just jumping up perfectly on my foot, like, you know what I'm saying? Holy Ghost power was in me that day. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that's what I'm saying. It's so real. It's like he could. That's why I say he can make you fly if you want to. Because for him to make me do that, I'm laying. I can't do it now. I can lay on the floor right now, and I can't get up. I'm stuck.
Yeah, I can't get up either. If I go to the ground, like it'll be hard to do it. But like,
yeah.
So I'm talking about just jumped up and landed on my feet perfectly, and just was.
Dang. Okay, that's supernatural.
It's some stuff. Yeah, it's just some stuff. Y'all gonna see it, but it's not time now. But when we get
I've been seeing and feeling stuff the last month. I don't know why, but it was like with the thunder thing with the shaking room was pretty intense. And the thing where I saw this vision, I don't know what it was, but it was like something God sent me. I was like, I don't understand it, but I was like, okay. It was like that was pretty cool, but like, yeah, I don't know, I don't understand, but something is happening.
Hey man, I
think it's because I'm praying and getting closer to Him. I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure that has a lot to do with it.
Of course.
Spending time at His feet like Martha.
Yep.
Yeah, when you start drawing close to Him, you're gonna get these things where you hear, see, feel things that you can't explain.
What that scripture say? Draw close to God, and He'll draw closer to you.
Yep.
Yeah,
for sure.
I've been going through this last month, or no, actually it started like in March. I would say March, more like March, like last month, but still like the last 2-3 weeks around. And I was just thinking, am I going crazy or something? No, it's like
it's that time. It's that time.
It's definitely that time, because that's what I felt when it was shaking and the thunder clap or whatever it was, like the loud. I was like, okay, that's that was really intense.
Wow.
We ain't gonna lie to you, boy. We came back with a super comeback video today, boy.
I know, right? Yeah, we are.
It's 3 a.m.
We are 6 minutes away from a 5-hour stream. So
wow,
we went a little crazy tonight.
This is record breaking.
Good stuff, though, man. Yeah, hey.
Oh, we went a little.
You get a good one now again. You roll with it, yeah.
This is a good episode. It was like I guess you could call it a spiritual / life episode, life advice with spirituality.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
it just happened too. It just happened
naturally and organically. Yeah,
He was really guiding it. Maybe God was guiding it. I don't know, because we didn't plan this. We didn't talk spiritual stuff all of a sudden. Like I was
just happened. Yeah.
It was in my mind for a couple weeks, but I was thinking I'll bring it up when the time's right, if the time comes.
Yeah, man. But what that is, that means that what's happening is that what we've been filling ourselves with is starting to leak out in different ways. This is not a Christian podcast, just in case anybody listening think it is. There's no description that even say that. There's no mention of God anywhere on any of the pages of anything like that. What you are really witnessing is just people who are growing in God and learning more and spending time for whatever reasons we have. Some of us hear thunder. Some of us hear whispers. Some of us just feel like you know, our places to go higher, to dig deeper. And that's all that's happening is leaking out of us now. And I think too that some of us are kind of coming into our purpose, and each in their own way, through podcasting, through just showing up every week, just to do something,
right?
And like myself, maybe find some kind of passion to where I feel like I can lay down my life for it. We all have our different reasons for what we do and how we do it and how we're led to do it, but that's all it is. It's just God leaking out of us because it's what we've been filling ourselves with.
Absolutely.
I witness.
I feel that's so.
We don't intend to even talk about God or Jesus or anything.
It just happens.
It just happens.
Yeah, I feel like lately my spirituality.
These are the last days, and if you're not sure of where you're going to go and spend eternity, reach out to one of us. We're not perfect, and we're steadily messing up every day. But one thing we do understand is that there is mercy and there's grace, and God has been patient for all of these thousands of years for these human beings to get it right. And that, just knowing that, that's enough to at least make me try harder each and every day.
For sure.
I'm getting close to the point to where I just want to be more like Christ and not so much operating by emotions, operating by just being a man, just having a passion for people to say, you know what, brother, that's all right. God bless you anyway, you know. Not so more where I want to just being pow someone. like this past weekend. So
but we working on ourselves and growing every day.
We are. And just understanding that
I always pray to God make me better than I was yesterday, because that's all I could really do.
There you go.
That the forgiveness that Jesus gave us, that we have to extend the same forgiveness no matter what people do to you.
Right.
Where it says even love your enemy.
That's it. That's it. And there is a scripture that specifically says if you do not forgive, you won't be forgiven. There's
right.
I won't be forgiven. About a king pardoning a servant, and the servant that do the same for his servant.
Right.
Like, how dare you? How dare you take advantage of a gift like that? So forgiveness is the key. You got to let it go, like Frozen. Let it go. You got to
go all the way around.
I know. Life is painful. Life is hard. People are going to betray you. They're going to look you in the eyes and stab you in the heart. But you have to forgive them because they don't know what they're doing. Sometimes Satan, he is our opponent who just sit and whisper in our ear all of these lies so they become truth.
Right. Exactly.
We don't know what we're doing, and people do not know what they are doing. You got to forgive them, and most importantly, you have to forgive yourself and allow yourself to receive forgiveness from God, because it has to be full circle. You can't just harbor all the sin in your heart because you're not Jesus. Jesus already did that part. You just relax, give it to him, forgive yourself, woosah, and keep going on. That's what it's all about. People get so caught up in hokey and forget the part about to turn yourself around. Turn yourself around.
Do it. For sure.
That's it.
For sure.
That's so true. You're saying, Dini, I've been working about that, like not to hold grudges against people or stay mad. I always say, like, you know, like if I like stop being friends with someone and for whatever reason we don't talk, we had a disagreement, or they didn't want to talk to me no more, I'll say let them go, but God bless them. I hope they find Jesus. And you know, like I'm not gonna hold a grudge. Like you say, like you always wish them the best, or whoever you fell out with, you say, I wish that person the best. And I hope they do find Jesus. Or you just pray for them from afar, even if you're not talking. Still pray for them.
And even, man, think about this. It could be someone who robbed you, who killed your loved one, who slept with someone, who who just did the most awful things to you, it is minuscule to what happened to Jesus Christ.
Right.
By his own people.
Yep.
It is very small compared to what happened to Jesus for the entire humanity.
Right.
You can get over it and you can move on. You can live on.
Mm-hmm.
That is.
Yep.
Yeah, but like what he suffered for us is just, you know,
man. Could we do the same? Would we do the same?
That's a good question.
Someone gave you the choice. You die for everyone on the earth,
right?
Or save yourself and keep your life.
Yep. It's a tough question.
Strangers you never met, bad people who don't deserve it. Could you make that decision?
Food for thought. That's a tough one.
It is.
Yep.
It is.
Yeah, you think you would like the way I think of it is I probably do it for my family and friends, but like, yeah, would you do it for the whole world? That's that. Yeah,
Right.
That's the question.
Would you do it for a rapist?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
A pedophile.
Yep.
Someone who murdered 1 million people.
No one ever loved the world the way Jesus did.
Someone who bombed a church, shot up a school, ran a plane into a building.
Well, that feels better.
At a market, at a concert, was a sniper, was a mass murderer, was a serial killer.
Right.
Could you do it for them too?
Good question.
No.
Yep.
See, we don't.
I can, but that's because I'm imperfect, And Jesus was perfect love, perfect.
Maybe one day, but not today.
Yeah.
It's like
True.
I love but never. We could strive to love like Jesus and try to get as close as, like I said, if that number is 10. Hey, let's strive to.
No, I don't mean just forgive. I mean die for them.
Oh,
yeah.
See?
He missed that part. He was in the bathroom. Yeah.
Take their place.
Wow.
Their sentence.
Mm-hmm.
And you didn't do nothing wrong.
Only God could do that, boy.
Only Jesus.
So the things that happen to us humans is so small.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's petty.
It's petty.
Yeah, we get mad over the dumbest things. Sometimes, like I even was thinking the other day, I get mad about the dumbest things, or I like be like going crazy. But that's because that's what happens when I isolate myself.
Yeah,
that's true.
Stupid things. My ego starts getting big. I'm thinking I'm gonna do this and that, but I'm like, I'm just in the devil's world. Why even strive? Like, so it's not wrong with being successful, but if I do become successful, then I want to spread a positive message, try to help people, not be like, I want to just make brain rot content to make a ton of money in the devil's world, have a little fun, and then lose my soul to that. It's not worth it. Say like,
right.
But when I talk to you guys, it's even better because you guys always give me the spiritual advice. So they say with your brothers in Christ, they say where 2 or 3 are united, that's where the Spirit of God is. Like, but if you're by yourself, it says he isolated himself will seek his selfish desire. That's what happens. That's when you can just fall into the world's trap, whatever they're telling you, like, oh, it's all about this and that and chasing this and that. Well, it's all just illusions, it's like, I mean, it's not wrong. I'm not wrong having money. It's nice to have money. You go out and you could buy tickets to a movie, buy popcorn or pizza, whatever you like, right?
We're gonna get that bag. We're gonna get that bag now.
But we're still gonna get that bag. And like King Solomon had the bag, and he was God's servant, and so did David. And nothing wrong with having the bag while being God's servant. So like,
we just know that bag don't come before God.
It doesn't come before God. Yeah,
God over money, like them boys say.
Right, or they say money over everything. Yeah.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah.
Yepper.
All right, guys. I think this is a good place to start. Stop. I mean, we're at 5 hours, 5 minutes.
This is a
intermission and start again.
I really enjoy it.
2:10 here and 3:10 where Sam Crow is at.
I thought it was come on here talking sinister stuff, but hey, God's like I always say, God's will is in control. It doesn't matter what you want or what you think you're gonna do. God's gonna move the things the way He wants. I remember I said that on the last episode.
Yep.
That's all I said. You can say, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna act crazy, I'm gonna make it all spooky, and God's like, no, you ain't doing that. You know, like He gonna move it the way He wants. So praise God is all I say. And much
there you
love.
go.
Yeah, He's gonna use you regardless. So
you
gotta
He's
make
gonna
it
use
count.
it the way He wants you to use it, the way He wants to use it. Yeah,
you could get used like Peter, used like Judas.
Yep.
Oh, I don't want to be like Judas. No.
I don't want to be like Judas either.
Hey, well, there's a line.
I feel like I'm more
There's
like
a
Jonah.
line.
I feel like
Okay,
I'm
that
Jonah.
works. That works. Yeah.
Hey, I
Fish
think
make me do it. You know what I'm saying? Like the fish is
I
gonna
think Judas
swallow
gonna
me.
get another
Yeah,
chance.
he's gonna make me do what I gotta do. I feel like I always tell people I'm Jonah. That's how I feel.
Yeah. All right.
All right,
All
good
right,
episode.
guys. Well, I hope you guys have a wonderful week. This is episode 121, another one in the bag.
121.
Kicking it with the homies, Sam Pro, Sinister Pro, and K Ice, Pastor K Ice, and myself, Dini. We appreciate you guys for watching, whether you're live with us or you catch, Coach Dini, or you catch the playback. We appreciate that.
Love it all.
Make sure you subscribe, review, comment, share, and hit the bell on YouTube if you're on YouTube.
Yep.
Facebook, just follow the page, and
there you go.
Twitch, follow. So
sure.
Do all those cool things. We will follow back. That's what we do. Peace out.
And we got a lot of viral
See you guys next week. Much love.
Next week. Yep. Night all.
We got super viral moments on this video.
Yes,
sir. Yeah. See how it goes next time for sure. Yeah. All right. Yep.
All right, y'all.
I'm good. All right. Good night, all.
Hey, guys.
Peace.
See ya.